Chapter 501, Yvonne, as long as there are enough cards in the hole, no one can beat me. On the other side, Sirius once again transformed into the shape of Animagus, constantly changing its position, sniffing vigorously in the thick mist, and various scents spread to his nose. But because of the fight just now, the air is full of the burnt smell of the wooden table when it is burned. It is not easy to accurately distinguish the various smells. Well, Lupin and Harry are about 10 meters behind. Weird, where is Yvonne? Sirius muttered to himself. He ran over with the smell still in the air, only to find that there was no one here. I can only guess that Yvonne may have stayed here. Just as Sirius hesitated, his hairs suddenly exploded, and a warning sign appeared in his mind. Without any hesitation, Sirius followed his instinct and rolled a few laps forward. At the same time, a crimson light beam flew out from the thick fog on the side, hitting where he was originally standing, and exploded a small hole in the wooden board. Sirius' face changed, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw more light beams flashing out of the thick fog. Sirius was sweating coldly, and he could only rush all the way in the opposite direction, changing his position from time to time, trying to get rid of Yvonne with Animagus' excellent mobility and re-hidden in the thick fog. What Sirius did not expect was that Yvonne could always find him the first time no matter how he changed his position. At first, Sirius thought that Yvonne was judged by his running sound, so he simply changed back to a human form and cast a spell to cause some noise to interfere. But even so, it didn't help. Yvonne was able to find him the first time, hiding in the thick fog and throwing a few spells over. It's impossible. How did he know where I was? Sirius was exhausted, but couldn't figure it out. He quickly dodged and was hit by a red light beam. The wand in his hand suddenly dropped out and flew into the mist in a whirlpool, while his body fell heavily into the pile of debris behind. A wooden sign that fell to the ground next to was instantly activated into a long rope, which was rolled up silently, tying Sirius tightly. At this time, Yvonne walked out of the thick fog, stretched out his hand to catch the flying wand, and then looked at the Sirius and said with a smile. It looks like you lost this time, Sirius. Okay. That's right. Sirius tried to break free, and found that the rope was tightly bound, and noticed that Yvonne had been pointing his wand at himself without any slack, but he nodded helplessly. After Yvonne released his restraint, Sirius got up from the ground grinning. The scar is healed. Yvonne shook his head, stepped forward and put his wand into his wound, using healing magic. The green fluorescence flickered on the top of the wand, and the torn wound on the arm quickly healed under the action of magic. You can even heal magic. Sirius was very surprised. He really wanted to ask if there is anything this little wizard can't do. It's always okay to learn more, isn't it? Yvonne casually explained. After repairing a few wounds, he suddenly frowned, because some wood chips had been embedded in the wounds in the previous battle and could not heal directly. Yvonne had to cast a spell to tear the wound larger, and pick out those sharp pieces of wood and gravel. Sirius breathed in painfully, but after hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, his face suddenly became very calm. Only when the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time, it could be seen that he was enduring the pain. Yvonne looked at Sirius, who changed his face unexpectedly, and then saw the worried Lupin and Harry running over. Sirius? Are you okay? Harry hurriedly asked, looking at the injuries on Sirius's arm and chest. It's okay, it's all minor injuries. It's normal to get injured in the battle. Sirius waved his hand, pretending to be completely indifferent, and then his face twitched, but it was Yvonne who was sharp. The gravel was picked out of the meat. But he barely broke his face and didn't make a fool of himself in front of Harry. You are too risky. You even used that level of magic in a competition. Do you know what the consequences will be if you lose control? Lupin was a little angry while worried, and he couldn't help but reprimanded. The intensity of the battle just now exceeded his expectations. This could be described as a life and death fight, so when he realized that the battle was over, he rushed over with Harry as soon as possible. Don't say that, Remus. Of course we can control our own magic. Isn't it all right? Sirius replied in a slightly embarrassing voice. He has been in Azkaban for more than 10 years, and it has been a long time since he has experienced such a hardy battle. He accidentally fought a little. In addition, Ivan's strength greatly exceeded his expectations, forcing him to use some powerful magic to increase his chances of winning. Lupin shook his head helplessly, and didn't mention the matter again. Who has won this competition? Harry asked curiously. Sirius, you won't be defeated again, right? Lupin looked at the embarrassed Sirius and Yvonne, whose clothes were tidy and calm, as if he had a guess. Yes. As you can see, I lost again. Sirius shrugged helplessly. By the way, Yvonne, how did you judge where I was before? It's just a little magic of exploration. Yvonne casually explained. In fact, he used blood magic to become a bat, and used ultrasonic positioning to determine Sirius's movements. But Yvonne is not going to expose his bloodline magic. This time he has gained a lot from the battle. While absorbing Sirius' fighting skills, Yvonne is also deeply aware of the importance of hiding the cards. His own snake eyes and magic ring had only been used in front of Sirius a few times, and Sirius found a way to restrict them. And the reason why he was able to easily defeat Sirius was also relying on the bloodline magic Bogut transformation that was not known to the opponent. It is precisely because it is not clear that Yvonne can turn into a bat and use ultrasound to locate, Sirius will make the wrong decision to obscure his vision with dense fog. This made Yvonne understand a truth: as long as there are enough cards in his hole, no one can beat himself. The Sirius on the other side saw that Yvonne was reluctant to say more, and did not ask much. He kept his promise and agreed to Ivan's participation in the rescue of Regulus' corpse. "What about me?" Harry asked anxiously. "You have to stay home and wait for our news." Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder and said. "You can all go together, but I have to stay here and wait for you to come back," Harry said unwillingly. "Harry, this action is too dangerous, you students shouldn't have participated in it." Lupin said a few words of comfort, then looked at Yvonne, and said again. "Yvonne proved his strength by defeating Sirius, and he won't be able to hold us back by then. Are you ready to give it a try?" Lupin said this just to make Harry get out of trouble, but unexpectedly saw Harry nodded solemnly. Sirius's face suddenly turned black. It was true that he lost to Yvonne, but that didn't mean that his strength was very weak. He had to let Harry know how good he was. Harry thought hard about the dueling skills he had learned in the second-year duel club, and even seriously agreed on tactics. He heard Professor Flitwick in the curse class that even the most powerful wizard would lose his wand if he was under the disarming curse. It's not that he has no chance of victory. Unfortunately, it turns out that no amount of ideas can make up the gap between strength and combat experience. After only a few rounds of fighting between the two sides, Harry was confiscated by Sirius. Harry had to give up the idea of going with him in frustration. Yvonne on the side looked at Harry, who was easily defeated, and shook his head secretly. If Harry spends more time to learn on weekdays, he won't be defeated in 2 or 2. After all, Harry's foundation is still very good, the talent of protective magic is very high, and the reaction ability that he has cultivated as a Quidditch player for many years is also applicable in battle. Fought 2 battles with 1 defeat and 1 victory, and Sirius became sober a lot. At least it's not like it's going to be the same as before to go to the cave and fish out Regulus, but to discuss specific countermeasures with Yvonne and Lupin, and let Kriaker buy some potions by the way. The materials come. Until the evening, the prepared few people took the potion they had just boiled and were ready to go. Lupin suddenly remembered something, and said to everyone with some worry. "We have 3 people now, and if Regulus is added, it will be 4. If something happens in that cave, will Kriaker bring us out together?" Sirius immediately realized this, and immediately looked at Kriaker and waited for his answer. The old house elf hesitated for a moment. Although it was able to escape from the dangerous cave twice in a row, it obviously felt a huge barrier when casting teleport magic, and it consumed more magic power than usual. "Less. So if you want to ensure absolute safety, I am afraid that you can only take 1 person at a time and move everyone away in 4 times." Thinking of this, Kriaker did not conceal anything, and truthfully told the truth. After listening to Kriaker's account, Sirius and Lupin were a bit worried, and the risk of this operation has increased a lot. "Why don't you call another house elf over here?" Yvonne felt unsafe, thought about it, snapped his fingers, and greeted him. "More than." As soon as Ivan's words fell, an ugly house elf with flashing big eyes appeared in the open space in front of him. "Dobby is at your service, do you have anything to order?" "Sir." The house elf said loudly, looked around curiously, and greeted Harry happily. Harry nodded awkwardly in response. The previous meetings with Dobby hadn't left him a good impression. Instead, he had pitted him several times in the 2nd grade, which Harry had always remembered. "This is Dobby, I want you to go to a place with us, and cooperate with Kriaker to bring us all out when needed." Yvonne briefly introduced the matter. As for the more specific, he was going to explain on the way. Dobby agreed without hesitation. Although it is an employment relationship with Yvonne in name, it is actually no different from a slave. The only difference is that it can get some insignificant salary every month. "This is your house elf?" Sirius looked at Dobby very surprised. Generally speaking, only the family of prominent pure-blood wizards from the ancestors can have a house elf, and the Hall's family is obviously not among them. "No, I hired Dobby. It used to belong to the Malfoy family, but now it's free." Yvonne shook his head and explained. "Yes, gentlemen, Dobby is now a free elf. The kind Mr. Halls has hired Dobby and is willing to pay 1 silver sicer a week." Dobby spoke proudly, then turned his head to look at Yvonne. He was very moved, and he was crying, and it choked up and continued to say www.mdlnovel.com and Mr. gave it to me last year. More than a day's holiday. Oh my god. Mr. Halls is such a great man. Sirius, Lupin, and Harry all looked at Yvonne with weird gazes, embarrassing the latter, wishing to block Dobby's mouth with the silence curse. Dobby's words made Ivan feel like Joe Paping, and Dobby was his slave long-time worker, and he was very grateful to him. But before Ivan could explain, an angry scream suddenly rang. You are simply a shame. The old house elf Kriaker, trembling, looked at Dobby angrily, as if staring at an enemy. Dirty, humble betrayer. You should be ashamed. Qualified house elves do not need wages and vacations. No house elves will abandon their masters, Kriaker said sharply and very hoarsely. Ugly. Dobby doesn't think so. Dobby is a free house elf. It needs salary and vacation. Dobby said without being knocked down by Kriaker's words. I have heard similar words hundreds of times at Hogwarts, and I can't shake his thoughts at all. Kriaker was almost mad. It opened its mouth and wanted to continue to refute, but was stopped by Sirius. Enough, Kriaker. Ivan is Dobby's master. Oh, I mean the employer, this is between them. Sirius said. Kriaker stopped talking, but everyone could still vaguely hear Kriaker muttering something. Chapter 502, Lu Ping, I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. Ivan didn't expect Dobby and Kriaker to meet, and he would have such a big contradiction. He immediately wondered if it was the right choice for him to summon Dobby. Kriaker emphasized that the house elves would not abandon the words of the owner, which surprised Ivan. If he remembers correctly, Kriaker betrayed Sirius in the original time and space, and indirectly led to the death of Sirius. This is obviously not right with what it said. Unless the original space-time, Kriaker does not recognize Sirius as his master at all. After all, Sirius was ousted from Black's family tree by his mother decades ago. He is not an orthodox heir. If members of the Black family were either dead or locked up, Sirius would not have the turn to inherit the family business. Kriaker was forced to obey Sirius' orders due to the constraints of the rules. Most of his heart did not approve of this relationship, so he deliberately leaked the news and killed Sirius, hoping that Bellatrix was in Sirius. Become your own master after death. Fortunately, the situation is different now. If Regulus's body can be successfully fished out of the lake this time, but Kriaker's wish, such a tragedy should not happen in the future. While thinking in his mind, Ivan did not forget to restrain the two house elves, Dobby and Kriaker, and ordered them not to have any more conflicts during this operation, so as not to delay business. Of course Dobby will not violate Ivan's orders. And Kriaker considered that the action was related to Regulus, so he calmed down. Although he looked at Dobby as if he was watching a pest, at least he didn't curse in his back. Sirius, it's very late now. If we don't want to act in the dark at night, we'd better hurry up. Lupin looked at the sky outside and reminded him involuntarily. Okay, let's go now. Sirius didn't want to delay for a moment, so Kriaker took them to the destination. Only Kriaker has been to the cave here, and they must be carried by Kriaker to be able to teleport to the exact location. In order to save magic power, the teleportation was divided into two. Kriaker first took away Sirius and Lupin, and when it came back, there was already a little sweat on his forehead. Need a break? Ivan asked worriedly. The house elves don't need to rest, sir. Kriaker shook his head hastily. Ivan only noticed that after destroying the Horcrux, Kriaker's attitude towards him changed drastically. Instead of the disgusting appearance at the beginning, there was a little gratitude in his words. Ivan smiled, stretched out his hand, and held Kriaker together. Dobby on the side also stretched out his hand. Kriaker's face showed a look of disgust, as if he had been stimulated. He screamed loudly. Go away, don't touch me, you annoying bug. Dobby slumped his ears, stretched out his hands and looked a little at a loss. Ivan had to take the initiative to hold Dobby, and then ordered Kriaker to apparate. Accompanied by a whirl of heaven and earth, when Ivan came back to his senses again, he was already standing in an unfamiliar place, which seemed to be on the edge of a cliff, facing the sea with no view of the edge. The salty and wet sea breeze slowly blows by, bringing a trace of coolness, and the sound of waves hitting the rocks is constantly echoing in my ears. Sirius and Lupin are not far away, discussing something. Why don't you take us directly into the cave? Ivan looked at Kriaker strangely. He thought that Kriaker would take them with a whistle and teleport directly to the place where Regulus was dragged into the water by the corpse. Kriaker can't feel there directly, sir. The old house elf gasped slightly, and said very frustratedly. Ivan nodded. It seemed that Voldemort was applying some shielding magic there. Kriaker, how should we go now? Sirius interrupted the conversation between the two, looked at Kriaker and asked. Just go in from there, and you'll be there for a while. Kriaker turned his head, pointed to the narrow crack under the cliff on the right, and replied. What are you waiting for? I'm going to find the way first, and you all follow me. Sirius took the wand in his hand in his mouth and jumped directly into the sea without a word, swimming towards the dark crack. Ivan stretched out his wand and nodded his head, blessed himself with a head-foaming curse, and jumped into the water to follow. A few people went straight through the pitch-black gap and walked along the narrow dark roads on both sides. The surroundings were getting darker and darker, and only the weak light could shine through the gap behind them. It took about a few minutes to swim like this before swimming to the end. Yvonne struggled up the steps and was wet all over, which was very uncomfortable. Sirius' voice sounded not far away, and the dazzling white light spread in all directions with the wand as the center, illuminating everything around him. Everyone realized that they were in a closed cave. The surrounding rock walls were covered with silt and green moss, which looked very desolate. Are you sure this is it? Creaker. Lupin looked around, there was nothing but stones in the cave. The old house elf nodded, but after more than 10 years, it only remembers that the entrance needs blood to open, and the location of the secret door is in the front, but it has forgotten where it is. Shall we try it? Since Voldemort is protected, it will not be easily broken. Yvonne thought for a while and suggested. Good idea. Sirius did as he thought of it, and immediately waved his magic wand to shoot out a few beams of light, hitting different positions on the rock wall in front, exploding one after another. Fall apart. Yvonne was also helping, but this time the magic didn't work, and the spell hit the stone wall but disappeared without a trace. Sirius and Lupin laughed, it seemed that this was it. Yvonne stepped forward, looked at the uneven stone wall in front of him, and thought of the scene where Dumbledore was sensing and probing in the original time and space, and tried to touch it gently with his hand. The wall of the cave is very rough to the touch. Yvonne input some magic power in, but he is turned away. Nothing is strange from the outside. This made Yvonne a little disappointed. The magic that Voldemort exerted on it was very clever, and he could not see through it. If he is not familiar with the plot and has Creaker's guidance, he will definitely not be able to crack it. Yvonne sighed in his heart that the slight complacency brought by the defeat of Sirius before was left behind. Now it seems that there is still a big gap between himself and the Dark Lord in his heyday. Yvonne, what are you doing? Sirius and Lupin looked at Ivan's movements strangely, and asked suspiciously. Yvonne then came back to his senses, looking at the two people who were puzzled, their expressions unchanged, and casually replied. I'm exploring the movement of magic power. Since some magic has been cast here, there will always be some traces left. Can you detect the traces of spellcasting by perception alone? Lupin did not doubt Ivan's words, but looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level. Liu Ping was also a little ashamed while feeling, he estimated that he would never reach such a level in his life. Yvonne was embarrassed for a while, he actually didn't perceive anything just now, he just learned from Dumbledore to say so casually. Ahem, then the key to open this door should be blood, who are we? Yvonne couldn't stand the gazes of Lupin and Sirius, so he quickly coughed and changed the subject. Use Creaker's blood. The old house elf stood up excitedly, grabbed a sharp gravel from the ground, and was about to cut his wrist. But just then Lupin reached out his hand to stop Creaker's behavior. Stop, Creaker. You have consumed enough just now, and you will have to take us out with Dobby later. You need to maintain enough magic and physical strength. Lupin said. Then use me. Sirius stepped forward, but was interrupted by Lupin before he finished speaking. No. Sirius, neither can you. The magic you want to use later also requires a lot of blood, so I'll do it this time. Don't forget, my recovery ability is better than yours. Lupin was very positive. Speaking firmly, then he put the wand against his wrist. The next moment, a dim light lit up on the tip of the wand. Sirius had no time to stop it, and a large amount of scarlet blood flowed out of Lupin's wrist, as if guided by magic, it followed the dark stone wall upstream and dyed it bright red. Remus. This is my business from beginning to end, you don't need to do it like this. Sirius sighed, and looked at Lupin, who had lost too much blood and his face became paler, and felt very uncomfortable. Creaker sobbed in a low voice, now Lupin reminded him of Regulus. That day more than 10 years ago, it was here that he kept begging Master Regulus to use his own blood to open the stone gate, but it was rejected by the young master. Yvonne watched the steady flow of blood, and was drawn out by magic from the wound on Lupin's wrist, frowning involuntarily. When Dumbledore cracked this level in the original time and space, he probably didn't use so much blood. Still referring to the sacrifices Voldemort requested, not only blood, but the magic contained in blood. Lupin's blood quality is far inferior to Dumbledore, so he needs to consume more? But it's right to think so. If it weren't, Voldemort wouldn't sacrifice his subordinates when he hid the Horcrux, just grab a muggle, why not risk exposure and ask Regulus for a house elf as a victim? The blood transfusion lasted for a while, and a dazzling white light suddenly appeared on the stone wall, and the white light was vaguely visible in the shape of an arch. The remaining blood was gradually absorbed in, and the entire cave was slowly shaking. The secret door in front was opened, revealing a doorway, which was very dark and couldn't see anything. Yvonne immediately stepped forward to cast a healing spell and healed the wound on Lupin's wrist. But due to a lot of blood loss, Lupin's face was pale and scary, and his body swayed before standing still. Are you okay? Lupin. Sirius hurried up to support him, and asked worriedly. Lupin shook his head, saying that he had nothing to do. Let's leave now. I'm not sure how long this door will be open. Lupin reminded. Sirius became more guilty, patted Lupin's shoulder solemnly, and then strode into the open door with his wand. Yvonne followed behind Sirius and walked in. There was another cave behind the cave. The whole mountain seemed to have been hollowed out, and the interior space was amazing. In front of them was an extremely wide black lake, and they couldn't see the opposite shore at a glance. They were standing on the shore now. Yvonne couldn't help but approached a few steps forward, crouched down, and brought the luminous wand close to the lake. The white light was reflected in the dead lake below, but it could not penetrate, only a dark patch underneath could be seen. The water quality here is terrible, I am afraid it will be difficult to see things if we go down. Yvonne stood up anxiously, lowered his voice as much as possible, and said softly. To be honest, knowing that there are countless corpses underneath, you have to sneak in to fish for corpses. www.mentalnovel.com. That's what a fool can do, but unfortunately, he has to take it this time. Fool. Sirius also felt deeply worried, which was more difficult than he had originally imagined. Gurgling. The quiet lake surface suddenly heard the sound of gurgling water. In the faint fluorescence from the extension of the magic wand, pale and rotting hands stretched out from the dark bottom of the lake, covering the entire lake. Yvonne and the others who saw the scene shuddered in chills. They all knew that there were definitely a lot of corpses, but they didn't know how many corpses were. How many people did Voldemort kill? Yvonne looked at the pale arms densely distributed like lotus roots in a pond wherever he could see, wondering if Voldemort had killed a Muggle town, otherwise it would be impossible to make such a huge one. Legion of corpses. Quick, drink it. This kind of potion can hide our vitality and make us look like the dead in a short time. Sirius's face changed, and he hurriedly took out a few bottles of dark green potion from the pocket of the wizard robe. Distributed to everyone. Lupin, Kreaker, and Dobby did not hesitate to follow the order and took it. Yvonne also took a bottle, opened the stopper of the potion, and poured it in one mouthful. The entrance of the dark green potion is very bitter, as if it was expired and forgot to put the sugar in the coffee. After swallowing it, the stomach was burned by flames, and it was painful. After a while, the pain gradually disappeared, and an icy feeling spread throughout his body. Yvonne felt the blood in his body as if frozen, and even the heartbeat became very weak. Chapter 503, Black Lake and the Corpse. Yvonne tried to raise his hand, his movements were much stiffer than usual, and he waved his magic wand again, only to find that there was no hindrance to the operation of magic power, and then he turned his head to look at Sirius and the others with confidence. At this time, Sirius and Lupin have both drunk the potion, their faces turned blue, their expressions dull, they didn't look like a living person at all. It's great, they retreat, it seems that this medicine is useful. Lupin said in a hoarse voice looking at the lake with a stiff expression. Yvonne also looked over. In the faint fluorescence of the magic wand, the pale arm that stretched out on the lake slowly fell silent. Soon, the black lake surface returned to its previous calm. But whether it's Yvonne, Sirius, or Lupin, looking at the calm and waveless lake in front of them, they are a little bit shy. Judging from the number of arms that emerged just now, there are probably hundreds of corpses in the fluorescent-covered area. While the whole lake is too big to see, Yvonne eagerly hopes that most of the corpses in the entire lake will be attracted here, otherwise, the number of corpses will be more terrifying than he thought. Hundreds, thousands, thousands? Or? Yvonne didn't dare to think about it anymore, it was a number he couldn't accept. Calmed down for a while, Yvonne remembered something, turned to Sirius and Lupin, and said apologetically. I'm sorry, it seems that I was careless just now, and I rashly lit up the lake and disturbed them. No, don't blame you. It's not a matter of light. We still maintain the effect of the lighting spell, but they haven't approached it. This shows that it's not the light that attracted their attention. Sirius shook his head stiffly, calmly. Analysis Road. We should have too many people coming in. Lupin's voice rang, and he took Sirius' words and continued. Kreaker told us that he had accompanied Voldemort and Regulus in, and the corpses at the bottom of the lake did not move. So 2 people are safe. This is the limit set by Voldemort. An intruder carries a victim. Yvonne said with a guess from his mind, mobilizing his memory. Voldemort certainly does not want anyone to steal his Horcrux, but considering the possibility of transferring the Horcrux in the future, some restrictions must be relaxed, such as allowing 2 people to come in. If the number of intruders breaks through this limit, the huge tide of corpses will overwhelm all the intruders. But thanks to Kreaker, they knew the situation in advance, prepared the corresponding potion, shielded their own vitality, and made the underwater corpses sense that the number of living creatures on the shore was 0, and then they fell silent again. Yes, that's probably it. Sirius nodded, but he hesitated again when he remembered what happened to Regulus. I think it's not safe even if 2 people come in, because Regulus was dragged into the water. That means that once someone drinks the potion placed in the center, the corpses will become restless and attack all approaching water creatures, and overturn their ships. On an isolated island in the middle of the lake, with the drag of drinking potions facing hundreds or even thousands of corpses, what a desperate sight, let alone normal intruders have to row out in a boat, fight against the corpses on the lake. Thinking of this, Ivan was not so thankful that he didn't have to do such a dangerous thing. Although what they are doing now may be more dangerous than this. Just as the three of them analyzed the various restrictions in the cave, Kriaker was also trying hard to recall how to raise the boat. The old house elf went around, and finally stopped on the bank on the right side, looking around blankly. That ship should be near here, gentlemen. The chain may be invisible, Kriaker can't see it. Kriaker reached out and grabbed it in the void, but it might be that it was too short and it was enough. Less than. Apparitium Sirius lifted his wand and waved it. The wave of magic power spread from the tip of the wand to all directions. The water waves on the lake were slightly rippling, but nothing happened. The magic set by Voldemort himself must not be so easy to break. Let's look for it carefully. Lupin shook his head, raised his hand and paddled in the air, looking for the chain hidden in the void. Ivan also stepped forward to help, but he found nothing, which made him frown, wondering if the method they were thinking about was right. What did Dumbledore do in the original time and space? Grab the chain in the void and pull it out? How should I catch it? After many years, Yifun's memory in this area has become a bit fragmented. If he hadn't practiced occlumency, he could organize his memory by himself. I am afraid he would have forgotten about it. And Dumbledore's magic level is very high, what he can do, he may not be able to do it. No, it's wrong. How did N.A. Regulus raise the boat? Ivan thought for a while, and felt that it shouldn't be that difficult. Regulus could not be stronger than them, it should be because he had neglected something. Ivan's heart moved. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com tried to attach magic power to his hand, and continued to explore as before. After a while, his palm touched a cold, long, and very hard object. Found it! Ivan called out Sirius and Lupin who were still looking for, and then pulled his hands vigorously. Suddenly there was a dingling sound in the void. It was the sound of the chain crossing the surface and the last straightening, and then a thick green copper chain suddenly emerged from the depths of the lake and wrapped around Ivan's arm like a snake. Ivan struggled to step back and prepared to pull the boat out. His expression was very difficult, his face changed, and he almost let go, because he sensed that his magic power was being swallowed quickly. Sirius and Lupin hurriedly followed Ivan's appearance, attached magic to their hands, and tried to pull the chain to help, but they soon discovered that they couldn't pull it at all, and no matter how hard they were, it would not help. Don't waste your time, it will only absorb the magic of my own person. Ivan sighed and guessed how the ship works. Since he has lost so much magic power, he can't give up all his previous efforts. Ivan simply pulls the chain hard again, and a lot of magic power is poured into the rusty copper chain from the place where his palm touches. When the magic power was nearly half consumed, the chain shook abruptly, pulling something up from the dark bottom of the lake. It was a small boat. The bow suddenly appeared to the surface like a ghost, and the hull also floated out like a chain, glowing green light, floating towards them. The strange thing is that the Black Lake is still calm, as if the ship doesn't exist, it's just an illusion. Chapter 504, The Limits of Crossing the Lake and the Evil Taste of the Dark Lord. Seeing the ship finally rise, Ivan sighed in relief and loosened the chain, but then he felt the magic in his body and his face turned black again. How is it? Are you okay, Ivan? Sirius said worriedly. I'm fine, I just consumed half of my magic power. Ivan shook his head and explained. In the original time and space, Dumbledore was right. Voldemort expected the intruder to make corresponding sacrifices in every aspect, weakening like a frog boiled in warm water, until he was unable to resist and drowned in the lake. First opened the door to draw blood, consuming a lot of physical energy and a small amount of magic. Immediately after he raised the boat, he needed to consume half of his magic power again, and finally rowed all the way to the small island in the center, and had to face the problem of whether to drink medicine or not. Ivan can only sigh that Voldemort's evil taste is really extraordinary, so it is better to give the intruder a happy one. The three of them and two elves came in, sharing with each other, and they were all in a bad state. It was hard to imagine how Regulus persisted in the process. Is this the ship? It doesn't look sturdy, shouldn't it sink halfway? Lupin took a few steps forward, tapping lightly with his wand. It shouldn't be. Voldemort is definitely counting on himself to come again in the future, I believe he doesn't want to fall into the lake halfway. Ivan said. Lupin and Sirius both nodded, feeling relieved. Ivan continued to speak. As for the operating mechanism of this ship, I have already guessed a bit. It absorbs half of my magic power for operation. According to our previous judgment, I can probably get 2 of me to sit on it. 2 of you? This is not good news, how heavy are you? Sirius frowned. I mean magic power. Ivan rolled his eyes irritably. Voldemort doesn't think about weight. He only considers how much magic power has crossed the Black Lake. And my magic power is not less than that of an adult wizard, so this ship the boat can accommodate 2 adult wizards crossing the lake together. Ivan thinks that the copper chain just absorbed his magic power and supplied the ship to run, but at the same time it was measuring how much magic power he had. According to the rules, one person will bring one victim, so there must be 2 summons in exchange, so that Regulus can board the ship with his equivalent creaker with magic power. And this amount of magic power may have a limit. If it is changed to Dumbledore, it will definitely not be taken away by half of the magic power. But correspondingly, the boat can't hold 2 of them, so the old professor misjudged that the boat was for one person. In the end, Dumbledore was able to take Harry on the boat, simply because Harry's magic power was not worth mentioning compared to the magic power he sacrificed. That is to say, only 2 people can get on the boat, and the other people must stay here. Sirius's expression was not very attractive. It should be like this. Anyway, let me go with you. Professor Liu Ping put a lot of blood just now. It would be difficult to do it if he was physically weak when he went down to the lake. It would be better to stay on the shore to support us. Fan explained. Even if he loses a lot of magic power, it will not affect the combat effectiveness. It can only be said that the battery life is worse. But Lupin is different. The amount of blood consumed when opening the door is probably thousands of milliliters. In this state, it is not necessary to salvage the corpse. Is there no other way to cross the lake? Lupin is also very aware of his physical condition, but he is not assured that Ivan will do this dangerous thing. He looked at the Black Lake in front of him unwillingly, wondering if he could transform another boat. Ordinary ships may not be able to sail on it, but we can try this. Ivan thought for a while, and waved his magic wand against a black rock on the shore. The hard rock suddenly softened, changing its shape as if being kneaded by an invisible big hand. After a while, a sturdy eagle appeared in front of everyone. It let out a low call, and then fluttered its wings vigorously and flew towards the center of the Black Lake. Sirius, who had seen the form of Ivan Animagus, immediately guessed what he meant. If he could fly over the lake, then Ivan could completely change into the form of an owl and follow the ship, leaving a space with one more person. The majestic eagle flew over the lake, and there seemed to be no danger in the sky. But before everyone was happy, I saw the eagle suddenly plunged into the water. After a few difficult flutters, it was grabbed by several hands protruding from the water and dragged into the Black Lake. Watching this scene, the corners of Ivan's mouth twitched. He was pretty sure that the forbidden air magic was applied there insidiously in the second half of the lake. If anyone thought that they could slip past with a flying broom without taking a boat, they would fall into the lake halfway. Well, it seems that Voldemort didn't leave any loopholes for us to drill. Sirius sighed helplessly, and then stepped onto the boat. The ship sank nearly halfway immediately, and after Ivan got on the ship, it sank again, but it seemed that there was still a little space left. Ivan was keenly aware of this, and when he thought about it, he realized that it was because he had consumed half of his magic power just now, so he had vacated some places. www.mdlnovel.com. Thinking of this, he looked at the old housekeeper on the bank. The elf said, "Creaker, how much magic power you still have? If it's less than half, you can try it." "This is too risky, isn't it?" Lupin tried to stop, but Creaker had already climbed up. The ship swayed a few times, and did not sink. Just as I thought. Ivan was not surprised at all. Creaker had used apparition several times before, still carrying 2 people. It would be nice if he had 1/3 of the magic left. Lupin shook his head and did not agree with Ivan's adventurous behavior, but before they set off, he still reminded him. "Ivan, as your former defense against the dark arts class professor, I must take a test on you. What should we do if we encounter a corpse?" "Curse with flames." Ivan thought for a while and replied. "Yes, you have always been smart, Halls. The corpse is afraid of light and heat." Lupin laughed. "But I don't think it will help. You can't expect me to summon flames under the water." Ivan vomited. Lupin's expression became a little embarrassed. The boat carrying 2 people and 1 elf already moved slowly and headed towards the middle of the lake. At this time, Ivan found out that he had something forgotten to Lupin, and immediately shouted at him. With a sound, the reagent bottle was thrown away. Lupin quickly reached out and took it. He looked down and saw a bottle of brown potion. While he was puzzled, he heard Ivan's voice coming from a distance. "If you are in danger, drink this potion and transform into a werewolf." Chapter 505, Scavenging Dead Bodies at the Bottom of the Lake. Liu Ping was confused. Of course he could recognize that Ivan gave him a potion of wolf poison, but today is not the full moon, how can he become a wolf? But he didn't have time to ask, because there was a shallow mist on the lake and Sirius and Ivan in the boat had disappeared in front of him. At the same time, the boat was quietly moving on the lake, as if being pulled by an invisible rope, and slowly moved closer to the center of the lake without paddling. No one dared to speak all the way, everyone was worried that they would disturb the corpses in the lake. The surroundings were dim and scary, and only a ray of green light could be seen flickering in the distance. Sirius stood on the ship holding his wand high, illuminating the way forward. Ivan next to was very interested in this small boat. Sitting on the bow of the boat slowly stroking the hull, the touch was wet and very slick. Even with his current alchemy level, he can't see how the ship works. Perhaps Voldemort didn't use alchemy to make it, but instead used powerful magic power to enchant the ship to some extent. While Ivan was studying, the speed of the boat suddenly became slower and slower. "We are here," Sirius said in a low voice. Ivan looked ahead, and through the fog he found a smooth rocky island in the middle of the lake. It seems to be about the size of a classroom, empty above it, only a base over 1 meter high is very conspicuous. On the base is a stone basin, and the green fluorescence is transmitted from the stone basin. Ivan's figure flickered, but the boat under him slowly stopped. Sirius took the lead and stepped onto the island, walking towards the stone basin in the center. Ivan thought about it, and quickly followed. "Did Regulus drink this kind of thing?" Sirius murmured and asked. He looked at the stone basin, staring at the emerald green liquid glowing with phosphorescence. "You can tell that this thing is poisonous just by looking at it, and drinking it will never feel uncomfortable." "Yes." Master Regulus ordered Kriaker to supervise him to drink up these potions. The old house elf sobbed lowly, recalling the scene in his mind. Sirius was silent for a while, his eyes fixed on another locket located in the basin. Since Regulus took the Horcrux out, why did he make the same thing and put it back? Probably want to confuse Voldemort? Let him mistakenly think that his Horcrux still exists, so that Voldemort will not make more Horcruxes and die in a certain battle. Ivan combined the original time and space. Regulus analyzed the note left in the fake locket. It's a pity that Regulus's plan fell through. Kriaker has no ability to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux. If he does not appear, the fake Horcrux placed here will pit Dumbledore. Thinking of this, Ivan couldn't help but shook his head. Regulus used his life to arrange all this but accidentally pit his friendly army. The old professor was miserable enough. After so much torture, he got a zibe goods. Sirius took a deep look at the stone basin, without touching it, turned his head to look at the house elf who was still sobbing and said, "Kriaker, take me to the place where Regulus was dragged down the lake." Kriaker nodded fiercely, and walked towards the left side of the island with Sirius. Ivan did not rush to follow, hesitated for a moment, and gently waved his magic wand. A slight fluorescence appeared on the floor of the stone basin base, which connected to each other into a line of words, and soon fell silent again. He released a trigger-type magic there, as long as someone approaches the text, it will show up to remind those who come. Lest Dumbledore find here all the way after they leave. Of course, it might be seen by Voldemort, and that would be interesting. Ivan smiled and turned away without hesitation. At this time, Sirius was squatting on the ground, with a serious expression, his left wrist was scratched, and a large amount of blood dripped on the ground, which was drawn into a strange pattern. Ivan stood quietly watching this scene, not surprised. Sirius told him before that there is a blood connection between his brothers, and he can use a kind of magic to strengthen this connection in a short time to locate Regulus. But this is obviously a kind of black magic, and I don't know which book Sirius looks from. It seems to be quite restrictive, otherwise Sirius would not have to go to this island to complete the ritual. After about 2 minutes, Sirius drew a pattern, pressed his right hand on it, and muttered an obscure spell. The blood on the ground immediately reacted, climbing all the way along the palm of his hand as if he was alive, and gathered the same pattern on the back of Sirius's hand, which looked like a blood-colored tattoo, glowing red. "Great, he's still here," Sirius said excitedly, shaking his body. The success of the magic proves that Regulus' corpse is still there and well preserved. It has not been torn to pieces by the corpses and merged into the lake, otherwise it will not be sensed. Sirius couldn't help feeling the excitement in Nye's heart. He imposed a head-foaming curse on himself, and then squeezed his wand and plunged into the black lake. Ivan didn't even have time to stop, so he patted his forehead helplessly. In his opinion, before going down to the lake, he must at least discuss the coping strategies for various crises, and then check if there are any problems with the lake, instead of going so rashly. But at this time Kriaker had also jumped out of the lake. He was pulled too far and no one could be found, so Ivan had to follow along. "It's cold." When he submerged in the lake, Ivan immediately felt something was wrong. It was summer, and the water in the black lake was as cold as winter. And it was dark all around, and only vaguely saw something lying in front of him. Lumos Ivan waved the wand lightly, an array of light lit up from the top of the wand and spread out in all directions. I was taken aback when he saw the surrounding Ivan clearly. The corpse in front of him was a corpse, to be precise, a male corpse with open eyes. Ivan can clearly see the soaked and swollen face and the protruding eyes compared to ordinary people. Those eyes are staring at him. Ivan almost launched an attack. Fortunately, he remembered that after drinking the potion, his physical characteristics were similar to that of a corpse. The opponent shouldn't attack him, otherwise he would have rushed over. Thinking of this, Ivan felt more at ease. He tried to get closer, but the latter did not move, as if he was really dead. Until he got close, the corpse didn't move, trembled, and then sank directly. Ivan thought a little bit. It seems that Lupin was right. The corpse couldn't help but fear the heat and the light. After confirming this, Ivan didn't pay attention to the other party, and tried to swim towards another dark spot in the Black Lake. The corpse could not use magic. This light must have been made by Sirius. The closer, the more and more corpses around. There are all kinds of corpses for men, women, old people, and children. Obviously, he was right before. Voldemort must have slaughtered a Muggle town, otherwise the British magical world would simply not have so many corpses. And these corpses just float in the lake either scattered or densely, motionless. Ivan was swimming forward while carefully watching the surrounding corpses. Sometimes he even had to push away some of the corpses in the way, or pass through several corpses. I don't know how long it took. When Ivan's hands and feet were a little numb, he finally saw Sirius. He is not far ahead, and the mark on the back of his right hand is emitting a blood-red light, which means that Regulus's body is nearby. But this kind of magic is obviously unable to locate accurately, so Sirius was forced to swim in front of the corpses one by one, checking their faces. Ivan also helped to find, holding his wand and relying on the faint light, distinguishing every face where he could see. While looking at them, Ivan found that all the corpses seemed to be staring at him and Sirius. The swollen faces and sunken eyes were very crippled. He understood that it was because of the light curse that attracted the attention of these corpses, but their IQ was so low that they could not determine that they were alive, so they fell into such a downtime. Ivan couldn't determine when these corpses would find something wrong, and then rushed forward, and it was impossible to stop releasing the curse of lighting, so he could only choose to speed up the action. Before he came, Sirius had shown him a portrait of Regulus. If the opponent was not so disfigured by the lake, he would still be able to tell it. Master Regulus. Just as Ivan was recognizing it carefully, a faint, indistinct voice came into his ears. Ivan turned his head abruptly and looked over. It was Kriaker who made the sound. This old house elf doesn't know what magic it uses. It can stay underwater for so long without using the bubble head curse, and can even speak with its mouth open. But Ivan is not paying attention to this now, because Kriaker obviously discovered something, and swims forward with excitement at this moment. Ivan followed without hesitation, and saw Kriaker hugging a corpse at the bottom of the lake from a distance. It was a young male corpse lying quietly at the bottom of the lake, motionless, wearing a dark green robe, and a conspicuous black badge on his chest. Got closer to Ivan before he could see that it was Black's family crest. It was made up of a shield with a 5-pointed star and a dagger embedded in it, and there were 2 greyhounds standing next to it. Based on this alone, Ivan can confirm that this is Regulus. Although he found someone, he didn't have any happy mood. Sirius next to him was not happy at all, because Regulus, like the corpses, had his eyes open, staring at them, staring at the light. Ivan suddenly understood that the scene they least wanted to see had happened. Regulus was converted into a corpse. Sirius' body was trembling slightly, whether it was angry or unbelievable, but fortunately, to the extent that he lost his mind without anger, he opened his mouth and wanted to let Kriaker loosen quickly. It's just that they took a step slower. Regulus, who had been motionless like a corpse, suddenly moved after being hugged by Kriaker. The swollen white Senson's hands clamped the neck of the house elf like iron tongs. Kriaker patronized with excitement, completely unprepared for Regulus. Even after being pinched, he didn't resist. Instead, he felt that this was Master Regulus' punishment to him. But in these decades, Regulus, who had been completely transformed into a corpse, didn't know what keeping hands was. Kriaker was quickly pinched and rolled his eyes, and the magic that had been blessed on his body couldn't be sustained and collapsed, and a large amount of lake water poured in directly from his mouth and nose. Petrificus totalis. Seeing that the situation is critical, Sirius immediately suspended the release of the light curse, and then quickly waved his wand. A white beam of light passed through the water and hit Regulus. Regulus's originally white, soaked, and swollen skin suddenly became grey, maintaining his original posture, and the movement of his hands stopped. Ivan seized the opportunity to grab Kriaker and rescued it from Regulus's hands, and promptly imposed a head-foaming spell on it to prevent it from being drowned. However, the situation did not get better. Sirius's attack on Regulus was like triggering a taboo. The dead corpses around him suddenly became agitated. The few corpses that were very close to Sirius stretched out their hands and grabbed his clothes and arms. More corpses swam toward Ivan with hideous faces. Ivan is very anxious. He understands that Sirius's magic attack on the corpse must be a certain limitation triggered, and now the corpses no longer regard them as the same kind. Sectum Sempra. Ivan waved his wand to cast a spell to save Sirius, but the latter shook his head at him, and the mouth under the bubble curse was saying something. Close your eyes. Ivan read this word from Sirius's mouth, and he immediately reacted and closed his eyes. The next moment, an extremely dazzling light shone from the top of Sirius' wand, like a supernova shining in the dark universe. Ivan could feel how strong this light was when he closed his eyes. The corpses that bound Sirius loosened him, and hundreds of corpses that had flowed toward them also fled in the opposite direction in fear. After the light faded away, Ivan opened his eyes and found that apart from the petrified Regulus, there were no other corpses in sight. Ivan couldn't help feeling that Sirius was reckless and reckless. After all, he was still a bit wise. He couldn't cast a flame curse under the water, but the greatly enhanced fluorescent flashing could also dispel the corpse. Chapter 506, No matter how much he splits the soul, he won't be so stupid. Sirius dispelled the corpse with only an enhanced version of the light curse, and Ivan was amazed by his quick wit. It is extremely difficult to dispose of hundreds of corpses underwater. Ivan estimates that he can only do this if he transforms into a basilisk, but he does not have so much magic power now. But the bright curse is a cure for the symptoms but not the root cause, and the corpses who have been expelled may come back at any time. In addition, the black lake water greatly reduced the scope of the bright curse. It takes more magic power to dispel these corpses than usual, so it won't be used a few times at all. Sirius knew very well that he was not out of danger, so he pulled up the petrified Regulus, greeted Ivan, and swam forward vigorously. Ivan also dragged his stomach into the lake, and Kriaker, who was still a little dizzy, followed. They are far away from the island now, so no one has to swim back, they can only walk one way to the dark, hoping to swim directly to the shore. It's just that there are too many corpses along the way. Sirius and Ivan can only alternately use the light curse to disperse the corpses that are constantly gathering. The cold lake water is constantly consuming their stamina. Ivan doesn't know how long he swims. There is not much magic power left in his body, and his body is almost numb. Ivan stared at the surroundings except for darkness, and even wondered if Sirius had lost his way. They might drown in the lake today. Fortunately, it turns out that Sirius has a good sense of direction. After a while, Ivan keenly realized that he could see the bottom of the lake, and the shore of the reef in front of him also came into his sight. Sirius, who was swimming ahead, once again released an intensified light curse. He swam all the way to the shore, grabbed the groove of a rock, climbed up neatly, and then, with the help of Ivan, brought Regulus down. Kriaker pulled it up. Quick, give me your hand. Sirius settled Regulus and Kriaker, and hurriedly went to Rafen and brought him up with him. At this time, a wet, pale hand suddenly stretched out from the lake and grabbed Ivan's thigh tightly, trying to drag him down the lake. Ivan looked down, and it was a female corpse who grabbed her. Her mouth was wide open, her complexion was ferocious, and her eyes were full of madness. Sidispra. Ivan waved his wand without hesitation. The invisible and shadowless blade of magic power cut directly from her open mouth, cut off half of her body, and the stumps and internal organs fell straight to the lake, but no blood flowed out strangely. Without the hindrance of the corpse, Sirius successfully pulled Ivan ashore. Watching his pale and bloodless face, Sirius asked with some worry. Are you all right? Ivan. I'm fine, but I think we need to be faster. Ivan shook his head and turned to look at the black lake. In the shallow mist, more and more corpses crawled out of the lake. Kriaker, can you teleport the three of us away at once? Sirius asked. Kriaker hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said that he could send 2 people at most at once. Ivan and Sirius are a little disappointed, unless they are willing to give up Regulus, otherwise Kriaker alone will not work. Because Kriaker said very clearly before entering that it could not sense the inside of the cave, which meant that there was no chance of a second teleportation. Unless they are willing to swim in through the cracks in the rock as they did when they came, but these time delays, the corpse would have swallowed the person who remained. It seems we have to find Professor Lupin and Dobby quickly. Ivan said, 2 house elves should be able to transport the 4 of them together. Although they are now on the shore, they are not located at the same place where they used to take the boat, but on one side of this huge black lake. The mist spreading around is also blocking the connection between each other. We try our best to make some movement and let Lupin know that we have gone ashore. Sirius quickly thought of a solution, and he waved his wand at the corpses that were gradually surrounding him. Inendi. A flame burst out from the top of Sirius' wand and hit one of the corpses, but in the end only a small flame ignited, and it went out automatically before it ignited the opponent. Have all your magic power been used up? Sirius. Ivan couldn't help laughing. No, I just used a lot of magic power to perform this magic. Sirius's expression was very serious, and he didn't mean to be joking at all. The smile on Ivan's face stopped, and he tried to use the flame curse once. The magic that was originally enough to create a sea of fire has now turned into a faint flame. He immediately realized that Voldemort had restricted the flame curse. Just like Harry couldn't create a stream of water out of thin air in the middle of the island anyway. www.novel.com. Presumably, the flame magic has also been restricted and weakened. The corpse was afraid of fire and light, even they knew that. How could Voldemort neglect this? The light curse can be cast freely and can be explained by the need for lighting in the dark caves, but without limiting the flame curse, this weapon against the corpse is somewhat unreasonable. No matter how Voldemort splits the soul, he won't be so stupid. In the original time and space, Dumbledore was able to release this magic smoothly, mostly because of his superb level of magic and his holding an old wand. Voldemort's meticulous arrangement naturally did not have much effect on him. Blood to pieces. Fainted. Sirius knocked down a large number of corpses with several consecutive spells. Yvonne released a very strong light, intending to force these corpses back, by the way, to indicate his location to Lupin. It's just that the form has not improved. Countless corpses are constantly climbing up the rocks from the Black Lake, stumbling towards them step by step, dying to death with the hollow eyes full of desire and madness. Staring at the two of them. Yvonne doesn't think their magic power can solve such a huge group of corpses. He tried hard to think about the way to break the game, and suddenly realized that he had a chance to bless magic, which might allow him to break through the limit. But there is only one opportunity like this. The blessing on the flame curse is a bit worthless, and it is impossible to solve so many corpses in one breath. Yvonne couldn't help thinking that he had seen the fierce fire curse in the decryption of advanced black magic. The kind of black magic that uses everything that can be burned as fuel to achieve continuous expansion and self-growth. Chapter 507, Fierce? Fierce. Thinking of this, Yvonne no longer hesitated, and according to the method given in the book, the emotions of destruction and destruction were turned into flames. To Ivan's a little surprise, it was easier than he thought. As the enhanced magic texts engraved on the wand lit up one by one, a heart-pounding magic fire wafted out from the top of the wand. Swelled up again quickly. Reducto. Sirius waved his magic wand and flew several corpses that were trying to get close, then panting hard, witnessing those corpses with missing arms, legs, and even their heads climbing up from the ground again. It's no way to go on like this. Just as Sirius was in a hurry, he suddenly felt a fire light from behind. He tilted his head, and saw a large patch of scarlet flame sweeping by his side not far away, hitting the group of corpses, and then exploding. Like a rain of fire, the dashes of fierce flames spread quickly, and after being contaminated with the corpses, the flames rose quickly, and the corpses were lighted into a human-shaped torch. An astonishing number of corpses have no ability to resist the fierce fire. For a while, they have become the best fuel. They have repeatedly contributed to the fire, and soon the dots of flames spread into a sea of fire. A large number of fierce fires gathered together spontaneously and turned into the appearance of a phoenix, and made a joyous call, which sounded like the crackling sound of the corpse being burnt and exploded. Is this a fierce fire? Sirius recognized it all at once. When he fought the Death Eaters back then, he didn't deal with this kind of fire less. Because of this, Sirius looked at Yvonne suspiciously, not understanding how Yvonne could be so dangerous with magic. I happened to see it in that book when I was looking for the Horcrux information before. I didn't expect this to be useful. Yvonne casually explained, with a particularly relaxed tone, summoning the corpses around Li Huo. It's not a threat to him. Yvonne waved his magic wand gently, and the fierce phoenix followed his movements and waved its wings, rushing to the large number of corpses entrenched behind him. The flame-fearing corpses showed distorted and horrified expressions, but there was no time to escape, and they collided with the phoenix composed of fierce fire. The sound of sizzling barbecue reverberated on the bank of the blazing lake, and a large number of corpses were thrown into a furnace, and the flames hot enough to burn their souls covered their bodies. When the Luo Phoenix passed by, hundreds of corpses fell to the ground with fire and wailing, and then they were swallowed up by Luo. Sirius saw all this in his eyes, but he didn't feel any joy on his face. He solemnly looked at Yvonne and reminded him. Fighting fire is a very dangerous and easily out of control black magic. You'd better not use it. I have seen a dark wizard killed by the powerful fire he released. It can be seen that it is classified as cutting-edge black magic. The reason? Reading the book can learn the fierce fire curse, which shows that Ivan's talent for black magic is very high, so Sirius is very worried that Yvonne will indulge in the powerful destructive power of black magic. Ivan's expression became more serious. Although he didn't reply, in the process of directing Li Huo to destroy the corpse, he realized that Li Huo was not like the gentle and obedient of other magics, but was unusually irritable. Especially after turning hundreds of corpses into nourishment, the fiercely transformed phoenix has swelled to a length of tens of meters. Without his order, it split into small phoenixes that actively attacked nearby ones. The corpse continues to grow by itself. It's not that Yvonne has not used Luo before, but that is with the help of magic props, and the Luo summoned has no chance to expand to this point. He is not sure if this is the effect of the enhanced magic blessing, but if he didn't do that before, he would not be able to release a fierce fire curse in this place where flame magic is restricted. Woo! Just when Ivan was barely over-controlling his fierce fires so that it would not lose control, a low, long wolf howl came from not far away. It's great, it's Professor Lupin. Ivan turned his head and looked over, a surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and they could finally leave. After a while, a tall werewolf with grey-black fur rushed over from the left vacancy that had not yet been covered by fierce fire. A few corpses with short eyes stopped in front of him, but they were slapped flying with 2 slaps. They rolled around on the ground like a gourd, and couldn't stand up for quite a while. And the tall werewolf didn't even bother to these corpses. A few high jumps leaped in front of the 2 of them. He glanced at Regulus, who was carried by Sirius, and his mouth full of fangs snapped together. Opened his mouth and said, "It looks like your actions are going well. Yes, the process will be a little harder than you think." Ivan shrugged, and said helplessly, "Wait. Lupin. How did you become a werewolf? I remember that today should not be a full moon." Sirius was very surprised. For the first time, he knew that a werewolf can change when the moon is not full. Body. I have to ask Ivan. I don't know the specific reason. Liu Ping was also at a loss. He just drank the potion according to the instructions and then tried to transform. He didn't expect it to succeed. And still keep your sense. Sirius turned his gaze to Ivan curiously. I think it's not the time to chat. www.mtlnovel.com. We'd better leave soon. Ivan did not answer, but looked at the increasingly huge fiery phoenix. After devouring thousands of corpses, Luo Phoenix has expanded to a length of tens of meters, splitting more flames and spreading to the surroundings, which is very difficult to control. What worries Ivan even more is that the nearby corpses have been burned to ashes, and more corpses are hiding in the lake in fear of flames. Apart from them, there seems to be nothing to burn around here. Where is Dobby? Ivan looked around anxiously. Dobby is here, sir. Just after Ivan's words fell, a green-skinned house elf ran out from behind Lupin panting. It was obviously not easy to catch up with a werewolf with its short legs. It's okay if you're fine. Ivan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. While letting go, his control over Li Huo weakened again. A large flame has spread to this side, surrounded by them. Ivan quickly ordered Dobby to take him and Lupin to teleport, while Sirius and Regulus would be in charge of Kriaker. Don't hesitate, hurry up. Ivan grabbed Dobby and then Lupin's dewclaws. Kriaker and Sirius on the opposite side were also ready. Seeing the flames getting closer and closer, the 2 house elves fired teleporting magic almost at the same time, and the 2 vortexes engulfed everyone in. Just a second after Ivan disappeared in place, the phoenix turned into a fierce fire, completely lost control, and it burst and broke into a large sea of fire, devouring everything around. Chapter 508, A Fighter Against the Dark Lord, a Well-Deserved Hero. 12. Grimmauld Place, London. Along with the interlacing of space, several figures appeared out of thin air in the living room of the old black house. It's very dangerous, it's just a bit, we probably won't be able to come back. Ivan's forehead was sweating coldly. In the few seconds before he left, Luo Phoenix completely got rid of his control. If the teleportation is too late, then the consequences will be disastrous. Just know, you better stop using this dangerous black magic in the future. Sirius reminded him earnestly. Sirius felt that this loss of control of the magic might not be a good thing, because it probably taught Ivan a sufficiently profound lesson. Ivan nodded solemnly. But unlike Sirius's imagination, Ivan noticed the danger of Li Huo at the same time, but also saw Li Huo's unparalleled destructive ability. The fiery phoenix, which used thousands of corpses as fuel in the cave, swelled to tens of meters in length, is the most powerful magic he has ever seen. Aside from using the shape to change shadows to run away, Ivan couldn't find a way to suppress it at all. If he can master this power proficiently and apply it to actual combat, then his strength can be upgraded to a new level. It is not impossible to rely on the fierce characteristics to fight against a dozen wizards at once. Of course, under normal circumstances, Li Huo cannot expand to this point without sufficient nutrients. Before mastering the counter curse that could restrain Li Huo, Ivan didn't have the guts to use Li Huo on a large scale, otherwise he would die with his opponent if he rashly releases this curse. When Ivan was thinking about it, the sound of rapid footsteps came from the back room, followed by a familiar voice. Sirius, Ivan, Professor Lupin, great, you are finally back. Harry was very excited and hugged Sirius. He spent a long time in Black's old mansion alone, and after hearing the movement, he ran out as fast as he could. Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was doing well, but Lupin, who had transformed into a werewolf form, really surprised him. Although Harry knew that Professor Lupin was a werewolf wizard, it was the first time he saw Lupin transforming himself. Lupin also realized that there was something wrong with keeping his transformed form, looked at his two paws uncomfortably, and asked awkwardly. Ivan, How should I change back now? Ivan scratched his head. How could he know that he is not a werewolf, but thinking that it is easy for Fern and the others to switch back and forth between the two forms, he asked Lupin to think about the feeling of returning to his original form every time a full moon night. Liu Ping tried it. When this thought came to his mind, his body began to react. The two pointed claws slowly retracted, the tall body quickly shrank, and the hideous head was also transformed into the original one. Looks like. This is amazing. Liu Ping couldn't help sighing. He realized that as long as he thought about it, he could turn back into a werewolf again, so he looked at Ivan eagerly and asked again. What is the potion that you gave me before? Is the wolf's poison potion? I remember that the wolf's poison potions on the market should not have this effect. That is the improved wolf poison potion I just developed not long ago. The werewolf wizard who drank it has the ability to freely control the transformation within 50 days, and stay awake at all times in the transformation state. Ivan said. Explaining, then suddenly remembered something, and continued to speak. Oh, yes, one thing I forgot to say, after drinking the potion, the werewolf wizard will no longer have the ability to infect others during this time. In other words, not only can I transform at will, and I don't have to worry about hurting others by accident. Liu Ping stepped forward and grabbed Ivan's wrist, and asked excitedly. Yes. But the effect is only for 50 days. After this time, you have to drink the medicine again. Ivan nodded affirmatively. Enough, enough. Liu Ping muttered to himself, suddenly stepped back and bowed deeply to Ivan. Professor Lupin, what are you doing? Ivan didn't expect Lupin's behavior at all, and hurriedly backed down. Thank you for your help to us werewolf wizards. If this potion can be popularized, I think the werewolves in the magic world will definitely be better off. Lupin looked at Ivan with emotion. If he remembers correctly, Ivan had only developed a wolf poison potion the year before, and it took a long time to develop an improved wolf poison potion. It can be seen that Ivan is very interested in changing the living conditions of these werewolf wizards. The reason why wizards in the magical world hate werewolf wizards so much, in addition to losing their minds when they transform every month, the more important thing is the infection ability of werewolves. The improved wolf poison potion directly solves these two problems. If there is no time limit, Ivan can already declare that the group of werewolves has been cured. Sirius beside was also happy about this, and even jokingly said that if this kind of potion becomes popular one day, the werewolves might be admired by a group of fanatics. Because there must be a large number of power-seeking wizards who are eager to convert themselves into werewolves. Harry didn't quite understand the importance of the modified wolf poison potion to Lupin, but it didn't prevent him from being happy with him. However, Ivan poured cold water on them. Professor Liu Ping, this new type of improved potion requires a lot of precious materials to be produced, and I am afraid it will not be popular in a short time. Ivan would not sell the improved wolf poison potion just because of Lupin's few words. He is very aware that there are kind and lawful werewolves like Fern and Lupin in the group of werewolf wizards, but more are werewolf wizards who have fallen into dark wizards and rely on robbery, murder, and petty theft to survive. You must know that in the two wizarding wars in the original time and space, most werewolf wizards stood firmly on the side of the Dark Lord, and all they did was to spread fear and create chaos. Ivan didn't want to increase the strength of his enemies. Hearing Ivan say this, Lupin was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't care too much. It is normal that the new potion cannot be popularized in a short time. The speed at which Ivan improved the potion also made Lupin full of confidence. Maybe soon Ivan will be able to develop a potion that can completely cure the werewolves. We will wait for some time to talk about the wolf poison potion. Now the most urgent thing is to place Regulus first. Ivan turned the subject away and turned his gaze to Regulus, who was carrying Sirius. Lupin immediately looked at Sirius apologetically. He had forgotten the matter of patronizing the wolf poison potion just now. Sirius certainly didn't care. He asked Ivan and Lupin to wait here for a while, went to the basement alone to take out a coffin, and then took them to a wasteland by apparition. Many tombs have been erected here, and they seem to have not been taken care of for a long time. The tombstones are full of mud and fallen leaves, but from the inscription above, it can be vaguely seen that those buried here are members of the Black family. Ivan turned his head and happened to see a familiar name written on a tombstone next to him, Phineas Nigellus Black. He once saw his portrait in the portrait of the principal's office. It was the most unpopular principal in Hogwarts history. According to rumors, all the students and teachers in the school hated him very much. But members of the Black family obviously don't think so, so in the column of honors at the bottom of the inscription, it says Phineas Nigellus Black, Hogwarts' most outstanding principal, first class Merlin Medal. He has made outstanding contributions to the magical world during his lifetime. Sirius didn't look at these tombstones, and paid homage to anyone here. Instead, he took a shovel and dug in a clearing on his own. Lupin and Ivan stepped forward to help, but he refused. Sirius worked so hard from the evening to the morning of the next day. He did not use any magic. He digs the pit with a shovel with all his strength. He also engraved Regulus's name on a blank tombstone, and then follow the usual practice. Began to write Regulus' honor. Sirius wrote a lot, and even wrote about such trivial things that he was praised by Dean Slytherin when Regulus was in the 4th grade. This is not worth mentioning compared to the great achievements of other black members on the tombstone, but Sirius does not care about these rules. It is not so much that he is writing about the honors that Regulus has won, but rather that he is slowly recalling some of the past of this younger brother. I couldn't write it anymore, Sirius solemnly stated in the last line that Regulus was a fighter against the Dark Lord, a well-deserved hero. After the inscription was written, Sirius stood up, turned his gaze to the side, lifted his petrified state and was tied to Regulus. A person who has been transformed into a corpse will have his soul trapped in his body, so there is only one way to free Regulus. After hesitating for a long time, Sirius gritted his teeth and waved his wand. A tongue of flame sprayed out from the top of the wand and hit Regulus directly, lighting him into a torch. Regulus, who had been transformed into a corpse, struggled hard, opening his mouth wide and letting out painful wailing, but to no avail. Creaker knelt on the ground feebly, covering his face and wept bitterly, chanting Regulus's name over and over again. Regulus struggling in the flames became smaller and smaller, and the wailing voice gradually disappeared. Vaguely, Ivan seemed to be calmer when he saw Regulus' painful and hideous face. Sirius stood still on the spot, with his back facing everyone, making it difficult to see his current expression. When the flames gradually extinguished, Sirius stepped forward and began to collect Regulus' remains, and put many relics from the house into the coffin, and finally buried them in the dust. After handling all this, the depressed Sirius took them back to the Black's mansion. Everyone present stayed up all night, especially Ivan and Sirius, who even dived into the cold bottom of the lake to collect corpses. Their physical strength and magic power were almost consumed, and they were able to survive until now by their own willpower. So after returning to the mansion and simply eating a few pieces of bread to fill the hunger, everyone was not in the mood to talk more, so they all went back to the room to rest. As soon as they fell asleep, they slept until the next morning. While eating breakfast, Harry curiously asked about the corpse removal process yesterday. Sirius didn't want Harry to worry about it, but just understated their experience of dealing with the corpses. Even if he ignored the most thrilling scenes, the process of fighting with the corpses in the dark lake caused Harry to be frightened. He doubted whether he would be able to come back alive if he insisted on following it before. Lupin made some supplements at the right time, telling him about the corpse attack when he and Dobby were waiting on the shore of the lake. Probably because Sirius hit Regulus with a petrification curse at the bottom of the lake, a certain restriction was triggered, and they were also attacked by corpses on the shore. With the flame curse being greatly weakened, he and Dobby could only alternately fluoresce to disperse the corpses. When the magic power was almost exhausted, they remembered the bottle of potion Ivan gave him. After I drank the potion, I tried to become a werewolf. I defeated the corpses that stood in the way www.mtlnovel.com and then followed the flames to find you. Lu Ping recounted the story roughly. Again. So, Ivan summoned a flaming phoenix in that cave and burned thousands of corpses. After listening to all of them, Harry was most interested in this. What a powerful magical talent that must be. Make it happen. That's a fierce fire curse. When I was looking for information on the Horcruxes, I accidentally saw it in the decrypted cutting-edge black magic. I thought this special magic might be effective for Voldemort's Horcruxes, so I wrote it down. Ivan he gave an explanation to avoid Lupin's misunderstanding. Then Ivan looked at Harry again and warned. Li Huo is a very dangerous black magic. It is easy to get out of control. Even some powerful wizards can't fully control it. This time, if we didn't transmit it in time, I am afraid that Li Huo would have been burned to death by the out-of-control Li Huo. Harry nodded hesitantly. Ivan didn't say much. For a little wizard like Harry, who was 13 or 4 years old and didn't like to learn, it was almost impossible to take the initiative to learn magic in the library, so he was very relieved. After having breakfast in a hurry, Ivan greeted Sirius, entered the Black family library, re-extracted the cutting-edge black magic decipherment, and successfully found the corresponding Luo curse anti-curse. This is also the reason why Li Huo is not listed as an unforgivable curse, because as long as he knows how to reverse the curse, sorcerers can use magic to restrain Li Huo and destroy it. However, this kind of anti-curse is only useful for small-scale fiery fires. If the huge fiery phoenix in the cave is formed, even the anti-curse will be completely useless. Chapter 509, In such a big magic world, there is no room for a small shop that can make money safely. There is only one method that can limit large-scale fierce fire, and there is only one in Ivan's impression that all curses are the end. If multiple people work together to cast it, they can even suppress the fierce fire that swells enough to destroy a city, and if he remembers correctly, Nick LeMay should know how to cast this kind of magic. Thinking of this, Ivan breathed out slowly, closed the book in his hand and put it back on the shelf. He is very interested in the Black family's book collection, but he has been here for 4 full days in order to destroy the Horcrux, so now is the time to leave. At noon, after having a great lunch with Sirius, Lupin, and Harry, Yvonne said that he was going to return home this afternoon. So soon? Don't you stay here for a few more days? Regulus, I haven't had time to thank you. Sirius was a little surprised, and said with a word. Yvonne shook his head, and declined Sirius's kindness. A few days later, it's time to meet with Nick LeMay. He had not been able to stay at home to spend much time with Asia, and it wouldn't be nice to delay it like this. Seeing Ivan's persistence, Sirius didn't keep him anymore. Anyway, it was easy for them and wizards to meet each other. So, do you want to use the fireplace here? Flow fans, I remember, there are still some left. I looked for where I put it. Sirius thought for a while, then knelt down and opened a cabinet in the living room. Up. Forget it. My mother set up magic on the fireplace at home, and it can't be transmitted directly. I'll apparate by myself. Yvonne stopped Sirius, shrugged helplessly, and then waved his wand. Point to the stairs. The suitcase is coming. After a while, a small suitcase dangled and flew down from upstairs, and fell into Ivan's hands. After checking that there was nothing missing, Yvonne turned his head to look at Dobby, and said. Let's go, Dobby. Just to introduce you to my mother. Dobby nodded fiercely, looking very happy, because it meant that it would formally integrate into the owner's family. Apparition. After a simple goodbye, one person and one spirit cast their magic and disappeared in place. Waiting for Yvonne to stand firmly and stare around him again, he has appeared in a corner of the street in Knockdown Alley, not far from his magic shop. But the store door there is closed, it looks like Asia is not at home. What makes Yvonne feel that something is wrong is that the whole street is empty, and the doors and windows of nearby houses are also tightly closed. Yvonne frowned. This situation reminded him of his experience when he returned to Knockoff Alley last summer vacation. But this shouldn't be right. Yvonne is very sure that he has dealt with all the potential threats, and Fern and others are responsible for protecting the magic shop. A large group of werewolf wizards who can transform freely are a huge force in Knockdown Alley. Normally, no one should provoke them without opening their eyes. Yvonne quickly walked to the front of the shop, waving his magic wand and opening the door. Click. The sound of sliding the door bolt slowly sounded. After the door was pushed open, several black light beams suddenly flew out from behind the door. Yvonne subconsciously activated the protective ring, an invisible magic barrier blocked him, deflected the black beam of light, and hit the open space nearby, corroding a large hole. A trap for me? No, it's not right. Yvonne walked in and noticed that there was no trace of a war in the dark magic shop. All the items were neatly arranged, and several trigger-type magics were set up on the shelves. Then overturned his own guess. This should be set up to warn uninvited guests before Asia leaves, because he is very familiar with this method of arranging traps, which is exactly Asia's style. In addition, if there is really an ambush, it should be a bunch of people rushing out to surround yourself. It is impossible to do anything with this little magic. But where did Aisha go? Why should we leave this kind of warning magic in the magic shop? Yvonne vaguely felt a little strange, and then suddenly thought of something, opened the system taskbar and took a look. Task: Become the King of Knockdown Alley. Mission Objective: Unify Knockdown Alley. Task Progress: 44%. Quest Reward: Courageous Loyalty Curse. Task Description. Just as Yvonne watched the task progress, it jumped again, from 44% to 45%. Seeing that the task progress has increased again, even halfway through, Yvonne suddenly understood that during the time he spent in school, I was afraid that it was not peaceful in the alley. He guessed that it was probably because he led people to destroy a group of dark wizards such as Bach, and the fact that his power expanded too rapidly, caused some people's jealousy. Aisha may fight against the opponent and have a certain advantage in order to protect himself, so the progress bar of the task will increase so much. After thinking about it, Yvonne couldn't help feeling a little bored. Originally, this summer vacation he was planning to move away from the dangerous Knockdown Alley with Aisha to the relatively safe Diagon Alley to live, but it was unexpected that someone would be looking for them at this point. Trouble. Is it so big that the magic world can't accommodate a small shop that makes money with peace of mind? Yvonne was very annoyed, and threw the suitcase in his hand to the house elf beside him, and said. Dobby, hold the box for me. I want to see who it will be this time. Dobby took the box in a hurry and glanced at Yvonne with a little fear. It was the first time he saw Yvonne so angry. Reducto. Stupefy. On the west side of Knockdown Alley, in an unmanned alley, a law enforcement officer in grey costume is directing several dark wizards to surround Walker, who has become a werewolf. However, the various spells did not work very well. After transforming into a werewolf, Walker's physical fitness has risen a bit and he has become extremely agile, and he can avoid most of the spells by speed alone. Even if he was hit by one or two spells once in a while, he could resist it with a protective ring, or rely on the werewolf's recovery ability to resist. So after a few minutes, Walker persisted despite his injuries. The law enforcement officer couldn't help being a little annoyed when he saw this situation. He had heard from his colleagues before that these werewolf wizards could keep their sane transformation freely, but only when they really faced it did they know how difficult it was to deal with. But this is also because they want to capture Walker alive and ask for information from his mouth, otherwise it would not take such a long time. Considering that the other party's support will arrive soon after dragging it down like this, the grey-robed law enforcer no longer keeps his hand, raised his finger to Walker, waved his wand, and a green light beam flew out. Avada Kedavra. Walker, who was rushing in front of him, changed his complexion. He swooped on the ground and rolled several times. The dark green light beam almost rubbed his body and hit the ground, exploding a hole, and the gravel splashed. Beginning, several blood stains were scratched on his face. Walker endured the pain and stood up, but his heart had sunk to the bottom. No matter how strong the werewolf's magic resistance and recovery ability, he could not resist the killing curse. These dark wizards who besieged him have obviously lost patience and no longer have the idea of catching him alive. Walker thought desperately that he might not be able to hold on until Fern and the others discovered that it was wrong, and it was time to come back and support him. Just as he imagined, after the grey-robed law enforcer took the lead in using the killing curse, the black wizards who were originally restrained because of the alive grab command released their hands and feet and began to use high-intensity black magic. Walker couldn't dodge, and was hit by a black beam. The protective ring blocked him, but it couldn't eliminate all the damage. The impact still lifted his body and fell into the ruins behind. Just when the grey-robed law enforcement officer was relieved and was about to let one of his men go down to confirm Walker's life and death, a long neighing sound suddenly resounded in this deserted alley. The several dark wizards present were all taken aback. Before they could react, the street wall on the side suddenly exploded with the violent explosion and roar. Two dark wizards were close to each other. It was directly shaken out by the aftermath. Amidst the splashing rubble and the smoke and dust, a horse-shaped light and shadow flew in from the gap. The frightened dark wizards waved their wands to point at the blurry light and shadow. Various spell beams blazed out, but they didn't play any role, and they walked directly through the light and shadow. After a short delay, the lightning-fast unicorn shadow has rushed to a panicked dark wizard, and stepped heavily on the opponent's face with his hooves raised. A crisp bone crack sounded in the alley, and the hapless dark wizard rolled and slammed into the wall behind him, and he could no longer survive. Don't use ordinary magic, limit it with the patron saint curse. The grey-robed law enforcer shouted loudly. After experiencing the initial chaos, the grey-robed law enforcer has already remembered that when he and several colleagues pursued Doubtger 2 years ago, the other party used such magic. Although the 5 of them were taken care of by Doubt alone, after the war, they also carried out some analysis and believed that it should be this very special guardian curse. Is illusory under normal circumstances, and it is no different from ordinary guardian spells. It only materializes when you are close. While reminding him, the grey-robed law enforcer did not dare to delay. He waved his wand and summoned an illusory patron saint of Cheetah, rushing towards the shadow of the unicorn, but he was caught by the shadow of the unicorn not long after he got up. It was blown away into a haze. But this also reminded the other dark wizards, allowing them to find a way to deal with this weird light and shadow, and soon 2 more people summoned the patron saint. Others are staring at the gap in the street wall. Everyone knows that the powerful is never magic, but wizards who perform magic. Ivan under the phantom body curse didn't expect that he would meet acquaintances by coincidence, and finally caused chaos. Of course, it was impossible for them to suppress it so easily. He raised his wand slightly, and the bricks scattered around when the street wall was blown up floated like a kind of traction, twisted and transformed into sharp cone-shaped spikes under the action of the transformation curse, forming a semicircular shape. Scattered forward. The dark wizards who had prepared for a long time have constructed a strong magical barrier to block this powerful range of magic. But the 2 have not touched yet. A shadowless magical blade has already arrived first, like a sharp knife. It has smashed through a dozen magical barriers before it disappears and is invisible. The penetration speed of Shenfeng Wuying was too fast and too urgent, and the black wizards had no time to rebuild the protective spell. A large number of magically blessed cone spikes faintly flashed in the air, screaming like breaking through the air, and flew towards the face. Come here. The next moment, in the small alley, there were waves of screams. A black wizard in front of him was directly penetrated by the sharp cone-shaped spikes through his throat and eyes. He opened his mouth in pain and said silently. After struggling for a few times, he lost his voice. Although the other black wizards didn't hurt them, they were also pierced by several spikes through their chest, arms, and thighs. They fell to the ground and wailed in pain, blood shed all over the ground. Only the grey-robed law enforcer and the 2 black wizards who are proficient in the iron armor curse successfully resisted this magic. www.mdlnovel.com. After casting 2 powerful magics in a row, the phantom curse blessed by Ivan was also automatically broken. Appeared in front of everyone so generously. Seeing the appearance of the attacker, the few people who were still standing almost thought they were dazzled, and the grey-robed law enforcer's pupils contracted, unable to restrain the inner shock, and couldn't help but speak out. It turned out to be you. After only 2 years, although Ivan has grown a lot taller, his appearance has not changed much. The grey-robed law enforcers naturally recognized it for the first time. Ivan was the one who made a noise in the wizarding market behind Doubt. That kid. Combined with the situation just now, he realized that it was not Doubtsung who defeated them with his whole cards 2 years ago, but the 13 or 14-year-old wizard in front of him who provided assistance to Doubt. It's no wonder that Doug had never used this kind of special magic in the course of the battle for more than 6 months. But while realizing this, the grey-robed law enforcer couldn't believe it. He stared at Ivan's immature face, more willing to believe that the other party was actually disguised by Doubt using the compound decoction, otherwise how could he have mastered such a powerful magic at the age of the other party? Ivan, no matter what the other person thinks, his face still has unfavorable anger, and he approaches several people step by step. The wailing still reverberating in the empty alley, the scarlet blood stained his shoes. The grey-robed law enforcer and the remaining 2 black wizards moved backward in fear, until they hit the wall behind them, and then they waved their wands hideously at Ivan. Chapter 510, We are willing to be your most loyal servants. Redut. Albertus. Several spells struck him, blocking all the directions of Ivan's evasion. Ivan had never thought of avoiding, nor was he ready to use the magic ring. His body changed rapidly before the beam arrived. A large amount of black mist kept pouring out of his body, and the surrounding light seemed to be attracted. In the next second, before the curse came, a pale, decayed arm suddenly stretched out from the black mist and blocked it in front. The magical beam hit the bone arm, but it didn't have a slight effect. Waiting for the black mist to appear tall, cloaked and weird in front of them. Photo. Dementor. The grey-robed law enforcer's eyes were staring, and he wondered if he was still alive in a dream. A young wizard turned into a little wizard in front of him. A Dementor? Ivan ignored them and adapted himself to his new body. As he expected, after transforming into a Dementor, his body was also immune to most of the spells. He had long planned to use Bogart's transformation in actual combat, but he never had this opportunity. Now these dark wizards in front of him have almost lost their fighting spirit. As a backhand, Dobby doesn't have to worry about overturning, just can experiment. Some of his thoughts. The 2 black wizards behind the law enforcer completely collapsed. They could feel that this was not some kind of illusion, because the courage and happiness in their hearts disappeared in an instant, leaving only endless pain. Memories. What kind of monster is this? One of them yelled frantically, stepped back and fell to the ground, then crawled and fled in the opposite direction. The other dark wizard ignored him, waving his wand frantically at Ivan, and shouted sharply. Avada Kedavra. The green light beams flying by. Ivan dodged his body for a while. His light and fluttering body was easy to control, and he was much more flexible than usual. Although the killing curse does not work on the Dementor in his impression, he is not a real Dementor after all, and he does not intend to try his life. After a simple adjustment to the body, Ivan controlled this grotesque body to unfold the wide cloak, like an arrow from the string, and quickly flew towards the 2 who were still in place. Expit Patronu. The grey-robed law enforcer did not lose his mind like the 2 subordinates. He waved his wand vigorously, summoned the remaining courage, and resummoned the guardian of the cheetah who was defeated by the shadow of the unicorn. God stood in front of him. The black mist spread to the entire alley, and the grotesque figure quickly began to swell and deform as it approached. The withered, crusted arm that can see deep white bones stretched out from the fog, and in less than a second it became as thick as a waist, passed straight through the illusory patron saint, and easily crushed the blessing. The iron armor curse on the grey-robed law enforcer slapped his body heavily on the rear street wall. A violent crash sounded from this small alley, and the street wall made of stone bricks persisted for a while before it collapsed. The poor grey-robed law enforcer was as miserable as a rag doll. Ivan's big hand was held in his palm, his breastbones were broken, and scarlet blood continuously poured out of his mouth and fell on Ivan's fingers. Ivan released his palm in disgust, and the law enforcement officer he was holding slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, losing his voice. Died? I obviously only tried a little bit. Ivan was a little surprised. For the first time he used Bogart's transformation into real combat. When he was close, he transformed from a Dementor into a giant. He wanted to try the melee ability of this form, but he didn't want to fail. Be careful to kill this enforcer. Ivan shook his head. The other party was a commander anyway. He wanted to keep torture about the information. The narrow alley suddenly became very quiet, and even the wailing stopped. Several dark wizards lying on the ground struggling stared at this scene blankly, forgetting the pain for a moment. The only standing black wizard raised his head and looked at the huge giant 6 or 7 meters high in front of him. His body was trembling. The crazy color in his eyes had disappeared. Fear and despair gradually climbed into his heart. The wand in his hand fell to the ground without noticing it, The slight noise made by the wand when it touched the ground was clearly visible in the quiet alley, which also attracted Ivan's attention. He turned his head and stared at the opponent with eyes that were the size of adult fists. When he was thinking about what to do, the dark wizard knelt down directly. This completely exceeded Ivan's expectations, but the discarded wand and the body that was shaking when he was kneeling made Ivan fully feel the fear in the other's heart. Realizing that he didn't need to waste any more magic power, Ivan cancelled the Bogut transfiguration technique, his huge body shrank quickly, and the magic power that filled his body gradually returned to its original position. www.mtlnovel.com. Ivan felt a little bit. In just such a moment of transformation, his magic power was consumed by 1/3, plus the previous unicorn shadow and 2 powerful spells, and the magic power in his body was only half left. Ivan's behavior to save mana was mistaken for a signal by the dark wizard. He suddenly remembered something, that is, he crawled to Ivan's feet quickly and eagerly, and kissed the hem of his wizard robe with a slight tremor. "Gee! Your Excellency! Please forgive me for my ignorance. It was the lowly Knot family who confused us with rhetoric and gathered some stubborn resistors who were ignorant of current affairs and tried to resist your rule." The black wizard said cautiously, lowered his head and dared not look at Ivan's face, his tongue was trembling, and his speech was even more stammer. The other dark wizards who were still alive also dragged their wounds and crawled to Ivan's front. They kissed the hem of Ivan's clothes, and cried and denounced the Knot family's ignorance and cruelty, indicating that they are now I have come to my mind to become Ivan's most loyal servant, offering everything in exchange for forgiveness. Although Ivan has broken away from the huge giant form and has changed back to the appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old little wizard, in the eyes of these people, that immature face is even more terrifying than the faces of giants and dementors. The strength that Ivan has just shown is too strong, they can't imagine why a teenager can have such a terrifying combat power, and the ability to transform at will directly penetrates their cognition. Brain supplements and imagination are often more crushing than facts. After all, the unknown is the biggest fear. Chapter 511, Ivan, impossible, am I so scary? Seeing all his enemies kneel down, even if they were bleeding and wounded, they would crawl over to kiss his robe, and threaten to become his most loyal servant. Ivan was completely dumbfounded and a little at a loss for a while. Ivan is also at a loss for the nonsense of these black wizards. What kind of mess is it? The Knot family gathers people in an attempt to resist their rule? And what do I want so many servants to do? While being confused, Ivan also extracted some important information from their words, that is, it is the Knot family who has taken the lead against Asia in the past few months. As early as 2 years ago, Daub told him that the wizard market in Knockoff Alley is controlled by 6 families of pure blood wizards, and this Knot family is one of them. Ivan wanted to understand everything in an instant, his eyes turned to the few people kneeling in front of him, hesitating what to do with them. Originally, he thought that after he had tortured the information, he would kill all the dark wizards who dared to fight against him, so as not to leak the blood magic information, but now the situation is a little different from what he imagined. While Ivan was hesitating, there was a continuous wave of magic power around him suddenly. He turned his head abruptly and looked at him. The figures in red and black wizard robes came into his eyes. More than 20 people. Ivan subconsciously tightened his wand tightly, and did not take the initiative to launch an attack, because he saw several familiar figures in the crowd, including Aisha, Fran, and Doubt. The wizards who came to support were also shocked by what they saw in front of them. Pieces of collapsed street walls and 4 dilapidated corpses explained the fierce fighting for them. What surprised them even more was that the 3 dark wizards who were still alive on the scene were kneeling tremblingly on a 13 or 14-year-old boy. In front of the wizard. Leading Aisha was very pleasantly surprised when she saw Ivan. She hurried forward and wanted to give Ivan a hug, but when she really walked in front of her, Aisha forced to suppress the joy of reunion after a long absence. She just patted Ivan on the shoulder, then turned her gaze to the corpse in the alley and the 3 black wizards lying on the ground, and calmly asked what happened here. Ivan didn't care about Aisha's slightly indifferent attitude. Looking at this situation, he knew that Aisha had recruited a lot of people to fight against the Knot family in the wizarding market. As the leader, it is understandable that she does not want to destroy the strong image that has been established in public. Faced with Aisha's question, Ivan didn't conceal the slightest bit of concealment. He returned to his home to trigger a trap. He noticed something was not right, and finally went out and looked for it. Anyway, when I was looking all the way, I happened to see these people chasing Walker, so I took care of them. In order to help Aisha, Ivan said it lightly, and it felt like he was crushed to death. Like a fly. The 3 black wizards who bowed down on the ground were also yelling at the Knot family, who were ignorant, while begging Ivan's forgiveness with fear, adding a bit of credibility to Ivan's rhetoric. The surrounding wizards in red and black costumes could not help whispering after hearing what Ivan said. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was actually done by a young wizard. But looking around the surrounding scenes, anyone can see that there is definitely a big fight here. As the final victor, Ivan didn't seem to have suffered any damage, which meant that the little wizard in front of him had ended the battle with his crushing strength. Your Excellency Halls, where's Walker? Furin pushed a few wizards away, and walked up anxiously, but he didn't forget to bring honorifics. Yvonne was taken aback first, and then also reacted. Yeah, where's Walker? I was busy thinking about the use of Bogut's transformation in battle, and was shocked by the reaction of the dark wizards, but instead forgot to save Walker, the target he was trying to rescue. But Yvonne doesn't worry much about Walker's safety. Before, he saw clearly that it was not a lethal spell that hit Walker, but was blocked by the protective ring, so he shouldn't be seriously injured. As expected, before Yvonne could explain, Dobby walked over from the other end of the alley with Walker and the dark wizard who had fled before. Quickly go. Don't think about making any small moves. Dobby poked the black wizard's back with his finger, urging. The dark wizard walked into the alley with a slight trembling, and at first glance he saw the corpse on the ground and blood, and several conical spikes pierced through the body of the several companions who were still alive, kneeling in front of Yvonne. Evil. Demon. At the same time seeing Yvonne, the black wizard suddenly remembered the previous scenes, let out a harsh scream, and wanted to take the road and flee. Walker immediately kicked him viciously behind him, kicking him not far in front of Yvonne. Yvonne looked down at him. www.mdlnovel.com. The dark wizard seemed to have lost all the courage to resist, lying limp on the ground, and then swiftly learning that his companions crawled on Yvonne. Under his feet, he kept chanting words asking for forgiveness. The wizards around who came to support silently watched this scene, and there was a chill in my heart. Even Aisha was extremely surprised. It is hard to imagine how Yvonne scared these dark wizards. It looks like this. Yvonne is equally incomprehensible. Is he so scary? Walker, are you okay? Fern couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Walker's well, but he still asked with concern. I'm okay, Yvonne. Your Excellency Yvonne Hall saved me in time. Walker gratefully looked at Yvonne. He wanted to call his name directly, but temporarily remembered that Fern had told him I changed my mouth by adding honorifics in front of everyone. By the way, where's Elfier? We separated when we were attacked before, how is he? Walker suddenly thought of his companion and hurriedly looked around. I'm sorry, we are a step late, we haven't had time to save him. Fern's expression became a little sad, and he walked away. Several werewolf wizards put down a corpse behind him. Walker pursed his mouth, and did not speak for a long time. Although it is not the first time Walker has witnessed death in these days, the comrades who joked and laughed together a few hours ago are now farewell to each other, and I can't help but feel a little bit sad. Yvonne also glanced over there, and found that the dead was a strange young wizard. He had never seen it before. It should have been the staff that Asia had recruited in the past few months. Chapter 512, Yvonne, well, according to what you said, it's actually not that exaggerated. It is the first time that Yvonne has witnessed the death of a person on his side, and his mood is a bit mixed. But he is very clear that reality is not a fairy tale. In a large-scale battle, it is impossible to want undead. At the same time, more questions came to Ivan's mind, and he couldn't wait to figure out what happened in the past few months. Aisha naturally saw Ivan's doubts, but did not immediately answer it, because this is not the place to speak, so he greeted everyone to return to the station before making plans. The wizards who received the order nodded, and more than 20 people apparat and disappeared in place. Yvonne was also apparat by Asia. Accompanied by a period of space conversion, when he came back to his senses, he unexpectedly found himself being teleported to the door of Bojinbok Magic Shop. Of course, this name is no longer called here, and the big sign says St. Mungo's Magic Hospital. The interior of the store is very different from the last time I visited. There are many potions on the shelves at the front desk, including the wolf poison potions, and there is a large recliner on the wall next to it. Suffering from waiting in line. It looks like a private clinic. Waiting for Yvonne to pass through a curtain before discovering another world. In front of is a discussion hall wide enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The cabinets and shelves that were previously placed by the original owner, Bach, have all been removed, which makes the internal space look extraordinarily large. Stepping on the threshold, a few golden flames slammed up on both sides of the conference hall. The ground was full of dense bricks. Some magic texts in the lines connecting the bricks were glued together to form a large-scale protection method. The array, combined with the overall grey-black decorative style, appears solemn and solemn. Remember the title deed you gave me? I asked Doug to find a way to get the right to use this magic shop, and then we discussed and changed it to a temporary residence. Asia took Yvonne with him. Walked in and explained quietly. Yvonne nodded. Sirius had already told him about this a few months ago. It's just that he thought that this fellow Doug had secretly coaxed him, but he didn't expect the store to be used for this. Entering the conference hall, Asia stopped, turned and said to Fern and others who followed behind him. Fern, I need you to inform others and let them come over immediately. As for Doug, you. I understand, these wounded and prisoners will be fine. Doubt immediately knew what Asia meant, and took those injured in the battle and a few dark wizard prisoners and walked towards the treatment room. Anyone else? Yvonne gave Asia a surprised look. He thought that the 20-odd people gathered here were all. It seemed that Asia had more people than he had imagined. Doubt left with a few people, and Aisha asked the wizards who had just experienced the battle to rest in the conference hall for a while, waiting for the remaining personnel to arrive. Simply arranged some follow-up things, and then Asia looked at Yvonne. Let's go to the back room upstairs and say. Yvonne naturally didn't have any opinion. He followed Asia up the stairs and entered a room. The noise below became smaller and smaller. He estimated that the magic of sound insulation should be applied here. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, Asia had already turned around and hugged him, and a faint lavender scent entered Ivan's nose. Yvonne was stunned, and then he reacted. He hugged his mother with his backhand freely, and had not seen each other for half a year. He also missed Asia very much. Although the time he and Asia really got along was only a few months, during this time Yvonne really felt Asia's care for him and recognized his identity. Deep down, Yvonne even felt a little guilty. He knew that he had replaced the real Yvonne Halls and enjoyed everything that should belong to the other party. After staying in this way for a while, Aisha took the initiative to let go of Yvonne, and touched his forehead affectionately, asking about what Yvonne had experienced in school for more than half a year. In the Daily Prophet a few days ago, she was both pleasantly surprised and surprised when she saw that Yvonne was nominated for the Merlin Medal of the first class. She is very clear about the weight of this medal. There are only 7 first-class Merlin Medal winners in the entire British magical world today, except for Yvonne, all of whom are outstanding men from all walks of life. Yvonne doesn't mind sharing his great achievements in school with Aisha. So he half true and half fake how he found Peter's name on the map of the point of life, relying on his knowledge of transformation magic to see through his identity, and then coincidentally met Sirius, and finally solved the story more than 10 years ago. In an unjust case, Peter Pettigrew was sent to Azkaban. Aisha's mouth was smiling and listening quietly, and while listening to Ivan's nonsense about how he reasoned out Peter's identity, he gave a few words of praise without hesitation. But after hearing the names of Sirius and Lupin, Asia couldn't help frowning. Mom, do you know them? Yvonne hurriedly asked. They used to be your father's comrades. Aisha said irritably. She had always thought that in the last Wizarding War, if they hadn't been for these people to persuade Halls to stay and fight against Voldemort, who was in full swing, they would have gone to relatively safe North America. Yvonne curiously wanted to continue to ask, but Asia changed the subject directly. I saw in the newspaper that your first-class Merlin Medal was nominated for you by Dumbledore and Fudge. Asia was very puzzled. She wondered how Yvonne invited 2 of the most powerful in the magical world at the same time. Nominated for him. This. Of course it is impossible for Yvonne to use Dumbledore's identity to tell the dark history that he wrote to the leader of the Merlin Knights. It would not be good to directly push it to the old professor, so he had to talk nonsense. Tau. Minister Fudge proposed it on the initiative. He felt that I caught the mysterious man's running dog Peter and corrected the mistakes made by the Ministry of Magic. He was very grateful to me for making outstanding contributions to the magical world, so he persuaded me. Professor Dumbledore nominated me. Yvonne said a big deal, and Asia looked at him with a weird face, but didn't believe a word. Because of the need to deal with the Ministry of Magic in the future, Asia has not rarely asked Doubt about the Ministry of Magic recently, so she knows that Fudge and Dumbledore don't deal with them very much, and there is even a big contradiction. Yvonne shrugged, and Asia had nothing to do if he didn't believe him, but he thought of something later, and said with a bit of resentment. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Magic's negligence, I finally caught Peter Pettigrew and escaped from Azkaban. At this point, Yvonne became a little angry. Besides avoiding Sirius's injustice, the other important reason he worked so hard was that he didn't want Peter to run away like the original Time and Space. If it were not for Peter's help, Voldemort would not recover so quickly, and what he lacks most now is time. If I can drag it for 5 years or 10 years, Yvonne is confident that he can increase his strength to the point of surpassing Voldemort. At that time, even if the Dark Lord recovers, he can kill the opponent. It's just a Death Eater, and he ran away. If he has time in the future, it will be too late to clean him up. Asia said comfortingly. Contrary to Yvonne, she doesn't care much about the whereabouts of a Death Eater. It seemed to her that a Peter couldn't get over any storm at all, and the Dark Lord had been dead for more than 10 years, and now he lost all his power like a bereaved dog, and he was already a figure in the past tense. Yvonne shook his head secretly without arguing. The peace of more than 10 years has made most people forget the urgency of the war. I am afraid that not many people would be willing to believe that Voldemort will return soon. But Yvonne doesn't regret the actions he had committed against Voldemort before. From the end of the first grade, he destroyed Voldemort's resurrection plan and dropped the 2 big dung eggs. The relationship between the 2 parties has long been extremely bad, and it can't be eased anymore. This is why he went to the Black House to destroy the Horcruxes. Reason. By the way, Mom, what happened in Knockdown Alley these days? How could Walker be chased by those people? I saw a law enforcement officer. Are they from the wizard market? Yvonne asked. You are right, they are the last resistance force in Knockdown Alley. Asia nodded and explained what happened to Yvonne. She received a news last night that Not and several other leaders of pure blood families were going to meet in a manner to discuss how to deal with him. After confirming the authenticity, she took a large number of people at noon today to prepare for a raid to take these people down in one fell swoop. The last resistance? Yvonne was a little strange to Asia's adjectives, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Combining those things just now, he quickly guessed some clues. So what you got is actually false news. The other party is luring you over. The real goal is Walker and others who stay here. Yvonne guessed. Right or not? Asia sighed. The news was deliberately released by the other party, but the pure blood family was indeed in the manor, otherwise it would be impossible to lie to her. It's just that the other party was obviously prepared. After a fierce battle, they didn't take advantage of it except for a member of the Knot family. After that, she learned about the attack on Walker and others through the communication device, and rushed to the location as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, she was too late to save the wizard who went out with Walker to gather intelligence. As for the reason these people want to capture Walker, Asia thinks it should be to explore why he can transform freely when the moon is not full. After all, Fran and others were brilliant in previous battles. They can always suppress each other. These airwolf wizards who can fight and fight are indispensable. Yvonne smiled. He knows how difficult it is for a sane werewolf to trouble him, otherwise he would not restrict the sale of improved wolf poison potions. Just as Yvonne was chatting with Asia, there was a knock on the door. Aisha frowned, a little annoyed that someone interrupted her and Ivan's conversation. Considering that the other party might have something important, the expression on her face was closed, and she turned to talk. Come in. Click. Pushed the door open, and Daub walked in with a smile on his face. This old man over 40 changed his sloppy appearance, his sparse brown hair became very thick, combed neatly in the back of his head, and he saw that he had been well taken care of. The rustic black-grey wizard robe that I often wore on my body was replaced with the red and black costume today. The most important thing is that the spirit have changed greatly, and the whole person looks vigorous. Yvonne can only see the young and handsome Daub in the portrait at this time. Asia, Yvonne, I didn't bother you. Doug closed the door and asked. Aisha shook her head against her will, and then said. How are the prisoners? Are they willing to speak? The black wizards are very straightforward. When I asked them, they said everything, and cried and shouted that they were willing to submit to us. It seems that Yvonne was terribly scared of them. At this point, Daub looked at them. Yvonne glanced at it and couldn't help asking again. Yvonne, how did you do it? They said that after you killed 3 people, you turned into a dementor and rushed towards them www.mtlnovel.com and then became a 6'7" high giant. Daub almost thought these people were talking nonsense during the torture. Is it the effect of the fear curse? Aisha guessed, she was also very curious, and she forgot to ask about it just now. No. Yvonne shook his head, considering that the blood magic had been exposed, so he no longer kept it from them. How should I put it, I am a special animagus, able to transform as I want. Yvonne didn't talk about blood magic, but said it in a better understanding way. Animagus. Asia looked at Yvonne suspiciously. Animagus, of course she knew that there was a certain degree of danger in the practice of this kind of advanced transformation art. She hadn't even mastered it, so Yvonne had already practiced successfully. However, in her impression, the average wizard using animagus transfiguration can only become a kind of animal that fits itself. Not only the shape cannot be chosen independently, but also the magical creature cannot be transformed. In other words, you have really become a dementor and a giant. Daubter said in a daze. He always thought that Yvonne used some magic to confuse them. It's not so exaggerated, it's just a mere appearance. Yvonne shook his head and sighed. He knew very well that unless he truly merged the blood of these 2 magical creatures, he could only use a lot of magic power to restore the others. It's just a part of the traits. Daub was speechless. Judging from the information he tortured, Yvonne became immune to magic when he became a dementor. After he became a giant, he slapped a section of the street wall. Chapter 513, Daugert, Hals's strength and scheming are unfathomable. Speechless to speechless, Daub quickly accepted it. He also heard about the special animagus. He heard that a young girl who was participating in the aura training was a dissimilar Magnus, who could change her appearance at will without having to study. Although Ivan's transformation looks more special than this. Aisha didn't get too entangled in Ivan's ability to deform. After a brief surprise, he looked at Daugert and asked about business. Daut, what about the wizard of the Knot family we brought back from the manor? Did he say it? The guy has a harder mouth and doesn't want to say anything. I feinted him and made him speak with Verita serum. Doubt sneered, explained, and then continued to add. But simply he still has a little use value, this kind of diehard can just use it for the little Yvonne Luay. Luay? Yvonne was confused when he heard it, and he didn't know what Doubt was talking about for a while. You did a great job before, and when you came back, you successfully shocked them, which made us worry a lot. Doubter looked at Yvonne very appreciatively. In addition to planning how to crush the last resistance force in Knockoff Alley these days, he and Asia have discussed the most about how to create an opportunity for Yvonne to integrate into this group. After all, Ivan's age is too young to convince the public. No one would be willing to follow the words of a 13 or 4-year-old kid, let alone talk about loyalty. He and Asia even began to discuss whether to delay Yvonne for a few years before putting Yvonne on the front desk. However, Ivan's performance exceeded Doubt's expectations. Before they could discuss a specific plan, Yvonne did it on his own, and it was even better than they thought. The wreckage and blood all over the ground, 4 dark wizards who were so scared that they almost collapsed, and Ivan's immature figure, the shock caused by this contrast is enough to be remembered. When he saw this scene, Doubt suspected that Yvonne deliberately did it to show his strength, otherwise how could such a coincidence happen? The only thing that makes Doubter feel a little bit regretful is that Yvonne didn't let everyone see how he did this with his own eyes. This of course added a bit of mystery to him and made people more fearful, but there will always be people wondering whether a young wizard can have such extraordinary strengths, so he strikes while the iron is hot. It is very important to break the fantasies of these people. Doubt thought as he took out a piece of parchment paper from the pocket of the wizard robe and handed it to Yvonne. I have written everyone's information here, you can read it first. Doubt said. Yvonne took a look and found that the parchment was full of names, there were 37 people in total. Next to the names, the general information of these people is also intimately marked, either in detail or in brief, and Fran and their names are also on it. Yvonne immediately understood that these people were Asia's team against the wizarding market. Don't look at the number of 37 people. You should know that even the Aura department of the Ministry of Magic can't have 100 people. Most of them are wizards who can't even use the iron armor curse. There are only about 3,000 wizards in the entire British magical world that have been recorded by the Ministry of Magic, and there are fewer than 4,000 unregistered black wizards. Of course, this is mainly because the last wizard war was fought for more than 10 years, so too many wizards died. There are only a few surviving members of pure blood families that have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and they even face the dilemma of extinction immediately after the death of their heirs. Not to mention the wizards of mixed blood and Muggle families, the whole family was eaten. It's not that the dead are killed. Thinking of this, Yvonne couldn't help but shook his head. The number of wizards is really small enough, and the most crucial supplement is also very slow. It's really dead and one less. Yvonne then turned to the back of the parchment. There were also several names written here. It should be the 4 surrendered black wizards and the diehard member of the Knot family. What surprised Yvonne was that in addition to these people, there was another person's name written in black ink underneath. Elfier Grint. Yvonne said. He remembered that Walker had called Elfier before, so he looked at Aisha and confirmed. Is that the victim? Yes, it's him. Asia nodded, but also a little helpless. This is already the 3rd victim in the past few months. If she hadn't given all the staff a protective ring, I'm afraid there would be more dead people. Does it say that he still has his family in Knockdown Alley? Yvonne noticed that it said Elfier Grint and a mother who was over 60 alive. Well, this family has been impoverished in Knockdown Alley, so Elfier was the first to join when we recruited people. Dougert was not moved. There was such a person in Knockdown Alley. Too much. Are there any pensions? Yvonne continued to ask. If the victim still has a living relative, we usually give 100 gallons as a pension. Asia explained. Less. Yvonne shook his head. After several years in the wizarding world, he also had a general understanding of the prices here. Judging from the information he learned from Lupin, the salary of a janitor like Hogwarts Filch is 10 gallons a week, and about 40 gallons a month. Professor is taller, 60 gallons a month, if you can become the dean, you can get another 10 gallons a month. In the original time and space, when Dumbledore hired Dobby, the salary he was going to pay Dobby was the same as Filch's. It can be seen that the old professor really treated Dobby the same, and did not treat Dobby as an elf. But these are very decent jobs. They work in educational institutions and include food and accommodation. If it is in Diagon Alley, normal employees only have 30 to 50 gallons a month, and they can't save a few dollars a month after expenses. The salary paid in Knockdown Alley is even less. 10 gallons or even a few gallons can be recruited. 100 gallons of compensation can be relatively saved in Knockoff Alley for more than a year. Fran and others are a good example. It is enough to find a relatively stable job of 10 gallons a month to make them happy, because it means that they can eat a few full meals every day. It's just that this little money is obviously not enough to make a mother who lost her child survive in Knockdown Alley. Yes. It's less. Doubt nodded in agreement, and then suggested that Ivan could double or even higher the pension this time. After all, you can't just treat your subordinates as a deterrent. After a stick, you still have to give some sweetness, so that these people can see the real protection. It was a surprise to Doug that Ivan was able to realize this quickly. He originally thought he needed to be reminded. Aisha didn't mean to object, she deliberately didn't deal with Elfir before, just to let Ivan come to be kind. When the three of them were chatting, there was a knock on the door again, this time it was Fran, who came to inform them that all the personnel were there and they were all waiting in the chamber. Okay, let's get down right away. Doug nodded his head, then turned his head to look at Ivan and Asia and said softly. If you have anything to say, it's better to be quicker, don't let them wait too long. After speaking, Doug followed Fran downstairs. After a few words, Asia also took Ivan down. Mom, are you going to let me manage these people? Ivan hesitated for a long time while going down the stairs, and couldn't help but ask. He is not a fool. The underlying meaning in the words of Aisha and Doubt is very obvious. Without the slightest cover, Ivan can naturally see that Aisha intends to let him manage and direct these 30-odd subordinates. But Ivan is more aware of how many caddies he has. In his previous life, apart from being a class coder in school, he had no managerial experience at all. Now suddenly I need to manage more than 30 people, most of them are shameless wizards, which makes Ivan a little at a loss. Relax, just do what you want, like what you did before is great. Asia saw Ivan's nervousness and couldn't help but comforted. If possible, she doesn't want to put too much pressure on Ivan, but since her children have such thoughts, she can only give encouragement. But Isaiah believes these little scenes are nothing to Ivan, he is always so smart. Just walked all the way downstairs to the outside of the chamber, and Aisha let go of Ivan's hand, lowered the voice and reminded softly. We are going in. Ivan was very nervous, worried that he would screw things up. Especially after entering the chamber, more than 30 pairs of eyes looked at him with surprise, questioning, playfulness, gratitude, etc., and Ivan's pressure was even greater. This is different from when he pretended to be Dumbledore. At that time, he would face some young children and the professors he was very familiar with. The slightly trickier Fugui also knows his roots and knows how to deal with the Minister of Magic, but this time is different. He has to put himself on the leadership level to deal with these strange wizards. Fortunately, the acting skills that he has trained over the years have played a role. Ivan was nervous but he didn't show timidity on his face, so he went straight to the main seat and sat down. It's over. What should I say now? Do you want to say hello? What should I say? After Ivan sat down, facing the crowd, he didn't know how to speak for a while. He tried to think about how Dumbledore and Voldemort did in the original time and space, but finally found that there was no corresponding scene. Ivan slowly tapped the armrest on the seat with his finger, and was silent for a while, his eyes swept over everyone on the court involuntarily. Combined with the parchment he had read before, Ivan vaguely discovered that the 30-odd people standing in front of him could be divided into 3 camps. First of all are the werewolf wizards headed by Fran, a total of 7 people, relying on the improved wolf poison potion, they are the most trustworthy of those people. Followed by Doubt and his friends, a total of 11 people. Most of these people are not short of money. They may come here for the sake of Doubt's face, and may not necessarily follow the instructions. They may be the most difficult group to deal with. Finally, Isaiah recently recruited people in Knockoff Alley. They have the largest number, and a few months are not enough to give them a sense of belonging. They are more like mercenaries who take money to do things, very unstable. Ivan can't help but feel a little worried when he sees this. He doesn't know how powerful the wizarding market and the pure-blood families are, but Aisha needs to summon so many people to fight against it, and it must be difficult to deal with. No wonder Asia needs her own help to build up her prestige, mostly because she is powerless and unable to integrate them. Just as Ivan was thinking in his mind, more than 30 wizards underneath were also looking at Ivan who was sitting on the main seat. From time to time, someone lowered their voice and whispered. Doubt, he is the Ivan Halls you told us, and it looks smaller than you said. After a 30-year-old wizard glanced at Ivan, he turned his head. Come and say to Doubt. You should know that age is not a problem, Gleason. Doubt glanced at him, and then continued sighfully. Hals's strength and scheming are unfathomable, even far beyond that person. As long as you have been in contact for a period of time, you will be grateful for your choice. Doubt looked at Ivan on the main seat, very emotional. This child is really elusive. www.mtlnovel.com. Every time he meets, he can exceed his expectations, and his strength is the same every year. He previously thought that it would take at least 10 years for Ivan to become a powerful wizard like Voldemort. Now that he wants to come, I am afraid that he underestimates this child too much. Maybe he will be able to compete with the Dark Lord when he reaches adulthood. Listening to Doubt's words, Gleason decided to refute it at the first time. He experienced the Wizarding War 14 years ago, and he knew exactly how terrifying mysterious people were. It is ridiculous to say that a kid can beat Voldemort. But before refuting, Gleason suddenly remembered what he had learned from a few friends just now. If the little wizard in front of him could really defeat a group of dark wizards with his own strength, that Dougert said. It's not wrong. At the very least, Yvonne has the potential to rival the Dark Lord. In the chamber, the whispering voices are getting louder and louder. Yvonne frowned, and just as he was about to make use of the question, the side door of the chamber was opened again. Everyone's attention was attracted for a while, but Walker walked in with a few black wizards who had surrendered and another wizard in gorgeous robes. After seeing Yvonne, the black wizards knelt down in fear, and complained with tears of their sins, trying to pray for Ivan's forgiveness. The wizard stood arrogantly on the spot with a very disdainful expression. He looked at Yvonne sitting on the main seat and was a little surprised. He opened up and wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. Yvonne knew at a glance that he was hit by the forbidden spell, so he motioned to Doug to unlock the magic. He was interested to hear what the other party was going to say. Chapter 514, Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Doug nodded his head, raised his hand and waved his magic wand, releasing the restriction of the forbidden spell. The young wizard first looked at Yvonne, then turned to Asia and said sarcastically. It's ridiculous. I didn't expect you to let a little boy sit there. Are you such a humiliation? Asia. Or do you think your subordinates will obey your orders like dogs? At this point, the young wizard glanced around at the crowd. In his opinion, Asia undoubtedly made an extremely demented decision. Maybe this woman is too spoiling her child, or deliberately tempering her heir, but in any case, letting a little devil who is less than 13 years old sit on the main seat is a great humiliation. However, what makes him a little strange is that the wizards present did not seem to be strongly dissatisfied with this. There was a certain emotion in everyone's eyes that he couldn't understand. Listening to the wizard's presumptuous words, Yvonne was not angry, but slightly disappointed. He thought the other party was talking about something, but he didn't expect that he just wanted to be beaten. Rise not. Yvonne stood up, looked at each other, and said casually. Yes, it's me. The young wizard raised his head arrogantly. The education he received from an early age made him not bow his head even if he became a prisoner. Yvonne sneered, ignored him, and walked down the steps step by step, looked at everyone present, and spoke out. Everyone, I have been thinking about the difference between these so-called pure-blood wizards and us, and they can be called sacred. In the beginning I thought it was those pure-blooded wizards who had great talents and power beyond us. But obviously this is wrong. Voldemort, who started the Wizarding War more than a decade ago, is a mixture of wizards and muggles, and Albus Dumbledore, known as the Great White Wizard, is not in the Holy 28th family. Those pure-blood wizards are no better than us. Some of them are even weaker than us. The wizards present didn't expect Yvonne to start talking about this suddenly, and they were a little confused for a while. But when Yvonne mentioned Voldemort, many wizards shuddered. The rest of the people were surprised when they heard Ivan's words. It was the first time they knew that the rumored Dark Lord was actually a half-blood wizard. It was obvious that Voldemort was a practitioner of pure-blood concepts. Due to Ivan's power, no one dared to refute, and the sensible wizard began to think about the words Yvonne had just said. Reese Knott smiled disdainfully, trying to prove that pure-blood wizards are inherently better than half-blood wizards and muggle species, but they were warned by Ivan's neckline before they spoke. The Merlin medal dazzled. Yvonne looked at Reese Knott, who was standing there, wanted to refute but didn't know how to speak out, and continued to speak for himself. Since the advantage of a pure-blood wizard has nothing to do with power and talent, is it because of money and power? Ah, of course we can say that. After all, the pure-blood family is in charge of the Hogwarts Board of Directors, and they are also present in all important departments of the Ministry of Magic. It is undeniable that some pure-bloods are indeed commendable. I have met some children from pure-blood families. They are brave, intelligent, and approachable. Yvonne thought of Luna, George, Neville, and others. They are also pure-blood, but they are very good people. Relatively, these families have one characteristic, that is, they are generally not considered to be the noble class. The atmosphere of top pure-blood families like Malfoy and Black is completely different. Gore and Crabbe are even more stupid, and I don't know if it is the result of years of intermarry. So Ivan's words didn't stop, he stepped slowly, and continued. But I also know some people who are uneducated, overbearing, arrogant, Relying on the wealth and prestige accumulated by their ancestors, life will be smooth without much effort. Even so, those pure-blood wizards who have a lot of wealth still want to control us. They scorned the wizards struggling to survive in Knockdown Alley, looking at us like a group of mice in the sewer, while they arrogantly grabbed our little wealth to provide them with extravagant pleasure. You might as well think about it. The 6 families have been based in Knockdown Alley for hundreds of years. Have they really done anything for us? Nothing. We are even poorer than ever. And they lived in a comfortable manner. In order not to be laughed at by other pure-blooded wizards about their frequent contact with lowly wizards and so-called muggle species, they remotely controlled their spokespersons and used a small amount of money to form a so-called law enforcement team. The so-called rules exploit and squeeze our insignificant salary. Ivan looked around at the crowd and talked in the spacious meeting hall. He had never learned to speak specifically before, but fortunately, he was keen on reading all kinds of books in his previous life. So it is very clear that uniting a group of people is complicated to say, but there is also a relatively easy way, and that is to provoke contradictions. Just need to grasp a pain point that everyone recognizes, use words to narrow the sense of identity, frantically fan the contradiction, and finally establish a common goal is almost. The reason why I deliberately chose the pureblood family to perform surgery is because Ivan has seen the list given by Doubt and clearly knows the names of everyone here. No one standing here is a member of the pureblood family, which means to belittle. Pure blood does not cause too much sickness. But this is all theoretical knowledge, and Ivan is not sure how much it can be useful, so he doesn't look for marginal scrutiny of the effect of the speech while giving a speech. Among the more than 30 wizards present, their reactions were different. Doubt and his friends were almost unmoved, only 3 or 4 people were seriously thinking about his words. Ivan is not surprised. For these wizards with a certain amount of wealth and knowledge, only real benefits can impress each other. It is a group of people that are difficult to deal with. Fran, Walker and other werewolves showed anger on their faces. They are at the lowest end of the wizard's discrimination chain and can deeply understand Ivan's words. With their ability, if they weren't discriminated against in the magical world, they wouldn't be so poor if they were not accepted by the world. But the rest of the wizards felt the same way. They can be recruited by Asia. Their magic level is absolutely not bad, but they are rejected by the normal magical world because of their concentration in black magic or other various factors, and they fall into the knockdown alley. If there is a chance, no one will be willing to live like this. Ivan's words undoubtedly gave them a good vent, blaming all the crimes they said they had suffered on the pure-blooded wizards who had occupied so many resources. This is exactly what Ivan wants to achieve, and that is to point the finger at the 6 pure-blood families that control the wizarding market. Of course, he is not talking nonsense. The distribution of wealth and power in the magical world is indeed very unfair. Is like the Black family where Sirius belongs. They have so much money that they can't be spent on spending several generations, and there are a lot of properties. Even if they don't do anything, they can earn money every day by collecting rent. The Malfoy family pays more attention to power and has made friends with many officials of the Ministry of Magic. Each generation of the 2 families automatically inherited the seat of one of the 12 board members of Hogwarts. The entire magical world is so big, there are so many decent jobs, a carrot and a pit. Unless it is a particularly good talent, it is not easy for ordinary wizards to find good jobs. In contrast, some pure-blooded wizards have the right to speak in the magic world, but they never do practical things and only seek personal gain for themselves. It has been more than 200 years since the Muggle Industrial Revolution. The Muggle world has undergone earth-shaking changes, but the magical world is like a pool of stagnant water, and there is still no substantial change as before. The most direct proof is that children from the wizarding family have very limited knowledge of the outside world. In addition to the Muggle Studies course as an elective course at Hogwarts, they also deliberately do not learn everything about Muggles. What I saw in Knockoff Alley made Ivan feel very ridiculous. A group of people with special powers would be reduced to the point where they could not afford to eat if they strictly abide by the rules of the magic world. He has always felt that there will be poverty and poverty that wizards have lived. In the final analysis, it is the problem of the entire Ministry of Magic system. The number of wizards is extremely rare. In Ivan's eyes, each one is a very precious talent. The magic power they master can play a greater role instead of being forced to gather together to compete for the limited resources. Ivan was interested, and talked freely, from the unfair distribution of resources in the magical world to the various flaws in the magical world system. These thoughts are his summary of the past few years in the magic world. There has been no place to talk about it, and now he has finally found an opportunity. He was a Muggle in his previous life. He is very clear about the development of Muggle technology in the next few decades. With the rise of the Internet, it will become more and more difficult for wizards to hide their tracks, and the contradictions between the two sides will again intensify. And now that he is a member of the wizard, he can't help but worry. Ha ha ha. In the quiet chamber, a burst of laughter suddenly rang, interrupting Ivan's words. Mr. Reese-Knott, do you seem to have any different opinions? Ivan turned to look at Reese who was laughing, and asked with interest. The nobility of a pure-blood wizard cannot be contaminated by humid blood and hemp blood hybrids. Reese-Knott's face wore a grinning smile and looked at everyone present with contempt. Fern and others stared at him angrily. If I hadn't taken into account Ivan's presence, they would have used their heart and bones to let Reese-Knott feel that life is better than death. Reese-Knott didn't care about their gaze at all. He looked straight at Ivan and continued to speak arrogantly. But you are right. The Ministry of Magic's regulations have a big problem. Otherwise, we don't have to stay in the small magic world, we should hide from Muggles. Ivan smiled and didn't reply. The so-called Muggle protection law protects not only Muggles, but also wizards. Mr. Reese-Knott, I think you need to understand the truth. Sometimes weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. Yvonne said word by word. Yeah, arrogance. Reese-Knott's mouth twitched, and he noticed that Yvonne was close enough to him. He is not so leisurely to chat with this little wizard, letting the other party as close as possible and letting his guard down is what he wants to do. Originally, Reese even planned to confide some information to accomplish this after suffering some torture, but he didn't expect the other party to approach it actively. While thinking about it, Reese-Knott's body shook, and then it swelled rapidly, breaking off the rope directly and turning into a large brown bear, waving his claws and grabbing Ivan's head. Illegal animagus. When Reese-Knott's figure began to change, the wizards present immediately realized this. Because of the extremely small number of animagus in the magic world, Reese-Knott had never used such an ability in front of them before, so that they had no defense at all. Walker was also taken aback. He immediately drew out his wand and wanted to rescue www.mdlnovel.com. However, Reese-Knott was too close to Yvonne, so close that I can reach Ivan's body with just one paw. The huge bear's face was full of triumph. When he was arrested in the battle before, he had always hidden this identity. Even though his animagus is a combat type, he has almost no chance of winning against multiple wizards. Even if he has played a guardian wizard, he will lose to follow-up support. So it's better to hide it and wait for an opportunity to catch an important person. At first, his goal was Aisha, but this woman was not easy to deal with. Even a sneak attack would have a high probability of failing. Who would have imagined that a 13 or 14-year-old wizard walked in front of him on his own initiative? His chance. Yvonne faced the suddenly violent Reese, his expression unchanged, just gently extended his hand. The white tender, slender arm poked out from the sleeve and faced the brown bear that was nearly 3 meters high in front of him. Reese-Knott couldn't help wondering if the little wizard had lost his mind to such a ridiculous behavior. But the next moment that arm deformed at an astonishing speed right in front of his eyes, becoming as thick as a waist, and his fingers slammed open, strangling his neck, and handing him to him. Lifted it up. Also inflated was Ivan's body. He was half bent, and his head was already on the ceiling. Thanks to the ceiling being high enough, otherwise he would have to squat down. And the huge brown bear that Reese-Knott has turned into is in front of that figure, just like an 8 or 9-year-old child standing in front of a strong man of an iron tower. It looks so pitiful and powerless. Chapter 515, What? Is there such a thing? I do not know how. The expression on Reese-Knott's face gradually changed from triumphant to panic. After he was caught in the manner by Ash and others, he was knocked out. He didn't witness the scene of Yvonne crushing the black wizard in the alley. He didn't wake up until he was tortured by doubt. So seeing a 13 or 4-year-old little wizard suddenly turned into a huge giant in front of him, which was completely beyond the scope of his comprehension. Reese-Knott couldn't believe it anyway, and didn't want to believe this fact. He let out a roar, and strenuously scratched and slapped Ivan's arm that was holding his neck with his claws, trying to tear this illusion away. However, the giant's skin was so hard that even if he tried his best, he couldn't leave scars on it. Yvonne didn't mean to be used to his opponent, and tightly squeezed Reese-Knott's arm. The huge brown bear was tense, and its 2 paws were waving weakly in the air, and a strong sense of suffocation surged. In his heart, he opened his mouth wide and hideously, but he could only utter some unclear notes. Ivan's 5 hands are like 5 iron pliers, tightening step by step. Reese-Knott feels that his neck is about to be strangled, despair rushes to his heart, and his brain becomes dizzy. Heavy. Just when Reese-Knott thought he was about to suffocate to death, the big hand was finally released, he fell heavily to the ground, and his body returned to the wizard form. However, Reese-Knott's face no longer looked as arrogant as before. He clutched his bruised neck with difficulty, and slowly moved his body backwards, looking at the figure in front of him in shock, murmured in his mouth. Talk to yourself. This is impossible, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Yvonne lifted the Bogut transfiguration technique and returned to the appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old little wizard. He looked at the frightened little beast like Reese-Knott and said word by word. I told you a long time ago, didn't I? Mr. Reese-Knott. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Reese-Knott trembled and couldn't say anything to refute it. Yvonne has proved the correctness of these words with facts, and shattered the beliefs that were inscribed in his mind in the past. Reese-Knott has even begun to doubt whether the previous teachings are correct. Is a pure-blood wizard really born high, possessing a talent for magic beyond the hybrid and muggle species? Why is the Nahal's family not among the 28 pure-blood saints? The other wizards present were also shocked by Ivan's blood magic. Although they had asked some information from their mouths when they tortured the dark wizards, they were not as shocking as what they saw with their own eyes. The wizards who had doubts about Ivan's strength before, took back all their careful thoughts. Yvonne walked slowly in front of Reese-Knott, looked at the young wizard who had been slumped and completely lost his fighting spirit, was very disappointed, and said. Then Mr. Reese Knott, I think you can talk now. Say what? Residential Knott replied with a dazed expression. You'd better tell me honestly, why on earth did your Knott family deliberately target us in this way? Yvonne asked with a hardened tone. Because of the urgent time before, he hadn't had time to understand the contradiction between Asia and the wizarding market. Now he has the opportunity to naturally want to figure it out. What? Is there such a thing? Reese Knott was stunned, he looked at Yvonne confusedly. In his impression, it was clear that Asia had recruited a large number of people to actively provoke him, with the intention of seizing the wizarding market, and the Knott family was forced to fight back. Otherwise, they would consume so much money and energy if they were full, and he would not come to this ghost place. Your Excellency Halls, maybe you have some misunderstanding. Reese Knott hurriedly retorted, but he didn't dare to say too much, so as not to anger the person in front of him who seemed harmless to humans and animals, but was actually fierce and evil. Little wizard. Misunderstanding? It seems you don't want to say it anymore. Yvonne sneered and interrupted Reese Knott's words. He didn't expect the other party to be so hard-hearted. He had underestimated him before. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, I think someone is willing to tell me, right? Yvonne turned to look at the black wizards who were kneeling on the ground, and continued to speak. Hearing Ivan's words, the black wizards were also stunned. Fortunately, there are a lot of smart people after all. Combining the words Yvonne said before, people soon realized that this was a test Yvonne put on them. An awakened dark wizard immediately pointed at Reese Knott and said viciously. Your Excellency Halls is right, there is no misunderstanding at all. Your foolish attempt to resist the great Sir Halls is simply an unforgivable sin. Yvonne frowned, what's all this mess? He just wanted to know why Asia would conflict with the wizarding market. Another dark wizard noticed the change in Ivan's expression www.mdlnovel.com and immediately understood that the words of his companion did not meet Ivan's expectations. The little wizard in front of him is indeed ambitious and wants to dominate Knockdown Alley, but he does not intend to deter people with brutal killing. This requires a name to occupy the moral high ground. Thinking of this, the dark wizard decisively shakes out the nasty things the Knott family did in Knockdown Alley. As the pure-blooded family behind the scenes in charge of the largest black market in the magical world, their business is naturally very wide, including but not limited to smuggling of magical creatures, buying and selling various prohibited items, and occasionally doing some illicit food. However, the Knott family will naturally not do these things themselves, but remotely control their own spokespersons, and hire a group of so-called law enforcement agents in Knockdown Alley to act on their behalf. Because these pure-blood families only care about income and rarely intervene in the management of the wizard's market, this has led to some law enforcement officers for flattery or personal gain, so that exploitation and bullying have occurred from time to time. Yes, many wizards are complaining, but due to the uneven personal strength, they are far from being able to compete with the wizarding market, so most people dare not speak up. After the black wizard spoke, the other three also quickly thought that Yvonne wanted to occupy the wizarding market in a fair manner, and they also made supplementary and even fabricated accusations. A few people disappear inexplicably in Turnover Alley every year. They must be studying some taboo black magic. They are named after law enforcement officers, and they must be intended to become the Ministry of Magic in Knockdown Alley. What a ridiculous idea. Your Excellency Halls won't let you succeed. Chapter 516, Shut up. You are slander. The black wizard scolded the Knott family for their shameless behavior. Yvonne was also shocked when he heard this. He did not expect that a pure-blood family would have such courage to do such a frenzied thing. Shut up. You guys are slander. Reese Knott trembled with anger. If they say that the Knott family buys and sells prohibited items and smuggles all kinds of private magical creatures, that's all, he admits. But the wizards missing every year in Turnover Alley have nothing to do with them. The law enforcer refers only to the people who maintain the rules and order in the wizarding market, and does not mean to map the Ministry of Magic. However, Reese Knott's justification was obviously unable to suppress the wild accusations of the four dark wizards. In addition, the Knott family itself is not very clean. After a few arguing, he was flushed with anger, and almost passed out of breath without breathing. Yvonne, who was standing on the side, just listened to their arguing quietly. Of course, he knew that what was said on both sides might not be the truth. Those black wizards may add fuel and jealousy in order to please themselves, and Reese Knott, as a member of the Knott family, will definitely defend the family's behavior. But Yvonne doesn't care about this. In fact, he has no interest in the dirty things done by the Knott family. He just wants to know why the other party is embarrassing Asia, embarrassing himself. Thinking of this, Yvonne felt annoyed. He and Asia have always stayed in Knockout Alley safely and never caused trouble, and even planned to move out this year. But at this juncture, the Knott family dare to jump out and pick things up. How can Yvonne not be angry? He couldn't help wondering if he was too low-key before, that he was treated as a soft persimmon, and everyone wanted to pinch it. It was a pity that Ivan felt that these dark wizards probably couldn't access the key information because of their low level, and they couldn't talk about the key points for a long time. Ivan only lowered his head slightly, looked directly at Reese Knott, and asked impatiently. I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Knott, why on earth did your Knott family deliberately target me like this? Do you want to take revenge on what happened 2 years ago? We don't have one. Reese Knott roared. He watched Ivan suddenly realize something, and his heart was chilly, and he slumped out of the idea of wanting to continue to argue. Reese Knott suddenly felt that his behavior just now was ridiculous. The little wizard in front of him didn't want to figure out the whole story at all, but was about to force himself to surrender a name certificate. For example, a story in which the Knott family is greedy and shamelessly provoking, and the other party is forced to fight back in self-defense. And the story must be told by myself, a member of the Knott family, in order to be trusted by everyone, which is why the other party keeps asking myself the same question. In return, Reese Knott guessed that the little wizard in front of him would forgive his life, so that he could promote the story and show his generosity. In just a few seconds, Reese Knott wanted to understand everything. Facing this choice between life and death, he did not hesitate to choose the latter resolutely. Inner pride does not allow him to tarnish the glory of the family. Reese Knott spared his life and summoned the courage to curse wildly. Don't be pretentious, Halls. You send people to attack the wizarding market and order those people to kill the law enforcers. Don't you just want to intimidate us to rule the entire Knockdown Alley, become the second mysterious person, and control the entire magical world? Don't think about it, your ambition will never succeed. Reese Knott stared at Ivan firmly and said word by word. Ivan was stunned. He looked at Reese Knott with a weird expression. He couldn't help wondering if this guy broke his brain just now. When did he want to control the magic world and become the second mysterious person? Besides, I just went back to Knockout Alley today, how could I instruct my hands to attack the wizarding market? If I didn't send someone, would I still not know? At the same time, Ivan did not think that Asia would do such a thing. According to his understanding, Asia did not have such big ambitions, otherwise it would be impossible to arbitrarily throw these people into his own management. I am afraid that there is only one truth. Reese Knott would rather take the initiative to seek death and anger him than reveal any news about the family. Ivan shook his head secretly, this is indeed a respectable wizard. Unfortunately, Reese Knott didn't seem to know that Doug had asked everything with Veritaserum when he was in a coma. This persistence is meaningless. Is this what you are going to say at the end? What a good joke. I don't think you have any other value. Ivan lost his last patience, despite his insistence on Reese Knott to admire, but that does not mean that he will forgive each other's repeated offenses. Ivan has already planned to wait for Doubt or Asia to inquire about it. There is no need for Reese Knott to be alive anymore. It is not easy to keep an animagus from escaping, and it is safer to be a dead person by comparison. Ivan's gaze became more and more dangerous. www.mentalnovel.com. Thinking of Lue, which Doubt had told him, suddenly got an idea. Reese Knott keenly sensed that his death date was approaching, and his body trembled slightly because of fear, but he still supported his body, holding his head high, his eyes fixed on Ivan, silent, strong like as a fighter. Under all the attention, Ivan slowly raised his left hand. Is this implying something? Doubt frowned and thought in his mind, but the amount of information was too little to analyze even with his wisdom. The wizards present were also puzzled, their eyes turned to Ivan's high left hand. Slap! Ivan snapped his fingers casually, and the clear voice echoed in the closed discussion hall. The surrounding golden flames seemed to sway, and the light flickered. The next moment, everything returned to its original state. Just as everyone was puzzled, Reese Knott's body stiffened abruptly, as if his soul had been drawn, and fell to the ground limply. His eyes were wide open, his face was full of horror and confusion, as if he had seen something incomprehensible. Dead? Dead? The wizards who watched this scene only felt a chill rise in their hearts. They had previously guessed in what way Ivan would execute the wizard who dared to offend him, using Avidiso to kill him? Or use the heart to gouge the fracture to death. However, Ivan once again surpassed their expectations. He just raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, depriving them of a life. Chapter 517, Fast. Write it down. This is the action plan of the organization. The sudden death of Reese Knott shocked the wizards present. Some people even wonder if Ivan secretly moved something on Reese Knott's body, or that he had crushed some important organs when he became a giant before, so that Reese Knott happened to be here. Die at this time. But these conjectures are obviously untenable. Reese Knott just showed that everyone was watching, and he was full of breath when speaking, and there was no sign of poisoning. The expression at the time of death seemed to be horrible. Thing. So that some wizards think that Ivan's actions just now are some kind of rituals that have been lost, which can extract human souls. Doubt, who was watching this scene next to him, was equally shocked, unable to understand how Ivan killed Reese Knott at all. He thought he had overestimated Ivan as much as possible, but in the end he found that all he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Just when everyone was shocked and horrified, Ivan slowly turned around and looked around in the conference hall. All the people present bowed their heads in fear, and did not dare to look at Ivan. Even the wizards who had looked at Ivan's actions proudly before, are now completely humble. They are afraid of Ivan's powerful power and strange killing methods. No matter who is willing to offend this mysterious little wizard, they will become the next Reese Knott. Seeing this scene, Ivan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Lue is still very effective this time. It is worthwhile that he used so much magic power to kill people with snake eyes. He also pretended to snap his fingers and disturbed the flames with magic power to divert the crowd. Attention! However, Ivan also knew the truth that he couldn't match it, so he didn't intend to beat them anymore, and turned his eyes to the body of Reese Knott. He forgot which book he had read. After being severely impacted, speeches can often be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so Ivan paused, and when everyone's mood eased a little, he said loudly again. Everyone, you must have seen it just now, and there are many dull and ignorant among the pure blood wizards. They adhere to the so-called bloodline difference, judging a person's value based on the purity of his bloodline. Denying our efforts and dedication, thinking that mixed breed and muggle breeds are born to serve them pure blood wizards. But I think it's time for those old ideas to be reversed. While speaking, Ivan had quietly blessed himself with a loud voice curse, and his firm voice continued to echo in the closed discussion hall. More and more wizards were thinking deeply and found resonance, remembering the unfair treatment they had suffered. They mustered up the courage to look at Ivan again, looking forward to his next words. Ivan didn't let them down either. He swept through the excited or angry faces, and raised his tone again. I hope that one day all wizards can receive the most just treatment, whether he is a pure blood, a mixed blood, a child of a muggle family, or a werewolf. We will measure the value of a wizard by his magic level instead of his blood. The glory of the wizard should depend on how many kinds of magic he has researched and improved, and how much he has made for the current magic world. Wizards who graduated from Hogwarts don't have to go out of school to do a chore, be a little salesperson or become a writer. That's not what a wizard should do. More people should devote their energy to the study of magic and explore the mysteries. Someone once asked me about the nature of magic, but he rummaged through the book but couldn't find the answer, and this is the question we need to pursue. Ivan gave a speech impassioned, not only to arouse the emotions of everyone, but also to express his deep dissatisfaction with the magic world and some expectations. He has always believed that most wizards who master the magic world are engaged in some meaningless work. The magic power they master should have a greater effect, and more people need to devote themselves to the cause of magic research. Wizards should not shrink into the small magic world. The limited resources here limit their abilities and performance. They should go out, face the world, and go to a larger space. Listening to Ivan's words, the Fern and others standing on both sides were a little bit excited in their hearts, and couldn't help but indulge in the beautiful picture drawn by Ivan. Regardless of blood lineage, based on magic and contribution, even ordinary wizards have a chance to surpass those noble pure blood wizards as long as they have outstanding abilities. This is something they didn't even dare to think about. Even the 4 dark wizards who surrendered were full of enthusiasm. They are willing to work for the Knott family, for nothing more than money. They have no loyalty, and even for their lives, they have to be criticized by those law enforcement officers, and they have a lot of complaints in their hearts. The most important thing is that the little wizard in front of him proved with his strength that he is not painting a big cake. The age of weakness has all transformed into terrifying potential in their hearts. You need to know that Ivan can kill with his fingers at the age of 13 or 4, and his strength can crush a group of dark wizards. If in a few years, how terrifying will he grow? Standing in the crowd, Gleason received a huge shock in his heart. He took out the parchment and quill from the pocket of the wizard robe at the fastest speed, his wrists trembling, and he scribbled on it. What? What are you doing? Doubter lowered his voice, glanced at the parchment somewhat strangely, and realized that Gleason seemed to be preparing to record all Ivan's words. Didn't you find it? Doubt. Gleason said excitedly. Seeing Doubt's confusion, he shook his head in exclamation and said solemnly. Your Excellency, Hall's words clarified the thoughts and goals. Obviously, this is the program of the future organization. Doubt was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately, very annoyed that he didn't even notice this for the first time, so that the guy Gleason took the lead. He couldn't help but regret that he had pulled Gleason in so early, and with the ingenuity of the other party, he might lose his position in the future. Dougert secretly became vigilant. He must work harder to figure out Ivan's mind, and he must not be compared to others. At this time, Gleason didn't make sense of Dougert. While listening to Ivan's speech, he worked hard to record the main points on the parchment, and the quill quickly slid on the parchment. After seeing Ivan's unfathomable combat power and thinking far beyond the times, Gleason was completely amazed. Where is this potential stock? It is simply a predator who is about to subvert the magic world. is just lurking in the dark waiting for the opportunity at this time. As a person who is aware of current affairs, Gleason will certainly not go against the tide of the times, let alone miss this major life-changing opportunity. So Gleason had an idea. He was going to put Ivan's words and deeds into a booklet, as the spiritual program of the organization members, and then copy a lot of them, and get one copy for everyone to study and learn. Just thinking about it, Gleason couldn't help but admire his quick wit. He feels that this proposal will definitely make a great contribution and will be appreciated by Your Excellency halls. Ivan, who is located in the center of the conference hall, didn't know that some of the thoughts he had expressed casually were about to be compiled into a book, and he was still making the final speech. His tone became more and more high. Noble as the Black family, as arrogant as the Malfoy family, who once knelt down at Voldemort's feet, pedigree is just the humble opinion of the ignorant. I hope you remember one thing: this is the magic world, and magic is the power. After Ivan finished speaking the last sentence, there was a strange silence on the court. Just as Ivan doubted whether there was something wrong with his speech, thunderous applause suddenly rang out in the silent discussion hall. Many wizards shouted in excitement, and there were singing and praises all around. Gleason looked at this rare scene very excitedly, and the quill in his hand quickly outlined a picture. He wants to paint this exciting scene, cast magic on it, and use it as the cover of the brochure. But what should be the title? New Century Black Demon Declaration? Gleason slowly fell into contemplation. Ivan on the other side was enjoying the cheers of the crowd, and he was very happy. It seemed that some of the things he talked casually could still be recognized, at least he didn't mess things up. Of course, while being happy, Ivan did not forget that he had one last thing to do. Ivan raised his hand and pressed it down amidst the cheers of the crowd, and made a motion to silence. The noisy discussion hall immediately became extremely quiet, and everyone spontaneously stopped applauding, waiting to listen to Ivan's next words. Everyone! It's not the time to be happy yet. The wizard market in Knockoff Alley is still controlled by the Knott family, and it is inevitable that there will be some sad things in the road to the better. Such as today. Our companion Elfie Grint encountered an ambush carefully arranged by the Knott family during the inspection mission, and unfortunately left us. Ivan's words became very heavy. Although he did not know the sacrificed Elfie Grint, it did not prevent him from praising the other party for his bravery and decisiveness, and aroused the anger of the wizards present. Just as he imagined, the wizards whose emotions were completely mobilized clamored to enter the wizard market, destroy the Knott family, give teeth for teeth and blood for blood. You are all right. Elfie Grint will not sacrifice in vain. I will definitely make the Knott family pay a sufficient price. Ivan nodded in agreement, but then changed his voice again, emphasizing that it is more important now. It is to hold a funeral for the victims. The time is set to be tomorrow, and he will participate in person. Doubt. Ivan suddenly turned his head and said. Your Excellency halls. Doubt walked out of the crowd. His expression was very humble, and his casual appearance was completely different on weekdays. What is our pension? Ivan asked. Don't you know? Doubt was a little confused, but after thinking about it carefully, he immediately guessed what Ivan meant, and replied calmly. It's 100 gallons. Too little. Starting today, the pension has been tripled. In addition, if there is a suitable job in the future, priority will be given to Mrs. Grint, Elfier's mother. Ivan said. Triple? 300 gallons. Doubt put on a startled look. He retorted hurriedly. This is not in line with the rules, even the Ministry of Magic's aura pension is not so much. In addition, our funds have been a little stretched recently. Is it too much to give 300 gallons? What I said is the rules. I hope you remember that this is Knockoff Alley, not the Ministry of Magic. Ivan scolded Doubt hard, and then looked around at everyone again. I don't want Elfie Grint to worry about his family after his sacrifice. As for Jin Jialong, it will be there when we capture the wizarding market. Ivan spoke earnestly, and solemnly stated that all the people present are like-minded companions, and their lives cannot be measured by money. The wizards on both sides were all moved. Most of them were impoverished. They came to Knockoff Alley because they couldn't get along in the magical world. Ivan's words immediately made them feel that they are valued. You must know that in places like Turnover Alley, human lives are not very valuable. You reading www. Don't say that yuganshu.com is so caring for another employer. After the war, he didn't even have the most basic pension. Thinking of Ivan's previous rhetoric again, many wizards were excited for a while, and they felt that the Seedler died for his confidant. Well, if you have nothing else, let's end today's meeting. Ivan's mouth slightly raised, but on the surface he pretended to be sad, waved his hand to signal the end of the meeting. More than 30 wizards bowed one after another, and then left the conference hall with mixed emotions. Gleason is a little worried that Doubter will steal his own merits, so he specially warned Doubter about keeping the brochure confidential before leaving. He even wanted to wait for the production to be completed and present it by himself. Doubt curled his lips and looked at Gleason's handwriting on the entire parchment and the lifelike simple strokes. He couldn't help but sigh, why didn't he expect it just now? In just a few minutes, the wizards performed apparitions outside the shop and disappeared in place, leaving only Ivan, Doubt and Asia in the conference hall. Ivan, who has been straining his mind, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he will be weakened if he puts on it. Mom, how did I behave just now? Is it okay? Ivan turned his gaze to Asia and asked. Unexpectedly, it's amazing, impeccable. Asia stepped forward and rubbed his hair, both gratified and emotional. It's just one thing that Asia has been unable to figure out is, where did Ivan learn these skills to win people's hearts, and why are they so proficient? Chapter 518, Ivan, what? I am so ambitious that I want to do a big. Asia's expression is very weird. Does Hogwarts still teach these things on weekdays? Or is it that your child is actually a natural leader? Doubt is also feeling this. Originally, he thought this meeting was just a familiar one, let Ivan hone it, and he was even ready to be messed up by Ivan. After all, among the more than 30 wizards present, except for the 7 werewolves such as Fran, everyone else met Ivan for the first time. The two were very strange, and there was no basis for trust. The dozen or so friends he brought with him are even more shrewd. They are all the masters who don't see rabbits or scatter eagles, and they are difficult to deal with. For a 13 or 4-year-old wizard, it is almost impossible to get their approval in a short time. However, Ivan did it. In this short assembly of less than an hour, he directly conquered everyone present with his powerful strength, unparalleled potential and grand goals and determination. Don't talk about the unsuspecting audience, even after he listened to Ivan's speech, there was an idea of following this kid to do a big business in his heart. After, Ivan smiled uncontrollably after getting praise from Doubt and Asia. He didn't read so many books in his last life for nothing. The theoretical knowledge was very rich, but he couldn't find the room for development. Of course, theory belongs to theory. Before that, his actual combat experience was basically zero. Ivan's legs were soft when he flicked these wizards in the conference room. If his acting skills had not reached the point of proficiency, he would have been stretched out. By the way, I always forgot to introduce to you. Dobby. Ivan suddenly remembered one thing before saying something, so he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The crisp voice sounded in the conference hall, which shocked Doubt. He didn't forget that Ivan just killed Reese not with a snap of his fingers. Fortunately, snapping his fingers this time didn't seem to exert the corresponding power. Instead, a short, wrinkled house elf appeared in front of them. Sir. Dobby blinked his eyes and bowed to Ivan in tribute, then looked at Asia, and greeted a little nervously. Hello, Mrs. Halls. What is it? Asia glanced at Dobby curiously, then looked at Ivan again. When she saw this house elf in that small alley before, she wanted to ask, but too many people were there and it was delayed. It's called Dobby. It was originally a house elf in the Malfoy family, but now it's free. Ivan opened the mouth to tell Asia about the things that happened last school year. Due to the existence of Doubt and the fact that I don't want Asia to worry too much, Ivan directly omitted the experience of the basilisk and the Slytherin chamber, and only mentioned that it was sold to Lucius Malfoy during the first year summer vacation. I wrote a dangerous diary for myself. And this black magic item is very special, with his own ideas, he is waiting for the opportunity to control the new magic defense teaching professor, wanting to cleanse the whole Hogwarts and kill those low-blooded muggle seeds. Lucius Malfoy. How dare he cheat you like this? Hearing this, Asia was very annoyed. She is proficient in alchemy, even if she doesn't know the related knowledge of Horcrux, she can understand how powerful a thinking black magic item is. Thinking like this, Asia couldn't help but feel a little scared, she said rather complaining. Why haven't you mentioned such a dangerous thing to me before? What if something goes wrong? I know there is a problem with it, so I just want to study it. Ivan explained in an awkward way, and then pretended to lightly say that the thing had been destroyed by himself. So you asked me to teach you Luo in order to destroy it? Asia suddenly remembered that Ivan had suddenly asked her about the release method of Luo. Now I think it should be used to destroy this one. Of magic items. Yes. I tried many methods but couldn't cause damage to it, so I thought of the Luo curse. Ivan nodded, because he has level 5 occlumency and the Luo ring. Dare to hold Horcrux for such a long time. Although he almost overturned the car in the end, the benefits were obvious. During that semester, his magic level could only be described by leaps and bounds, and he successfully found a way to integrate multiple bloodlines. If other factors are aside, Ivan also has to admit that Tom is a great teacher, or the kind that can be carried with him. Okay, Aisha, I think little Ivan has his own ideas, didn't he always deal with it well? Doubter also said to help, he doesn't want Ivan and Aisha to make things happen because of this little thing. It's very stiff. For Ivan's various legendary experiences in school, Doubter was also very surprised. No wonder Ivan's strength has increased substantially every time he comes back. This campus career is also a bit exciting. Asia had also died down at this time, she was just a little angry at Ivan's adventurous behavior. Ivan continued to speak, and Dolby was worried about Harry's safety and secretly informed him in violation of the order, and finally revealed what Lucius found and punished. After I destroyed the diary, I set up a game, put a glove in the diary and gave it to Lucius. He threw the damaged diary to Dobby as I thought. Ivan added. Aisha and Doubt understood this immediately. House elves are servants of wizards. The only way to be free is to receive a piece of clothing handed to them by the master. But this is a shame for the normal house elves, because once they are expelled from the family by their owner, it means that they lose the meaning of existence. But the house elf in front of him is obviously a freak, Dobby said proudly. Yes, the great Lord Halls liberated Dobby and made Dobby a free house elf. Dobby gets more excited as he speaks, especially when Ivan is willing to use 1 silver per week as a salary to hire himself. The bulb-sized eyes are filled with moving tears, and his nose twitches. Dougert and Asia looked at Ivan with weird gazes, and Ivan hurriedly interrupted the house elf's words. Dobby. If there is no order from me in the future, please stop mentioning employment matters. He finally created an image of caring for his subordinates in front of the wizards. Ivan didn't want it to be ruined because of this. Dobby understands, sir, must not want people to know how kind he is to a house elf. Dobby said sobbing. Dobby's peculiar brain circuit made Ivan very speechless. He shook his head and didn't say anything. He turned to Asia and asked if Dobby could stay at home in the future. Asia naturally has no opinion. She has been busy dealing with the wizarding market recently and has not had much time to take care of the housework. Dobby's existence just makes up for this vacancy. Doubt frowned, doubting Dobby's loyalty issues. A house elf who betrayed the original owner was not very likable. But thinking that Ivan had fooled so many wizards in just 1 hour, he wouldn't be able to deal with a house elf, so he was relieved again. After persuading Asia to accept Dobby, Ivan turned to curiously ask the two of the things that happened in Knockdown Alley in the past few months, and how they contradicted the wizarding market. After you left, Asia and I felt that it was necessary to clean up Knockout Alley before you come back. This is one of the few things we can do for you. Doubt was very proud to explain this to Ivan. Achievements over the past few months. They gathered enough people to get rid of some disobedient thorns. As for the large number of ordinary wizards, they did not care, because those people are easy to deal with, and they will automatically attach themselves after they win the final victory. Come. I wanted to persuade the Knott family to join us at the beginning. If he knows the current affairs, I don't want to embarrass him, but the old guy doesn't know what is good or bad, so he blasted the person I sent out. Grid said with a sneer. He had given the other party a chance, but it was a pity that the other party didn't cherish it. Wait, Dean Dougert, shouldn't the cause of the matter be that we made a big noise in the wizarding market 2 years ago, and the Knott family deliberately retaliated against us? Ivan interrupted Doubt, confused. Words, couldn't help but asked. This is indeed a good saying. Doug Tat suddenly felt his eyes light up. Why didn't he think of using this as a reason before? Fortunately, it is too late to remedy it. Doubt immediately said that he had not considered it well before and did not notice the influence of public opinion. Tomorrow he will order someone to collect the crimes of the Knott family. Aisha saw something, and couldn't help but remind Ivan that in order to achieve a more ambitious ideal, I don't need to be constrained by the means to be just. If you want to do a big cause, it's not too kind. Listening to the words of the two, Ivan fell into confusion. What? I have more ambitious ideals and want to do a big business? Why did I never know? Who did you listen to? Ivan was very suspicious that Asia might have misunderstood something, and couldn't help but ask. Of course it's from Bach. If he hadn't told me about your arrangement, I'm afraid I would have been kept in the dark by you. Asia sighed, said with emotion, and then she stared in dissatisfaction. After taking a look at Ivan, he continued. You shouldn't tell Bach about such a secret plan. If he passes it directly, it would be bad. But I only talked to him about alchemy, and asked him how to lay out secret doors on magic items. Ivan looked dazed and completely confused. Is there any connection between these two things? So I have always said that the old boy is very clever. He guessed that you are planning to apply the secret door technology to the protection ring sold to the Auror. Fortunately, when the right time is right, you can eliminate the strongest of the Ministry of Magic in one fell swoop. Power. Doubt began to explain. When mentioning Bach, Doubt still tickles his teeth with hatred. He still remembers the old guy blowing up his house. Ivan was stunned. He recalled the scene when he was chatting with Bach. It seems, probably, maybe I said that before? But he did it just to keep an eye out, so as not to be pitted by the magic items he sold. Is just to protect yourself. It has nothing to do with the ambitious want to rule Knockdown Alley. After all, he and Asia have done a lot of things that violated the laws of the magical world, and there is no guarantee that a large number of Aurors will come to arrest them one day. Ivan can't wait to use the time converter to go back in time and twist Boke's head off, so that he will not make up some weird things in his brain, and pass on the things that the brain has made to Asia and others. It's no wonder that when he was at Hogwarts, the task of unifying Knockdown Alley increased some progress every once in a while. It turned out that Asia was fooled by Boke. Thinking of this, Ivan was ready to explain. However, before he could even speak, Doug said admiringly. Neither I nor Asia thought that you had planned such a meticulous plan without knowing it. Yes, when Boke told me about it, I almost thought it was him who made a mistake. It's not like a layout that a child can come up with. Asia also said with a smile. Is indeed a mistake. Ivan smiled bitterly to himself. www.mdlnovel.com. However, looking at Doubt's admiring gaze and the smile on Asia's face, he swallowed again. Ivan can't imagine how embarrassing it would be if I told the truth now that Isia and Doubt understood that they had worked hard for a few months and had a new long scene. All previous efforts will become meaningless. And those wizards who have spent a lot of money to summon up with great difficulty have all become enthusiastic under his speech, ready to attack at any time. If you go out now and tell them that everything is a misunderstanding, and then disband on the spot, go back to each house, maybe what a mess will happen. Not to mention that the beams they have formed with the wizard market have already reached a point where they cannot be eased. Even if they are willing to stop now, the Knot family cannot let them go. So now there is only one way to go to the dark, according to the original plan to solve the wizard market in order to eliminate the threat, so that a lot of spent Jin Jialong will not be in vain. The most important thing is that Ivan remembered Trelawney's prophecy. As Peter Pettigrew escapes from Azkaban, part of the prophecy has now been fulfilled, and Ivan feels that he must prepare for the worst. At this time, a group of strong and loyal subordinates is very important. In view of this, Ivan really didn't know how to explain to Asia. Can it be said that although he is content with the status quo and has no big ambitions, he still needs some loyal hands to guard against the resurrection of the previous Dark Lord for some special reason? It might as well not explain. Chapter 519, Ivan, this is really a surprise. Ivan was very worried that after he explained it, his brain would make up another strange appearance. Thinking of this, Ivan looked at the two and said helplessly. Why don't you discuss with me before doing these things? Didn't you happen to be going back to Hogwarts to study at that time? Isaiah didn't think you should be disturbing you, so we were going to wait for you to come back this time and give you a surprise. Doug said with a smile. Surprised, surprise. Ivan twitched the corners of his mouth, which seemed to him almost as shocked. What's the matter? Asia saw that Ivan's expression seemed something wrong, and couldn't help but ask. No, it's nothing, I just felt that there was a little surprise. The surprise you prepared was really... Ivan pulled out a smiling face very hard, and then looked at the expectant gazes of Aisha and Doug, contrary to their intentions. Continue to say. It's amazing. We can only help you with this little thing. Asia smiled, and then told Ivan that he had planned to clean Knockdown Alley before he came back, but he didn't expect the wizard. The resistance of the market is more difficult to deal with than she imagined. So if I come back later, you guys have finished playing? Ivan was very speechless. After Tijin and Asia learned more inside stories, he was tired to say that he had experienced too many things today, and now he wants to go back and be alone. Then you have a good rest. Asia noticed Ivan's tired cheeks, unavoidably a little distressed, and said comfortingly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, you are still young, we have a lot of time to arrange slowly. Ivan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. With a headache, he walked out of the conference hall and returned to the room of his magic shop. After closing the door, Ivan's face suddenly turned black. He suddenly thought of something, and subconsciously opened the system's taskbar and took a look. 71%. Ivan looked at the display on the progress bar and couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. Why did it suddenly increase so much? If he remembers correctly, when he inspected the Black Mansion at noon, the task progress was only fixed at 45%. Is the reason for the previous shock and speech? Or is it because he solved the law enforcement and 7 dark wizards sent by the opponent to hunt down Walker, and even recruited 4 people, causing the balance of victory to tilt again? Ivan thinks that there should be both. 8 well-trained wizards are brought out by themselves in Knockdown Alley. They are all a powerful force, enough to change the balance of power in a battle. Not to mention this time the Knot family also lost a core member, Reese Knot. When I think of this, Ivan can't help but feel a little crazy. This is not because of the murder. Ivan is very clear that since the two sides are already enemies and the contradiction has intensified to the point of irreversibility, no matter what the cause, he can't be merciless. After all, it is too costly to imprison an animagus, and Reese Knot is unwilling to surrender, so death is his only attribution. What really made Ivan feel mad was that he had always thought that the Knot family deliberately retaliated, and Isaiah was forced to organize a passive counterattack because of helplessness, so that he repeatedly questioned the origins of Reese not in the conference hall. Now it was awkward to want to come to the scene at that time. No one was there to remind myself. Or did they add something amazing to their brains? No, I have to deal with what is going on from beginning to end. Ivan quickly put all his thoughts behind, thinking about asking from Asia and Doug. The news that came out slowly connected everything together. At first, I was probably cautious. His attempt to leave a back door on the item sold to the Ministry of Magic caused Bok to misunderstand him, thinking that he was ambitious and wanted to get rid of the aura in order to rule the entire British magical world. After learning everything that Bok's brain had made up, Asia thought he was not cautious enough to let Bok know about such a secret plan. This is probably also the cause of Bok's death. He knows too much. I knew I shouldn't have left Bok for life. Ivan shook his head regretfully. If he hadn't stopped Asia in the Bokimbok shop, Bok would have died a long time ago. There are so many messy things. But Ivan also has to admit that Bok is really old and cunning, and the imaginary plan is indeed possible to be implemented. If you can unify the Knockoff Alley, summon hundreds of wizards, and rely on the secret door left on the protective ring and anti-cursive gloves to carry out a raid, occupying the Ministry of Magic will not be a problem. But the key is what will happen after they destroy the Ministry of Magic? The wizards of England would never approve of their rule. Let alone Dumbledore. The strongest white wizard on the side of this order is extraordinary, and he has an old magic wand in his hand. It's not a problem to hit a group of them alone. Wait. Dumbledore? Ivan suddenly remembered something. The old professor was caught by Voldemort's Horcrux, and it seemed that he could not live long. So the biggest obstacle does not actually exist. Can I be Minister of Magic? Ivan took a deep breath, and lay on the bed tossing around and couldn't sleep. Tension, depression, confusion, and other emotions surged into my heart. He is a third-grade little wizard, how come he suddenly wants to rule the British magical world? The next morning, after Ivan got up to wash, he yawned and went downstairs with sleepy eyes to prepare for dinner. He thought about it all night yesterday, tangled up, and finally felt that he was not the material for the Minister of Magic. In contrast, he prefers to study magic leisurely by himself, rather than sitting in the office every day dealing with a lot of government affairs and intrigue with his political opponents. You can't get a puppet minister after occupying the Ministry of Magic, right? Thinking like this, Ivan couldn't help laughing. The so-called rule of the magical world is nothing more than those people who blindly make up for it. There is no spectrum of things. He first entangled with the problem of being the Minister of Magic, and was completely asking for trouble. Sir. Come here, please. As soon as Ivan walked downstairs to the lobby, he heard Dobby's voice rang. He looked up, the house elf graciously pulled the chair beside the dining table aside, and Asia and Doug had already sat down and were waiting for him. Did you sleep well last night? Asia noticed that Ivan seemed a little sleepy, so she asked with concern. Well, thinking about something, go to bed a little later. Ivan yawned and walked to the position where he was pulled away and sat down. Dobby brought a rich breakfast to the table in front of Ivan at the right time, and then he was very diligent and busy with the rag, looking very energetic, ready to wipe the whole room again. Ivan glanced at it, realizing that Dobby wanted to perform well in front of Asia, so he looked at Asia and asked with a smile. Mom, what do you think of Dobby? Is it okay? Of course, I'm very satisfied. Asia praised her without hesitation, but for a while she was really not used to such a life. When she got up this morning routinely to cook, she was stopped by Dobby. The house elf said that she didn't want to let her do these chores. She was still very excited. If it weren't for her to stop Dobby, she even planned to hit the wall with her head. Aisha, who has a certain understanding of house elves, naturally understands that this is Dobby's competent performance, so I just leave it. Hearing the praise of Asia, Dobby suddenly became harder, wiped the whole hall spotlessly with a rag, and then cleaned the other rooms with enthusiasm. With a house elf, you halls can be regarded as a wizard family with a solid foundation. After Dobby left the hall, Doubt said both jokingly and enviously. Don't look at the house elves in the eyes of wizards, they are no different from slaves. But they are loyal, proficient in all life skills, and their magic level is not weaker than that of an adult wizard. They are definitely an excellent helper. Generally speaking, only those powerful pure-blood families can have a house elf as a slave. Dobby and I are just an employment relationship. If it wants to pursue true freedom one day, I will not force it. Moreover, the way to determine a family's heritage should be the inheritance of knowledge they possess. Ivan shook. Shaking his head, he retorted that he did not approve of such a statement. The life of this kind of clothes to stretch out your hands and open your mouth is too rotten. It's easy to kill people's fighting spirit. No wonder Malfoy is so arrogant and squeamish, he must have been used to it. Ivan sighed in his heart, took a sip of the oatmeal that Dobby had brought up with him, and ate a few pieces of sausage and roasted tomatoes. Doubt curled his lips, saying that is correct, but he still wants a house elf, who can be taken care of, who is willing to take care of these trivial matters by himself. Dougert was not arguing with Ivan, his face became a little serious, and he asked about business as soon as he changed his voice. By the way, I forgot to ask yesterday, Ivan, do you hate those pure blood wizards? No. Ivan shook his head and continued. I don't think there is any difference between pure blood, mixed blood, and muggle wizards. He didn't mean to blindly oppose pure blood, and he wouldn't be as radical as Voldemort that some wizards he couldn't understand should die. According to Ivan's understanding, some pure blood families are actually no different from ordinary wizards. They all rely on a craft and their own abilities to make money. The Lovegood family, like Luna, relied on operating a newspaper to earn living expenses, and even had a relatively tight life due to the problem of newspaper sales. That's good. Dougert breathed a sigh of relief. Of course he could understand the meaning of Ivan's words. Ivan was not pure blood but privilege. This means that some pure blood families are still friends, not enemies. Dean Doubt, what do you ask this for? Ivan, who has seen Bach's brain replenishing ability, understands the truth, and try to ask clearly everything that can be asked clearly, so as not to know when he is pitted. I should have told you before that the wizarding market is controlled by 6 pure blood families. Although the Knot family is the most powerful, it is only one of them. Doubt began to explain to Ivan. He wanted to persuade a pure blood family to act as an internal response, so that they would attack the wizarding market more smoothly. Are you sure it will be useful? Ivan frowned. Of course. You don't understand those pure blood, it's a bit ugly, they are no different from the wall grass. Before they tried to resist with a large number of people, but now it is different. Doug said with a sneer. Then which family do you plan to choose for lobbying? Ivan asked. The Rozier family. I have contacted their patriarch before, trying to persuade him to join us in the rebellious camp. Although that time ultimately failed, the old Rozier hesitated for a while before replying to me. Realizing that he didn't have the slightest chance of winning, then he must surrender faster than anyone else. Doubt explained. There are such 2 and 5 boys? Ivan took a surprised look at Doubt. www.mdlenovel.com. After getting his confirmation, he continued. How long do you probably need to persuade him? How sure are you? I'm 80% sure. You can meet him in 2 days at most. Doubter said confidently. This time the wizard market suddenly lost 9 wizards. The balance of power has been completely out of balance. Be confident that you can persuade each other. Okay. Then I'll meet him. Ivan nodded and agreed. It would be better to be able to occupy the wizarding market with as little damage as possible. There is an insider, maybe they can catch the other party all at once, so as not to have some fish that slip through the net and frequently harass them in the future. After getting Ivan's permission, Doubt seemed very happy. He ate breakfast in a hurry, and then left the magic shop. Ivan cherished the time he spent with Asia, and spent the whole morning chatting with Asia basically without doing anything. Until the afternoon, Ivan remembered the need to hold a funeral for Elfie or Grint, which made Dobby prepare the corresponding things, and used communication magic props to gather everyone back together. Ivan stood at the door and waited, the space in front of him was constantly twisting, and a group of figures appeared in front of him. When the last person arrived, Ivan looked at the time, 10 minutes had passed. Ivan can't help but frown at such a speed. It's not the time to eat or sleep. According to his understanding, wizards can directly use apparition to teleport instantly. Except for some emergencies, everyone should arrive at the scene immediately after he informs them. Chapter 520, What? I actually have the mighty power comparable to the Dark Lord? Ivan's gaze slowly swept across the audience, very dissatisfied with this efficiency, but he used the communication magic props to notify everyone at the same time. The wizards who rushed over looked a little at a loss under Ivan's gaze, and didn't quite understand where they angered each other. 10 minutes. Ivan once again glanced at the clock hanging in the room, then turned his head and spoke to everyone. It took 10 minutes from when I sent the signal, to when you came here using apparition. I have to say that your incompetence is far beyond my expectations. Even a group of muggles, after receiving the order, rushed here from any side of Knockdown Alley. I am afraid it will not take such a long time. Ivan's words were very sharp, and the wizards he was staring at lowered their heads tremblingly, not daring to look at him. Yesterday, the scenes of Ivan's finger killing were still imprinted in their hearts, so even if Ivan scolded no matter how harsh they were, they didn't dare to refute it. Who was the last to arrive? Stand up. Ivan said blankly. Yes, it was me, I was in the bathroom, sir. A witch in his 30s walked out tremblingly. He looked at Ivan in fear and stammered. Explained. To go to the toilet? What a good reason. Ivan sneered. He didn't ask any more, but turned his eyes to the second to last witch who arrived and said. Then what about you? Grace. I'm taking a shower, sir. The witch said embarrassedly. I hate someone lying, Grace? Or are you going to tell me to roll around in the sand after taking a shower? Yvonne glanced at each other, keenly aware of the presence of the other's wizard robes. Less dust, it's not like new clothes. Yes. I'm sorry. Your Excellency Halls. Please. Please forgive my offense. Was exposed to the lie by Yvonne on the spot, and stared with indifferent eyes. Grace's scared face turned white. She knelt down on the spot and squatted on the ground, begging Yvonne to forgive her life. Yesterday in the conference hall, I witnessed Yvonne turning black and white, forcing Rhys not to confess his guilt, and killing Rhys not instantaneously with weird means. The seeds of fear were deeply rooted in Grace's heart. I'm afraid that the other party will torture or even kill myself if they disagree. Grace's response so much made Yvonne stunned. He just wanted to beat the opponent and make some small punishments to let these wizards understand the importance of discipline, but she didn't expect Grace to be so frightened and knelt down. Am I that scary? Yvonne was very depressed, and then he felt that this must be because the other party's psychological quality was too bad. He thought that the wizards in Knockdown Alley were all ruthless characters, and it seemed that this was not necessarily the case. Yvonne shook his head secretly, and had to put off his plan to punish the two on the spot, but he still had a stern face, looked at everyone with sharp eyes and continued to speak. Then you guys, why do you have any other reasons? I remember I told you during the rally yesterday that you were going to meet here this afternoon. All the wizards did not dare to reply, they just silently accepted Ivan's reprimand. Some people complained in their hearts, thinking that Yvonne was making a fuss. They just came a little late and didn't delay any important things. Yvonne has been paying attention to the looks on the faces of the people, and he can naturally guess their thoughts easily, and he can't help but increase his tone. I hope you haven't forgotten that we are in a life and death dispute, facing danger all the time. If you are notified this time because one of you has been attacked in Knockdown Alley, you'd better pray that you are lucky enough to be able to wait for your companions to take care of all kinds of affairs. Then come to rescue you. Ivan's words hit the hearts of Grace and others like an alarm bell. The coffin containing Elfier's body was placed in front of them, telling them with facts that this was not alarmist. If they reacted faster after receiving the notice yesterday, maybe Elfier would survive. Grace, Joseph. Yvonne looked at the last two who arrived again and asked. If you are attacked by a wizard squad dispatched by the Knott family, when do you think the support should arrive? Naturally, the sooner the better. Can't delay a second. Grace thought so, but didn't say it immediately, because she understood that Yvonne was not asking this, but asked herself to give a time limit for the collection. 1 minute. Grace calculated, gritted her teeth, and spoke out. She felt that even if she was going to the bathroom or taking a bath, she could deal with it urgently in 1 minute. After all, it only takes one apparition to arrive at the venue, which doesn't take much time. 30 seconds. Joseph was more ruthless than Grace. In order to not be punished, he shortened the time by half. Very good. According to what you said, usually 1 minute is the limit, 30 seconds after receiving an emergency notice. Next time I will start the timer, and latecomers will be severely punished, no exceptions and no reason. Yvonne said very strongly. The wizards present glared at Grace and Joseph, and complained in their hearts why they didn't speak longer. What if they were too deep asleep after receiving instructions late at night? Or maybe halfway through the bath, dry the body and put on the clothes for more than 30 seconds. Joseph and Grace didn't care about everyone's gaze. They were fortunate that Yvonne had let go of them generously. Just now, they were even ready to get a heartbreak. Yvonne paid attention to the reactions of the wizards present, and was unavoidably disappointed. These wizards were too casual, they were just a group of stragglers gathered together. They obviously lacked training and discipline. But now is not the time to think about this. After the rebuke, Yvonne asked Fran to take Elfier's coffin and head to the cemetery together to find a suitable place for burial. When the funeral was held, Yvonne personally read out the prayers to commend Elfier Grint for his deeds during his lifetime. Part is for show, and the other part is sincere. Although he did not have any intersection with this victim before this, Elfier Grint was a subordinate recruited by Isaiah in his name, and lost his life for this. Of course Yvonne will not be perfunctory. In the process, Yvonne also met Elfier's mother, Mrs. Grint. The grey-haired witch was full of tears in her eyes and looked very pitiful. Her husband and daughter died in the last wizarding war, and now they have lost their last child. The sudden blow really made her a little bit pitiful. Hard to accept. Yvonne sighed, feeling a little confused in his heart, but he also understood that such a thing cannot be avoided. Which wizard living in Knockdown Alley has a happy family? Yvonne took the purse full of Jin Jialong, walked to the old witch, and said apologetically. Mrs. Grint, I'm sorry, we were a step late and failed to save your son. He has been very brave, fighting to the last minute, is a well-deserved hero. In addition, this is 300 gallons, please accept it, other than that, there is nothing we can do. Yvonne handed over the purse with Jin Jialong and finished it. Prepare to be scolded. It is normal for a mother who has lost her child, no matter how angry. However, none of this happened. Mrs. Grint sobbed deep, took the bag Yvonne handed over, and choked with thanks. She knew very well that her child was doing money for life work, and the least valuable in Knockdown Alley was human life. Yvonne could hold a funeral for Elfir after his death and give him 300 gallons. The pension is exhausted. If he changes to another employer, Elfir will probably end up throwing dead bodies in the wilderness without control. So even though she was heartbroken, Mrs. Grint did not blame Yvonne for Elfir's death. The funeral lasted for more than an hour, and Yvonne took everyone back to the Bojenbach shop in the evening. Just as Yvonne was thinking about whether to take this opportunity to have a training session, Dougert brought him good news. Old Roger has agreed to meet you, now he is waiting. He said that he has something to tell you, and he has to wait until you arrive. So fast. Yvonne couldn't help being a little surprised. He remembered that Doug only mentioned this matter to himself in the morning. He thought he would have to wait a few days. Oh, I just mentioned a few words to him casually, and that guy was frightened. Doug said with a sneer. Yvonne glanced at him, a little curious as to what Doug said to the other person, as to scare them like this. But considering that the other party may have to wait for too long to cause trouble, Yvonne didn't ask more about it, using Phantom Shift and Doug to go to the agreed place together. Anyway, I'll know when I meet. Accompanied by a burst of space replacement, when he came back to his senses again, Yvonne found that he was located near a dilapidated house. It is very desolate here, probably in the corner on the east side of Knockdown Alley, and in the distance you can see the ruins where the law enforcement officers were fighting. Come out, Mr. Roger, who is hiding in hiding has the demeanor of your pure-blood family, isn't it? Yvonne looked around and there was no one nearby, but he was sure that the other party was still nearby. Ivan's words passed around on the empty rooftop, and it took 10 seconds for another voice to sound. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Your Excellency Halls. After all, I came alone, so be careful. A middle-aged wizard in his 50s wearing a gorgeous robe appeared not far away out of thin air, with a slightly apologetic look on his face, and a house elf followed by him. Yvonne frowned. Of course, he understood that the other party must have been hiding in the dark just now to check the situation. Once there were too many people on his side, or if he noticed that the situation was not right, the guy fled. Sure enough, it was the same as Doug said, but I can't do it. While Yvonne was observing the opponent, old Roger was also looking at him. After a while, old Roger suddenly said with emotion. You are younger than I thought, Sir Halls. If it hadn't been for Doug, I couldn't believe that you have a power comparable to the Dark Lord at this age. Although he has learned a lot of information from Doug, the old Roger is still a little unbelievable looking at Ivan's immature face. A little wizard up to 13 or 14 years old should still go to school at Hogwarts. Even if he starts practicing magic from the moment the magic bursts, he can never learn more than 10 years. Such a kid is really so powerful, is it really comparable to the Dark Demon? Old Roger doubted whether Dougert was playing mystery. I have a mighty power comparable to Voldemort? Yvonne glanced sideways at Dougert, thinking about whether he should switch to another person to do this kind of diplomatic work next time, or there will be more outrageous rumors in the Knock Alley in the near future. Dougert doesn't change his face, so it's normal to brag appropriately when negotiating and putting pressure on him. And he thought that even Voldemort would not be able to do such weird things as finger killing, so it is not a lie to some extent. Even though Yvonne kept making complaints in his heart, but on the surface he was calm and said impatiently. I heard Dougert say that you have a very important piece of information to tell me, but you have to meet me in person before you can reveal it. Yes, www.mtlnovel.com Your Excellency Halls. The Roger family is willing to surrender to you. But I also ask you to be magnanimous and consider 2 small conditions. Old Roger hunched slightly, looking very it was humble, without the arrogance of a pure-blood wizard at all. Tell me. Yvonne raised his eyebrows, not surprising, his side did have an advantage, but the other side was not incapable of resisting. He wanted to persuade the old Roger to betray the original camp and not pay some. The price is definitely not enough. First, I hope you can allow our Roger family to retain the corresponding share in the wizarding market. Old Roger proposed. Yes. Yvonne agreed without hesitation. For the first pure-blood family to rebel, some preferential treatment is still necessary. The Roger family doesn't occupy much share in the wizarding market. In fact, it has no effect. If all this is taken away, no pure-blood family will be willing to surrender in the future. After Yvonne agreed, old Roger sighed in relief. What he cares most is the interests of the family, as long as this can preserve everything else. What about the second condition? Yvonne had no intention of spending time with the other party here, and asked directly. The second condition. Old Roger hesitated for a long time, seeming to be entangled in whether to say or not, and finally gritted his teeth and tried to speak. Your Excellency Halls may not know. I have been obsessed with powerful magic since I was a child. 15 years ago, I was fortunate to have seen Lord Dark Lord use his own power against dozens of Aurors. Unforgettable. Chapter 521, Conquer the Rozier Family. Yvonne looked at old Rozier playfully, and he was naturally clear about his plan. The so-called obsession with powerful magic is just an excuse, the other party's real intention is probably to verify their own strength. Obviously Doug had bragged before and Rozier was skeptical. Although I knew this, Yvonne didn't move while holding the wand, and his gaze at the old Rozier became worse. Your Excellency Halls, I know that my request is abrupt, so in order to apologize, I am willing to offer some apocalypse. Old Rozier still looked humble and turned his head to look at the house elf next to him. Under the motion of his eyes, the house elf took out a heavy bag and walked towards Yvonne step by step. The bag shook and made a sound of metal crashing. It was obvious that it contained Jin Jialong. Old Rozier's face was full of apology, but his eyes were staring at Yvonne, observing each other's every move. He asked Yvonne to show magic naturally because he wanted to see the strength of this little wizard with his own eyes. After all, he was not a fool, and he could not just listen to a few words from Doubt, and he was believed by Fudge. Besides, he has been watching the actions of Dougert and others over the past few months. Old Rozier guessed that the other party's purpose is not only to control the wizarding market, but there may be even greater plans. Once the opponent's goal of rectifying Knockoff Alley is achieved, the Ministry of Magic will never sit back and watch, so it becomes very important to confirm Ivan's strength. If Doubt had not deceived himself before, and Ivan's strength is indeed comparable to the Dark Lord, then the magic world must usher in a major reshuffle. Their Rozier family, as the first batch of veteran members to join the opposing party's subordinates, would definitely be able to so profitable. If Yvonne is not as strong as Doubt said, but is just a little talented wizard, he will not be able to accompany him. Even those industries that lose the wizarding market will be better than the life of the future. Of course, this temptation is not without risk, it is very likely to anger the little wizard in front of him. This is also the reason why he put down his face and negotiated with a low profile. Coupled with the apocalypse and the intelligence in his mind, he is more than 70% sure that the other party will not kill him. If he is unlucky and hits the remaining 30% probability, then he has no choice but to run away. Only for this, the old Rozier is extremely confident. His apparition is very good, and he can perform smoothly in various extreme situations. And he was prepared with both hands from the beginning. While observing the rules, he came to show his sincerity by himself, and he also brought a house elf with him. In the concept of the general wizard, the house elves are just slaves, they are not human heads, and they will not cause ill feelings, which is regarded as a loophole in the rules. In a crisis situation, this house elf can resist him for a while, allowing him enough time to cast spells. Old Rozier had an abacus in his heart, calculating everything clearly and complacently. However, things would not develop as he expected. The house elf held the purse and walked a few steps, and Ivan's indifferent voice suddenly rang. Mr. Rozier, I think you may have forgotten a little. Not everything can be measured with money. But if you want to see it, I can't satisfy you. Ivan's face turned cold, and he wondered if the other party was dizzy, or was it pure blood thinking that money could solve everything. Have the guts to try it in front of Voldemort? Take a sum of money to let the Dark Lord cast a spell on you? I've lifted my head for you. From this point, he was sure that the old Rozier had never seen Voldemort, otherwise he would not have said such stupid things. Yvonne is not so cruel, nor does he care about using high-intensity magic to deter, but he understands that he must take the initiative, not act according to the other party's requirements. While speaking, Yvonne has quietly activated the enhanced magic text sequence in the magic wand, holding the magic wand in his right hand and slamming across the air. An invisible and shadowless blade of magic power stretched forward like a broad scimitar. Yvonne didn't chant a spell, because he didn't need it. After years of practice, Shen Feng Wuying had already reached the 6th level, and it was easy for Yvonne to cast spells silently. Tear. Accompanied by a slight sound. Not far from the front, the bag that the house elf had been holding in his hand was cut open by something. The Jin Jialong inside was scattered all around, and some of the gold coins could be vaguely cut into 2 pieces. Before these heavy Jin Jialong landed, the magical blade reached the old Rozier's body over a distance of several meters. As early as Yvonne said those words, the old Rozier's face changed. He knew that he was self-defeating, and immediately wanted to use apparition to leave here. But he obviously overestimated his ability to escape. When the old Rozier raised his wand, the magic blade had already swept past him, and there was a burst of tingling in his abdomen, as if he had been pricked by a needle. General. Apparition. Old Rozier yelled, waving his wand recklessly and chanting the spell at the fastest speed. However, nothing happened. Old Rozier still stood on the spot, only the sound of Jing Jialong strewn on the ground echoing in his ears. He lowered his head and glanced sluggishly, only to realize that the wand in his hand had been chopped into 2 pieces at some unknown time. The cut was smooth and round, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, and it was finely polished. Click. At this time, there was another sour sound of cutting behind him. Old Roger subconsciously turned his head and looked over. A large piece of tall bushes was cut off, and a thick tree next to it was also cut off. After a while, he swayed and fell to the ground, bringing up a cloud of smoke. Where his eyes can reach, about a fan-shaped area, the height of all objects are surprisingly the same, and the flatness is a little scary. Old Roger swallowed hard. He understood that Yvonne was not hitting the wrong way, but deliberately letting himself go. If this attack was against him, he would fight against him before he could react. The tree was cut into 2 pieces. What made Old Roger even more shocked was that such an attack could not be seen or touched at all, and the penetrating power was extremely wide. He was sure that even if he prepared protective measures in advance, he would be penetrated instantly, and he could not resist it. With only this blow, Old Roger confirmed that Daugert's words were true. He had never seen the Dark Lord cast a spell, but I am afraid that he would not be far behind. Thinking of this, the Old Roger was ready to admit counsel. If Yvonne didn't kill himself immediately, it means there is still a chance for things to ease. The question is how much it will cost. But when he turned his head, he saw that the house elves he had brought brazenly attacked Yvonne. Stop! You idiot! Old Roger was stunned and let out a heart-piercing cry. His wand had just been severed by Yvonne, which meant that he had completely lost the ability to resist. If the house elves he brought with him accidentally injured the little wizard in front of him, he would be dead. There is no possibility of escape. But the Old Roger was obviously a step slower. The house elf had already stretched out his hand, and a dazzling beam of light flew out from his fingers and struck straight towards Yvonne. Ivan's expression remained unchanged, and he instantly activated the protective ring he was wearing on his right hand. Without seeing any movement, the curse beam returned to its original path, knocking the house elf standing in place. Before Yvonne could continue to punish him, Old Roger swooped up, pinching the house elf's neck with his hands, and furiously. You humble bastard, who on earth gave you the courage to attack Lord Halls? Old Roger's face was extremely ferocious. He didn't save the least, he wanted to choke the house elf to death and calm Ivan's anger. Without the magic wand, he can only use this most primitive method. Although the Old Roger is old and physically weak, he still has strength. The house elf had been bounced back by his own curse, and now he was pinched by his neck. His face was blue and purple, and his light bulb-sized eyes were about to stare out. And that ugly, wrinkled face was filled with confusion and confusion. The house elf obviously didn't understand what he did wrong. It followed the Old Roger's instructions. Before coming, the Old Roger ordered it to attack the enemy in times of crisis, so as to fight for the master's escape. Sometime. At this time, the Old Roger obviously forgot his original instructions, or he didn't want to think about it at all, and blamed all the blame on the house elves. Just when the house elf was about to lose his voice, Ivan's voice came over again. Stop it! What a clumsy trick! Old Roger's hands trembled, and he did not dare to violate Ivan's instructions, let go of the house elf who had fainted, and then he did not dare to stand up and knelt in front of Yvonne, begging to say, Your Excellency Halls, please give me a chance. I am willing to pay enough price in exchange for your understanding. No more nonsense, what information do I want? Yvonne interrupted the Old Roger's words. This kind of person has too many thoughts and is not easy to control. If that information is useless, there is no need for Old Roger to survive. Old Roger's body trembled, and he hurriedly continued. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there will be a secret meeting in the underground secret room of the Wizard Market. At that time, all of us will be there, where anti-phantom shifting magic has been applied. As long as you can block the entrance and exit, no one can run. Are you sure? Yvonne raised his eyebrows. If it was true, it would be a good piece of information. The ability of the wizard to apparate is a headache for him, because it means it is difficult to capture. Even if he finds where the opponent is, they may have escaped before he invades. Forcibly invading the wizarding market, it is not impossible to occupy there, but it may cause some damage, and secondly, if the members of the pureblood family are not completely resolved, it may cause some trouble in the future. Tell me, what is the purpose of your gathering this time? Why did you choose that place? Yvonne asked. Although the Old Roger seemed to be scared, there should be no possibility of lying, but Yvonne had to act cautiously. What if this is a trap? No matter how small the possibility is, he has to be on guard. This rally was proposed by the Knott family. We lost too many manpower in the past 2 days, which completely exceeded our expectations. So this time, Knott wanted to gather us all together to discuss the next response strategy. Was chosen in the basement secret room of the Wizard Market because it is safe enough, with heavy protection, plus anti-ghosting magic, so there is no need to worry about being suddenly intruded. Facing Ivan's question, the Old Roger did not dare to conceal the slightest bit. He told everything he knew like a bamboo tube poured into beans. He also tremblingly took out a map from his arms, trembling slightly. Pass it up. This is the map of the underground secret room. It was funded and built by several of our families back then. All secret passages and entrances were drawn on it. Old Roger added. Yvonne took the map and looked at it, and found that this underground secret room was quite large. The lounge, meeting room, and residence were very complete. There were also many gates set up, just like a small fortress. No wonder we'll choose to rally here. If there is no Old Roger as a traitor as an internal response, it will not be easy to attack www.mtlnovel.com. It is a fantasy to capture everyone without fail. Very good, yes, I feel your sincerity. Yvonne put the map away, and his gaze at the Old Roger became a little softer. What he lacks most now is time, and soon he will leave Knockoff Alley to meet with Nick LeMay. It is impossible to expect to be here for a long time. Old Roger has now given him a solution to completely solve those pure-blood families. A great opportunity, and there is no need to worry about subsequent troubles. When Yvonne said that, the Old Roger was finally relieved, he knew his life was saved. However, Yvonne didn't intend to spare him so easily, and forced Old Roger to make a magic contract to ensure that the other party would not suddenly repent or make any small actions. For this kind of cunning cowardice, Yvonne felt that only the magic contract could make the other party more reliable. Old Roger didn't have the guts to refuse. Now his life is pinched in Ivan's hands, and he doesn't have the ability to bargain at all. After confessing some things and arranging a time for the raid, Yvonne glanced at Jin Jialong scattered on the ground indefinitely. It looks like there are at least 500 pieces, and it is very dazzling in the sunday. Yvonne had never thought that Old Roger would be willing to spend 500 gallons to see him perform a magic once, which is really sincere. In theory, he has already met the second condition of the Old Roger, the money is already his own, but in order to maintain his cold image, Yvonne can only give up this plan sadly. There is no way, who makes him unable to pull the bottom to pick it up. Chapter 522, What kind of magic is this? Let's go. Yvonne glanced at Jin Jialong on the ground for the last time, and then cast an apparition with doubt and disappeared in place. After waiting for Yvonne to leave for a while, the Old Roger raised his head tremblingly, looked around in a circle, slowly heaved a sigh of relief, and then planned to stand up. When he really got up, Old Roger suddenly felt a tingling pain in his waist. Hiss. He lowered his head and glanced with a grin, and found a small opening on the side waist of the wizard's robe, and blood was constantly oozing outward. Because of fear and anger, he hadn't noticed this at all. Now he relaxed and pulled the wound a lot, and the tingling sensation came to his heart again. Old Roger clutched the wound and endured the pain and walked to the house elf, kicked it, and said angrily. Did you die? Lar? Get up if you are not dead. Old Roger's foot was very heavy, and he awakened the dazed house elf and ordered it to heal his wounds. The poor servant was almost killed but didn't dare to complain. He tremblingly pressed his hand against the Old Roger's wound and began to perform magic, but when his finger ran through the wound, it didn't work. Any effect? Are you kidding me? Old Roger stared at it fiercely, and the anger that he had accumulated for a long time would burst out. The house elf shook his head in horror, and hurriedly explained. Master, Lao. Lao really did his best. Old Roger stared at it for a while, and saw Lao's tears and nose flow down, and he looked terrified, and he should have no guts to deceive himself. This was a bit of faith. He glanced at the still bleeding wound again, could not help but think of something, and turned his gaze to Jin Jialong scattered on the ground. Lao, I order you to restore Jin Jialong with a repair spell. Old Roger said tentatively. The house elf did not dare to disobey the owner's instructions, sobbing, while extending the index finger of his right hand again, a ray of white light lit up at the fingertips. The damaged Jin Jialong on the ground seemed to be wrapped in some inexplicable force, slowly floating up and joining together. But the strange thing is that the cracks in the middle have not recovered. When the power of magic gradually disappears, they fall to the ground and break into two again. I'm sorry, Master, Lao can't do it, Lao can't do it. The house elf said tremblingly, and then, like other elf who did something wrong, picked it up on the ground. One of the small wooden bars whipped his head to punish his incompetence. Bad Lar, bad elf. The house elf shouted frantically while beating. Old Roger ignored it at all, squatted down and picked up one of the two half Jin Jialong, and carefully looked at the incision. What kind of magic is this? Old Roger's face changed, and he felt cold behind his back, muttering to himself. The magic that Yvonne cast just now looks more terrifying than he thought. It has a wide range and strong penetrating ability. It also has inexplicable blocking power that can inhibit wound healing. This means that once injured by this kind of magic without the corresponding curse, the wound will never be repaired. Even if the cursed person is not dead on the spot, he will bleed and die in the next few days. Thinking of this, Old Roger couldn't help shivering, and hurriedly wanted to go to Yvonne, asking him to unlock this weird magic. But the Old Roger stopped quickly again. He suddenly realized that with the strong strength and control ability shown by the opponent, it is impossible to cause accidental injury. If he is willing to solve the curse for himself, I am afraid it will be solved long ago. Then there is only one possibility, leaving this wound is the other party deliberately, the purpose is to punish his previous offensive behavior. After all, the wound is not big. If you do emergency treatment, you won't lose blood and die in one day. Waiting for the conquest of the wizarding market tomorrow afternoon, if you have done your own merits and demerits, I am afraid it will be the time to solve the curse. Old Roger smiled bitterly and shook his head, and had to order the house elves to collect Jin Jialong from the ground and take him back to the manor. He needs to give emergency treatment to the wound as soon as possible. Lao's brain wasn't very good, but his actions were still very neat. He dropped the wooden stick that punishes him, pulled the rags on his body into a pocket, and pulled Jin Jialong into it, full of it. It's dazzling. Old Roger looked around, but shook his head and sighed. He originally thought that no one could stop the charm of money, so he made such a tentative move, but he did not expect that Yvonne was not very interested in money. But that's right, such a little wizard must have a higher level of pursuit, how can he be as vulgar as himself? It doesn't seem that everyone likes money. I have to try something else next time. Old Roger sighed and dragged the house elf Lao and left here with him. At the same time, Doubt, who returned to the black magic shop, looked at Yvonne with a look of admiration. You did a good job just now. That old thing was so scared, I must be honest. Hope. Yvonne rolled his eyes and said casually. If it weren't for Doug to brag too much and put his image too high to be equal to the Dark Lord, he would not be guilty of pretending to improve his style, so that he could not pull his face and squat on the ground to pick up money. That is 500 Jin Jialong, not a small sum. Thinking about it this way, Yvonne felt a pity that the old Roger was too ignorant. If he begged him to accept the tribute, would he still refuse it? Dougert didn't understand what Yvonne was thinking, nor did he put the 500 gallons in his eyes, but continued to talk about business. The information provided by the old Roger should be no problem. When do you plan to attack the wizarding market tomorrow? Do I need to inform Fern and them about this matter now? No, no need. The less people know about this, the better. Yvonne shook his head and rejected Dougert's suggestion. Don't look at him for both deterrence and grace to obey the more than 30 wizards, but the contact time is really too short, and there will be no ghosts in it, just in case. It's hard to get rid of the wind. So he thinks that only Aisha, Doubt, and himself are enough to know. It just so happens that tomorrow they will need to divide into 3 teams to block the entrances and exits and secret passages. As for the other members, it's not too late to set aside 10 minutes before the battle begins. Is that so? Doubt's mind turned around and he quickly understood what he meant. It is better to be cautious and not easy to make mistakes. Yvonne asked Doubt to call to Aisha, took out the map of the secret room, and after understanding the whole story, the 3 together discussed the course of action for tomorrow's attack on the wizarding market and their respective areas of responsibility. Now that there is such a good opportunity, no one hopes that some evasive mistakes will lead to abandonment of all previous efforts. One day passed in a flash. At noon the next day, Yvonne, who was ready, issued an emergency assembly order at 2:30. According to the previous requirement, all members must be present within 30 seconds after the emergency order is issued. Yvonne keeps an eye on the clock to see how many people violate the order today. 7 seconds later, the first figure appeared not far ahead. What surprised Yvonne was that the first one to arrive turned out to be Joseph, who was the latest to come back. It seems that he has had enough lessons last time. After 3 seconds, Fern, Walker and other werewolf wizards have all arrived on the scene, and then every second there will be a few more figures on the field. Until the 30th second, the last Grace arrived at the scene with a pinch, perhaps because of the rush, she was very embarrassed, her hair was messy, and she didn't even apply her makeup. Yvonne wondered if she had been sleeping until this point. Facing Ivan's gaze, Grace shrank her neck like a frightened little beast, because she was not sure if she was late. Fortunately, Ivan's eyes didn't stay on her for long, and he quickly turned to other wizards on the field. Yes, you guys came very timely today, did not disappoint me. Yvonne said with satisfaction as he looked around the crowd. He originally thought that basic training like this would need to be done several times before these wizards could learn the importance of punctuality. He didn't expect these people to be more obedient than he thought. Hearing Ivan's words, the wizards present heaved a sigh of relief. They don't want to try the severe punishment that Yvonne said, so they have been wearing uniforms even to sleep these days, just to be able to arrive as soon as they receive the notice. Your Excellency Halls, is there something urgent for you to summon us with an emergency order? Fern asked. Yvonne nodded and said. I got an information. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the Knott family will hold a meeting in the secret room of the wizarding market. Everyone from the pure blood families will be there. Your task is to conquer there, capture or kill all personnel. Fern and others were very surprised, guessing where Yvonne got such important information. Generally speaking, secret gatherings are almost impossible to leak. They are even more worried that this information is deliberately released by the Knott family, because the underground secret room of the wizard market, they have attacked there is no different from a small fortress. Once trapped, I am afraid that they will suffer heavy losses. The Rozier family, one of the 6 pure bloods, has taken refuge in us, and has handed over the map and established a magic contract. This time there is absolutely no possibility of failure. Ivan saw their worries and throughout again sent an intelligence. Now, of course, he won't have any more concealment. Even if the wizards present have an internal response from the other side, they will not have the opportunity to make a report under the supervision of everyone. And now it has another important meaning, to prevent accidental injury, lest old Rozier die unluckily in his own hands. The Rozier family surrendered. After hearing the news, Joseph, Grace, and others couldn't believe it. The battle hadn't started yet, and one of the opponent's leaders surrendered and became his own. Wouldn't it be a win? After Ivan nodded his head to confirm, everyone's morale suddenly rose, and they clamored to enter the wizarding market immediately and arrest the old knot. Ivan did not take it lightly. His goal this time was not only to win, but more importantly, not to die. After all, a person's pension costs 300 gallons, which is unacceptable for Ivan, who has just lost 500 gallons. So for more than 20 minutes before departure, Ivan patiently explained to them the traps distributed in the underground secret room, lest they get caught. If you need to scatter and search for the target after entering, each group should not be less than 3 people, and you need to ensure mutual support, understand? Ivan said emphatically. The wizards present nodded one after another, feeling a little moved in their hearts. Although the little wizard in front of him is more brutal and harsh, he still cares about their lives. You can see from raising the pension yesterday, holding the funeral in person, and repeatedly emphasizing safety measures today. After finishing everything, Ivan no longer hesitated, so that the wizards were divided into 3 teams and went to the entrance and exit of the wizard market to stand by. After receiving the order, the wizards all performed apparitions, and the figures disappeared in place as they came. The last Ivan waved his magic wand, and in a staggered space, he landed on a high platform. There were only 13 wizards including Fran, and everyone else followed Aisha and Dauk to block the remaining 2 exits. Your Excellency halls, there is the wizard market in front of them, and their secret rooms are built underground. Fran pointed to the front and said. Ivan turned his head and looked over, somewhat emotional. 2 years ago, he and Doug came here once, but the lively scene of the wizarding market at that time was like a large bazaar. Now here is a different look, it is very deserted, there are no people in sight, only 4 law enforcement officers are still on duty at the door. We'll start at 3:10. Ivan took out the stopwatch from the wizard's robe and looked at the time. It is now 2:50. Considering that someone might be late, he delayed the time to do it. Fran and others are also holding their wands tightly, while hiding themselves, they are also ready to do it at any time. The waiting time is not long. Ivan also saw a gorgeously dressed middle-aged wizard walk into the wizard market with some of his men. This is undoubtedly corroborating the old Rozier's statement. Ivan waited for a while, confirmed that no one would come again in a short time, and waved his wand to point at the law enforcement officers in the wizard market. Conf Ringo. After a few seconds of gaining momentum, Ivan chanted the spell, and a fiery flame gradually ignited at the tip of the wand, and then quickly expanded into the wind, and slammed into the direction of the wizard market. Chapter 523, Alliance. Non-existent. The fierce flames and powerful magical fluctuations instantly attracted the attention of the law enforcement officials. Seeing the large fireball that swelled to more than 2 meters high rushed towards him, the 4 law enforcement officials were a little panicked. Enemy attack. Fortunately, years of training played a role at this moment. Someone soon reacted and issued a stern shout. Others also hurriedly waved their wands at the attacking fireball, building a protective barrier. Impediment jinx. Prot egos. The flying fireball in the next second slammed into the magic barrier. After only a moment of resistance, the magic barrier was crushed. The orange fireball disintegrated, and endless light and heat spread in all directions. The 2 law enforcement officers in front were directly blasted out, and hit the pillar behind them heavily, breaking the iron armor curse they were holding on them. A law enforcement officer vomited blood in ragged clothes. Because the iron armor curse had prevented him from doing anything, there was nothing serious about it. But another law enforcement officer not far away was not so lucky. He was blown to blood before he could cast the protective spell, and he was silent. The law enforcement officers who are still alive have no time to rejoice, because everyone knows that the danger is not over. Before the smoke from the explosion dissipated completely, dozens of beams of spells of various colors rushed in from the smoke, followed by a few low wolf howls. It's those werewolves, retreat quickly and notify the others. The leader of the law enforcer immediately issued an order to retreat after noticing the large number of enemies and obviously unable to stand the enemy, and planned to use apparition. Go away. However, his movements were obviously a step slower. Ivan and the others, who had been lurking for a long time, would not let him go. A grey-black werewolf had already rushed in front of him, biting the arm of the law enforcement officer, and interrupted it. His spell casting. Other law enforcement agents were also attacked to varying degrees in the first time. With mental arithmetic and unintentional, in just a few seconds, all 4 law enforcement officers fell to the ground, unable to make any decent resistance at all. The few merchants in the wizarding market saw this cruel scene, they were directly shocked, and even ignored the items in the stall, and fled in panic. Ivan also ignored them. His goal this time was to target the wizard market, and had nothing to do with these poor wizards. Your Excellency Halls, what should these 2 people do to kill? Fern and Walker came over with a surviving caster and asked. Let's take care of it first. Ivan glanced at the 2 law enforcement officers who had lost their combat effectiveness, waved his hands and said. If he can, he doesn't want to kill people. There are already enough wizards in the magical world, not to mention that these law enforcers are all commissioned guys. They may not have any loyalty to the Knott family. You should wait for torture and confirm in the future. Disposal. Just as Ivan was thinking this way, there was an explosion in the distance, accompanied by a little screaming. Ivan suddenly understood that Ija and Dougard had done it. Leave 4 guards, and the rest will follow me in. Ivan did not dare to delay any more, and then ordered. In order to prevent the other party's follow-up support, so as not to be blocked in the urn, it is necessary to ensure that the exit is unimpeded. Fern and others nodded. This was discussed before, so they quickly arranged the candidates to stay. The remaining 9 wizards followed Ivan and rushed into the wizard market. After knocking out the 2 guards inside, Ivan smoothly came to a wide room and turned an oil lamp next to him according to the directions on the map. Click, click. A wall behind it cracked, shaking to give way to a passage, which was very narrow and only allowed 2 people to walk side by side. The end of the passage looks like a hall, but because of the limited vision, it is impossible to see the whole picture, and it is not sure whether there is anyone guarding it. Ivan grabbed a piece of masonry without any hesitation, and rushed in immediately, followed by Fern and others. When they were halfway there, 6 heavily armed black wizards suddenly appeared at the end of the empty passage. Obviously, they heard the explosion outside, and then deliberately ambushed here. If it were in a more open area, these dark wizards would not have time to run, and would never come to die, but now it is different. In this narrow terrain, Ivan and others have no way to escape. Reducto. Avada Kedavra. Colorful spell beams struck one after another, and there were also several green rays that made people sweat. Fern and others' complexions changed suddenly, but they were in a dilemma for a while. The obstacle curse and iron armor curse they cast could not stop the killing curse. Ivan hurriedly threw out the masonry in his hand, and then pointed his magic wand. Under the combined action of the magnifying spell and the transforming spell, the masonry quickly swelled, and the surface gradually became shiny with a metallic color, as if you were looking at a wall in front of you. Boom! Several spells collided with the brick wall. After all, the latter is a magical creation, not as hard as the real wall. It exploded immediately, and countless fragments galloped in all directions. A puno. All of this was naturally expected by Ivan. He waved his wand once again, and all the bricks and stones were dragged and smashed towards the dark wizards at the end of the passage. Fern and others behind Ivan were not idle either, and they took out their wands to fight back, venting their anger. Faced with such a wide range of magical attacks, the dark wizards who did not have the slightest spirit of sacrifice after the first wave of offensive failure, really chose to back down and left the passage to avoid this attack, but it also meant that they lost the first wave. Opportunity for a second shot. The extremely fast Ivan crossed a distance of tens of meters in just 2 seconds and entered the hall. The walls of the tables and chairs in front were all pitted by a large number of broken stones and bricks. A total of 6 black wizards had already run halfway in 2 seconds. A dark wizard who hadn't had time to run turned his head and saw Ivan, who suddenly broke in, and waved his magic wand without saying a word. Diffindo. The crimson beam hit Ivan, then went back the same way, knocking him out. Ivan did not hesitate to make up a coma spell to stun the black wizard. At the same time, Fern and the others, who had been behind Ivan, rushed in. Several spells blasted over, leaving 2 black wizards lying on the ground in a tragic manner. Ivan turned his head and glanced, intending to let them catch them alive as much as possible, but after thinking about it, he closed his mouth again. In such a fierce battle, asking Fran and the others to keep their hands was irresponsible for their lives. The 2 roads ahead, according to the previous plan, we will take the lead. Fran, you are responsible for bringing some people to the left to search. Ivan took out the map and took a look, and after confirming that the meeting room was on the right, he faced it. Fran said. Yes, Sir Halls. Foreign has turned into a werewolf form, and the huge and ferocious head paused, and then rushed towards the left passage with his 4 men. Ivan did not act immediately. He stretched out his right hand and tapped a wand on a cabinet in the hall. Under the action of magic, the wooden cabinet quickly softened, and the continuous stretch and extension became a huge giant python. All the passages in the secret room under are very narrow. Once blocked, it is almost impossible to avoid the opponent's magic, so he needs a large enough meat shield to resist these magic for him. Although Ivan can become a basilisk by himself and kill the quartet, it might be dangerous. What if he accidentally hits an Avidazuo curse in front of him? He doesn't want to personally experience whether the basilisk's anti-magic skin can resist the killing curse. Act now. Ivan witnessed the giant snake snaking into the passage, and then summoned his patron saint as insurance, and finally gave the action order. A few minutes ago, in the underground conference room, 6 wizards are sitting around a round mahogany table, discussing vigorously. We have lost too many manpower in the past few months, and the wizarding market has become more and more deserted day by day. It won't work anymore. Then what do we do? Surrender? You think it's all for now, and the other party will let us go? Yes. You must not admit defeat. If you bow your head to those hybrids and muggle species, don't you want to face it? We can recruit more people, or seek help from the Ministry of Magic. Everyone was talking about it, full of gunpowder. Looking at the form, no one knows that he is already at an absolute disadvantage. The other party is pressing on every step of the way. Failure is only a matter of time. Originally, according to their usual style, at this time they should start compromise negotiations, and try to make some concessions to prevent the other party from targeting the wizarding market. After all, if they continue to fight like this, their losses will only be greater. But the problem is that this time is different from the past. Their enemies are not equal. It is not a pure blood wizard family, but a magic shop owner in Knockdown Alley. They are a bit embarrassed to compromise with such an unremarkable lowly mixed blood. When the argument gradually fell into a stalemate, one of the wizards in black robes turned his head and looked at Knot, who had not spoken, and suggested. Old Knot, isn't the executive director of the Ministry of Magic your good friend? If the ministry is willing to interfere, then things will be easy. How easy is it? The Ministry of Magic doesn't have time to pay attention to us now. Knot shook his head and sighed. Naturally, he knew much more information in his capacity than ordinary wizards. Recently Azkaban seemed to have lost a very important fugitive, and a large number of Aurors were secretly dispatched. In addition to the recent Dementor riots, the executive director was going crazy. The last time I met, he seemed to be a few years old suddenly. How can I be in the mood to take care of the incident in Knockdown Alley? And Old Knot was very clear that in the eyes of many senior officials of the Ministry of Magic, one wizard in Knockdown Alley was not a good thing. Because this often means that there will be a lot less vicious things in the magical world in the next period of time. Listening to Knot's words, everyone present fell into a short silence. Without the intervention of the Ministry of Magic, it would be a foolish dream to let the other party settle down. The chunky witch sitting on the corner hesitated, gritted her teeth, and suggested. I feel that Aisha is not just trying to compete for the wizarding market. In the past few months, she has not only been working on our wizarding market. She must have a bigger plan. If you can convince the executive director to believe this, the Ministry of Magic will never let it go. Want to make those people believe that a magic shop owner in Knockdown Alley would threaten their rule? Difficult. Old Rozier shook his head with a sneer, and poured cold water on everyone. No, we can collect or forge some evidence, as long as the people at the Ministry of Magic realize that they have gathered a lot of dark wizards with intent to be unruly. The chunky witch said viciously. Then as you said, let's vote, and more than half of the people agree to start the implementation. Knot's index finger tapped the table lightly, and after hesitating for a while, finally made a decision. Seconded. Several other wizards have no opinion agreed, because this is the last resort. If it doesn't work, they can only consider surrender or compromise. Old Rozier looked around at the crowd, pretending to be sad and nodded slowly to agree, but he couldn't help sighing in the bottom of his heart. It was too late to discuss now to seek help from the Ministry of Magic. I am afraid that none of them can get out of here today. But while sighing, the old Rozier was also fortunate. He was on the side of the winner. This time he was not only fine, but also rewarding. As for the psychological pressure caused by betraying an ally? Non-existent. Old Rozier knew very well that if there were enough benefits, anyone in front of him would not hesitate to betray him. The so-called alliance is just a joke. Boom. Just as the old Rozier was thinking this way, there was a sudden violent noise above them, an explosion could be faintly heard, and the tables and chairs in the meeting room shook crazily. What's wrong? What happened? The squat witch held the table with a panicked look so that she would not fall. Looking at the movement, someone may have entered from the outside. Knot's face was very ugly. He squinted his eyes and scanned the people in the conference room one by one. What? How could it be so coincidental? Old Rozier frowned, with a look of stunned expression. The other people also looked at each other, with inexplicable brilliance in their eyes. The secret meeting held here today, but only they themselves know. Chapter 524, Old Roger, it's ridiculous that you think I'm an undercover agent. Just a few seconds after the explosion sounded, the door of the meeting room was knocked open, and a spellcaster in a black robe hurriedly looked at several people and said while panting. Your Excellency, not. Werewolves and a large number of wizards broke in from outside. I know. Gather some people, let's go out from the secret path now. Not's words were full of strong anger, but his reason made him understand that now is not the time to investigate whether there is a traitor inside, the most important thing is to leave quickly here. However, the black-robed law enforcement officer did not move, stammering the news that both the entrance and exit and the secret road were attacked at the same time. What? Are you sure? Not rushed forward eagerly and grabbed the collar of the law enforcement officer and asked. Yes, Lord Not. The law enforcement officer swallowed and said tremblingly. After the confirmation, Not's figure shook, and he almost didn't faint. If all the exits were blocked, wouldn't all of them be trapped here to die? Who betrayed us? Not turned his head, and stared at old Roger and the others with red eyes fiercely. The pure blood wizards present also took a few steps back and looked at their colleagues cautiously. If there were only speculations just now, then everyone is sure that a traitor must have appeared among them. After all, only a few of them knew the time of the secret meeting here, and not many people knew the specific location of the secret road. Without an undercover report, Asia would never have chosen to attack at this time by coincidence. Old Roger's face remained unchanged, but he was very flustered. He knew very well that now is his most dangerous moment. If he is identified, he may not wait for Yvonne and others to attack and he will die. Here. Only delay as much as possible and stir the muddy water. It must be you, right? Fully. I thought you were wrong for a long time. Everyone knows that you have a contradiction with old Norte, maybe you want to kill us. Old Roger suddenly waved his wand and pointed to one of them. The middle-aged wizard said righteously. Not and others also looked at Foley suspiciously, with a skeptical look in their eyes. You fart. What good does surrender do to me? Foley patted the table excitedly, glaring at old Roger, and then he asked gloomily as if thinking of something. On the contrary, it is you, Roger, none of us said anything. What are you doing so quickly? I heard that you often go out these 2 days and you can't see anyone. Hearing this, old Roger's pupils suddenly dilated, and he really didn't understand how Foley knew the news. It is impossible for the house elf Lal not to betray him, and if it were him, there would not be this rally. Then it is only possible that one of the 2 servants in the family had a problem and was bought by Foley. Or this guy secretly sent someone to monitor him. The only thing to be thankful for is that the other party doesn't know much, otherwise they would have already started it. You said I'm an undercover agent? A joke. Old Roger was very angry, but on the surface he said with a sneer. Then how do you explain your going out, Roger? If you don't say it clearly, then don't blame me. I don't want to wait for the enemy to guard against sneak attacks by traitors. Foley is not forgiving. Inquired, the wand in his hand had been pointed at the old Roger. The other wizards on the field didn't speak, and their eyes wandered between the 2. In the end, most of them stretched out their wands and pointed at old Roger. Everyone has been in friendship for decades, and they know each other well, and they know the character of the old Roger. If there must be a betrayer here, his possibility is the greatest. Old Roger was in a cold sweat on his forehead, muttering in his heart why Yvonne and the others weren't coming, and finally he was heartbroken and reached out and untied his wizard robe. Foley and the others were all startled. The top of the magic wand in their hands was already lit up with various beams. They were worried that old Roger would take out powerful magic items from his clothes and die with them. But no, old Roger just showed them that he was wrapped in gauze around his waist. Originally this was my personal matter, there was no need to tell you, but since you want to know, it's not impossible. Old Roger looked around at several people and directly lifted the gauze out, revealing that it was still flowing inside. Point to the wound and continue to speak. Did you see? The last time Isaiah took that werewolf to attack the manor, I was accidentally hit by a very special magic. In the past few days, I have tried many methods and found many friends, and finally found that no matter what method I can't heal it. This kind of wound is like a curse. Maybe I will bleed to death in 1 or 2 days. You guys think I'm an undercover agent? It's so ridiculous. Old Roger shook his head sadly and murmured. The self-talking. Not and the others, who pointed the magic wand at old Roger, were immediately embarrassed. From the pale to scary complexion of old Roger, and the bleeding wound on his waist, it could be seen that the other party was not lying. Foley frowned. He somewhat suspected that the old Roger had betrayed them just to heal this bleeding wound. But thinking about it carefully, Foley felt that this possibility was very low. If that was the case, the other party would have healed his wounds long ago in order to reassure old Roger. After all, no one else knows about this injury, and even if it is cured, there is no possibility of exposure, and there is no need to suffer for nothing. As for the credibility of both parties, it is enough to establish a magic contract. www.mtlnovel.com. Leaving this wound will cause dissatisfaction. Sorry, Roger, it seems that we misunderstood you. Nott said apologetically, waved his hand and asked everyone to put down their wands. Humph, if it weren't for the situation now, I wouldn't just let it go. Old Roger straightened his clothes angrily, the expression on his face was very upset, as if he had been wronged. When Nott and the others saw the old Roger's reaction, the vigilance in their hearts was once again put down a bit, and he was removed from the list of suspicions, and then they blamed each other. Old Roger secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The wizard's robe behind him was soaked with sweat, and he was even a little lucky that the fatal wound on his waist and abdomen was still there. Otherwise, it would not be easy to fool Nott. Did he think of today? Suddenly, an idea flashed in the old Roger's mind. He is very suspicious that Yvonne Halls used magic to injure himself yesterday, which is not only a punishment for the previous offense, but more importantly, that he can perform a bitter trick to get away under the suspicion. Chapter 525, Don't do it, everyone is your own. The old Roger, who had seen Ivan's magic control ability, thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Since the opponent can cast his powerful spell while cutting his wand into two with precise predictive actions, it is absolutely impossible to accidentally be injured. So there must be some deep meaning. Old Roger couldn't help taking a breath. He didn't expect that this little wizard was not only powerful, but his mind was also unfathomable. If it weren't for the current situation, he would never have thought of such a meaning. Just as several pure-blood wizards were arguing with each other, the explosion and wailing outside were getting closer and closer to them. Enough, stop arguing. It's not the time to argue about this. It's not too late to fight the enemy first. The chunky witch interrupted the quarrel. Fight yourself first. Foley and the others stopped, but when they looked at each other, there was still a bit of distrust. Go and gather all the remaining wizards in the vicinity, let's kill them from the exit. Nott swept his eyes to the law enforcement officer who had just entered and said. Since Asia chose to attack from 3 directions, it would necessarily represent a dispersion of combat power. They only need to concentrate their manpower and break through from one direction, and there is still a high probability that they can escape. The only thing that worries him a little is that their previous argument undoubtedly delayed the best escape time. Fortunately, this underground secret room is very tightly protected. For a while, the opponent should not be able to fight in. Bang! Nott was thinking, a violent impact sounded in front of him. In the next second, the door of the conference room was directly knocked open, and a tall and thin black wizard flew in directly from the door, and hit the conference table directly. The 7 people present were all taken aback. They raised their wands and pointed at the door nervously. Everyone knew that they could only fight their backs, otherwise they would have to explain it here. In the dim and narrow passage, there was gradually a chilling commotion, and then a serpentine giant snake rushed in from the door. The hideous snake head was covered with wounds, and its body was covered with pits and pits. Trace. There was a chill in everyone's hearts, but the movements of their hands did not stop, and a series of spells were directly thrown out. Conf Ringo, Thunderbolt Explosion. Diffindo. Torn apart. One after another, the spell beam hit the giant snake's body, aggravating its injuries. The giant snake struggled desperately and squeezed into the meeting room, but before he opened his mouth to attack anyone, he was hit by an orange fireball, and his body couldn't bear it and burst out. The flesh and blood were reduced to pieces of wood, and a large amount of debris was sprinkled from the sky, but it hadn't touched the ground and seemed to be guided by some kind of guidance, and flew towards them. Then there was an immature voice. A Puno. 10,000 bullets. Nott and the others did not care to think about why the voice of the comer was like a child, waving their magic wands and using the iron armor curse and obstacle curse to resist the second round of attack. Hundreds of wooden fragments hit the thin magical barrier at a rate of arrow-like speed, sending out a burst of sour screams, but they really couldn't break through this barrier and hurt Nott and others. However, Ivan's target was not them at all, but the magic lights placed around them. There was no protection on them. They were blown up in a few seconds, and the originally bright meeting room instantly became dark. At the moment when it was dark all around, Nott screamed in his heart secretly, he already understood what the other party wanted to do. Lumos. Fluorescence blinking. Foley's brain not far away didn't turn around for a while, waving his magic wand to use the light curse to illuminate it. But as soon as the dim fluorescence lighted up from the top of the wand, another crimson beam flew from behind, hitting Foley directly and knocking him out. Avery did it. He was an undercover agent. Old Roger's voice rang in the darkness. Relying on memory, everyone present subconsciously launched an attack on Avery's so-called location. The colorful spell beams found Avery's daunting face in the dim meeting room. It's not me, it's... Avery didn't know that he had been cheated by the old Roger, and immediately wanted to explain. However, before he could finish his words, a bunch of magic spells blasted over, and the iron armor curse was blessed on his body and he broke into pieces in less than a second, and then his body was blown out. However, Not soon realized that he had hit the wrong person, because after flying to Avery, the sneak attack from the inside did not stop. The old Rozier constantly changed the position to release the spell, plus Yvonne outside the door, from time to time to cast a few spells. Under the attack of the two parties, the minds of the few people who were blocked in the meeting room were already tight. Crazy, they waved their magic wands and attacked everyone except themselves. Reducto. Bone to pieces. Stupefy. Fainted. Various spells were flying in the wide conference room, and the only sane Not smiled sorrowfully. He knew that he was finished. If we say that everyone is united to resist foreign enemies, there is still a slight possibility of escape, and the trouble is to this level, it is not bad not to die in the hands of teammates. Rozier. Not gritted his teeth. Now he can't guess who the betrayer is, but at this time the chaos on the court has risen, and he has nothing to do. In the chaos, a few tall werewolves rushed in from the door like a tiger into a flock of sheep with their excellent sense of smell. The darkness will not hinder them, but has become the best boost. So in just 10 seconds, the chaotic conference room was much calmer, leaving only the wailing and cursing sounds. Reparo. Restore as before. Yvonne slowly walked into the meeting room at this time, his wand lightly tapped in the air, and the huge magic power immediately covered the entire meeting room. Under the action of the repair spell, the magic lamp that fell on the ground slowly floated and returned to its original position, and the pits and holes on the wall that were hit by the spell were slowly repaired. Before long, the dark conference room became bright again. Only then did Yvonne see the scene clearly. Several pure blood wizards had been imprisoned by the werewolves. Avery was beaten to death by the allies. The wizard's robe was in tatters and wailed. The strength is gone. On the other side, old Rozier was pushing the two werewolves who had bound him, struggling to shout. Let go, you made a mistake, everyone is your own. Your own. Chapter 526, When I was talking and laughing with the Minister of Magic, you didn't even know it was. The werewolves ignored old Rozier and turned to look at Yvonne. After seeing Yvonne nodding in agreement, they let him go. Old Rozier patted the dust on his body, then bent down and trod all the way to Ivan's side. You did a great job, Rozier. It saved me a lot of time. Yvonne patted the old Rozier on the shoulder and said with satisfaction. He deliberately broke the magic lamp in the conference room, just thinking about the internal and external cooperation to avoid the personnel damage caused by the storm. Before the release of the magic, Yvonne was still a little worried about whether the old Rozier could understand what he meant. He did not expect that the other party did better than he expected. It directly set off a civil turmoil and made the arrest of the werewolves become a lot easier. Facing Ivan's praise, the old Rozier didn't mean to take credit at all. He knows very well that his greatest value is gone now, and his future treatment will depend on the face of the little wizard, so the old Rozier is very humble and said that the smooth success of this operation is due to the guidance of your excellency halls. I just did what I was told to do. Just as the old Rozier was flattering, Foley and others, who were tightly bound, yelled. Rozier, you bastard! Shameful traitor! I knew you were a downright villain. Do you think we're done? They will let you go. Foley and the others became more and more unpleasant, but the old Rozier had a nonchalant expression. In his opinion, those were the wailing of defeated dogs, and they were totally meaningless. Not, who was also tied up, didn't rant like the others. He quietly looked at Ivan's immature face and suddenly asked. What about Aisha? If I didn't guess wrong, you should be her child Yvonne Halls? She just assured you to do such a dangerous thing and not come to see me in person. Although Not has never seen Yvonne, it does not prevent him from guessing the identity of Yvonne from his age and the name of the old Rozier. Yvonne turned his head and glanced at Not, but did not reply. Old Rozier looked at Not contemptuously, his ignorance was really funny. No, that's not right. Isaiah is just a pretense, you are the real messenger behind the scenes. Not is not stupid after all, and he quickly realized something from the reaction of the two. He looked at Yvonne in amazement, a little unbelievable. Own guess. But this is obviously the only possibility. If not, how could the old Rozier behave so humble in front of the opponent, humble like a domestic dog? You should know that when he mentioned Aisha before, the old Rozier didn't have any obvious reaction. The transformation of the giant snake just now and the subsequent combination magic are not like those that ordinary wizards can display, even if they use their full strength, they can't do it to that extent. It can be seen that the strength of the little wizard in front of him exceeds that of his peers, and even higher than many adult wizards. But even so, letting a 13 or 4-year-old wizard take the lead is still a bit ridiculous. You betrayed us just to take refuge in this kid? Did you play with him? Rozier, you really go back alive. Not sneered. Yvonne frowned, and he knew that his age would always cause some unnecessary troubles. But before he could move this time, the loyal old Rozier rushed forward without hesitation and kicked Not a few feet. He didn't save any energy. One of the kicks directly hit Not's nose, red. The blood and white nasal mucus came out from his nose together. Presumptuous! You dare to insult the great Lord Halls! Old Rozier kicked a few feet and was not enough to relieve his breath. He would give Nott a heart-piercing spell as soon as he pulled out his wand. Enough, stop it! Ivan waved his hand and stopped Old Rozier's movements. He still had something to ask. It would be good if Nott was tortured to death. After the Old Rozier stopped, Nott slowly straightened his body, with some blood still remaining on his face. He coughed hard and said sullenly. You won, kid. From today onwards, the wizard market in Knockdown Alley is yours. If you are willing to put my nephew back, I can assure you that our Nott family will no longer oppose you. Nephew? Ivan thought of the dead Reese Nott, but he didn't intend to tell the news, but sneered and said. Did you make a mistake? Mr. Nott? Now the wizard market is in my hands. Whether you like it or not, is it too late for you to use this as a bargaining chip? In the chaotic Knockdown Alley, everyone is doing ugly work, and whoever has the biggest fist always has the final say. The wizarding market has never been recognized by the Ministry of Magic. It is a semi-illegal underground black market. There is no such thing as land deeds. Whoever owns it belongs to whoever owns it. So Nott's statement is especially ridiculous to Ivan. Nott ignored Ivan's ridicule, and said to himself. Anyway, you dare not kill me, don't you? I can give you whatever you want. We are not enemies, and there is no need to work hard. That's not necessarily true, Mr. Nott. Are you so sure that I won't kill you? Ivan shook his head. He didn't have the idea of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. The wizard market in Knockdown Alley has become the biggest black market in the magical world after several generations of hard work. He has taken all of this hard work now, and no one can stand it. Not to mention that he killed his nephew a few days ago. This enmity is probably the kind that cannot be resolved. What makes Ivan a little strange is that Nott seems to have an inexplicable confidence that he dare not kill him. Nott looked up at Ivan, with an arrogant look on his face, and explained. I am pure blood, unlike the lowly wizards who were killed by you. If I die, or have been missing for a long time, the Ministry of Magic will definitely launch a corresponding investigation. You don't want to be targeted by the Auror, do you? Nott's words made the werewolves next to him very angry, and even the black-robed law enforcement officers who were showed a slight dissatisfaction in their eyes, because he was the lowly wizard. Nott said. Perhaps I felt that this was not enough insurance, Nott went on to add. There is one thing you may not know. I and Pierce, the executive director of the Ministry of Magic, are close friends. You kill me and you are in big trouble. Executive director. Ivan raised an eyebrow. What did he remember? Pierce Cinq Ennis. In this way, he really didn't have any impression of the marginal character in the original time and space. He can still remember that it was completely because the first big business of his magic shop was taken care of by the executive department of the Ministry of Magic. Nott saw Ivan's contemplative expression, and his face showed a little joy. What he was most worried about was that the little wizard in front of him wanted to kill himself without knowing what was good or bad, and in the end he was hurt by both sides. Now that Ivan is willing to consider it carefully, it proves that his life is worry-free. Nott's mind suddenly became active. As long as he keeps this life, he will always have a chance to recapture what he lost. But before he could even think about it, Ivan's slightly disappointed words reached his ears. In other words, your biggest reliance is the executive director of the Ministry of Magic, that's it. Hearing Ivan's words, Nott was stunned. Ivan was rather disappointed and shook his head. He saw Nott so arrogant just now that he almost thought this guy was a relative of the Minister of Magic, but he didn't expect to only know the executive director. As for how good this best friend is, no one knows. Maybe he just met a few times, and after drinking a few cups, it's not necessarily because of this relationship. If it is true, I still often chat and laugh with the Minister of Magic, and have correspondence with many high-ranking officials in the Merlin Knights. I don't know where it is, how can I be intimidated by an executive director? But Nott's words are not unreasonable. It takes a long time to trace a wizard who dies in peaceful times, not to mention the death of the patriarch of the pure-blooded family. It would be very troublesome to be targeted by the Auror because of this. He happens to be someone who is afraid of trouble. Even so, Ivan will not be subdued under the attention of everyone, otherwise the hearts of the people will be scattered and the team will be difficult to lead. In particular, Nott just scorned the words of mixed blood and muggle species, and he was slapped in the face, and Ivan would not let Nott be happy in public or private. So your backing is Pierce Cinq Ennis? The current executive director of the Ministry of Magic? Ivan asked again. What do you mean? Do you know Pierce? Nott frowned. He didn't quite understand what the little wizard in front of him was doing. You misunderstood, I haven't met him. Ivan shook his head, and then continued. But when I asked Fudge to be my nominee a few days ago, I happened to hear him complain that Pierce was not doing well recently and couldn't stop the Dementor riots, and the Auror under him couldn't even look down on a death row prisoner. Such an executive director makes Fudge very dissatisfied. Combining the information he knew, Ivan said half-truths and half-truths. Seeing Nott's uncertain face, Ivan's mouth couldn't help but evoke a smile, and he knew that he had guessed it right. Pierce may have been troublesome lately, so he kept on speaking. Your best friend is too busy to take care of himself now, but he may not take care of you, and he may not work for a dead man. Nott's face turned black all of a sudden, which is why he has been at a disadvantage in the dispute with Asia, but he didn't ask for help. Moreover, his friendship with Pierce did not reach the level of best, it was just that he deliberately said it in order to frighten Ivan. What shocked Nott even more was the information hidden in Ivan's words. Do you know Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge? Nott couldn't help but asked. This is the only one who can complain about the poor performance of the executive director, who is also called Fudge. But Nott really couldn't figure out how such a big man would have an intersection with the 13 or 14-year-old little wizard, and complained about the work of the executive director in front of the other party, so he doubted whether Ivan was fooling himself. Of course Ivan could see the distrust in Nott's eyes. He shook his head and exclaimed. I thought you would investigate the information a little bit before dealing with my mother. Nott opened his mouth and wanted to refute it, because it was clearly that Asia did it first, so he just passively counterattacked. However, Ivan did not give him a chance to speak. You don't seem to know that I recently received a Merlin Medal for my outstanding contribution to the magical world, and my nominees were Albus Dumbledore and Cornelius OSS. Wald Fudge. Ivan said casually, and at the same time it was very strange. He remembered that this incident was on the headlines of the Prophet's Daily, but Nott didn't even know. Could it be that the other party doesn't like reading newspapers? It's impossible. Nott looked at Ivan incredulously. He had collected the information about Aisha, but they were not up to date, so he only knew that the other party had a child with a high potion talent, and he was awarded the second-level Merlin Medal for developing the wolf poison potion. This is why he was able to call out Ivan's name in the first place. As for the recent events, Nott, who was struggling to deal with the attacks of Asia and the werewolves, didn't have much thought to understand. And he knows very well that Dumbledore and Fudge have had a bad relationship recently, and wanting to be nominated by these two bigwigs at the same time is nothing short of a fantasy. Seeing Nott's unbelief, Ivan shook his head and lazily explained that he couldn't take out the Merlin Medal to let Nott check the authenticity, and find another newspaper to let Nott take a good look, right? Ivan didn't intend to take the Merlin Medal with him to show off. These were all false names. If it weren't for the sake of legend, he wouldn't have to spend so much tossing and tossing. What he said is true, Nott, the newspaper I read, he arrested Peter Pettigrew, but with this feat he couldn't get the Merlin Medal, Dumbledore, and Fudge. I'm afraid the effort is not small. A middle-aged wizard who was next to him suddenly sighed and said. After getting confirmation from his companion, Nott's face was completely ashamed. www.mtlnovel.com. This situation was worse than he thought. In other words, the Merlin Medal was forcibly secured by Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge, and Nott really couldn't imagine what kind of people could enjoy such treatment. Could it be that he is actually a relative of the Minister of Magic? A long-lost bastard? Or a secret member of the Dumbledore family? Nott just thought about it and broke into a cold sweat. He regarded himself as a life-saving talisman, and the other party probably didn't care at all. That means that he has lost his last support, and life and death are only between the little wizard's thoughts. Old Roger, who was beside Ivan, was also secretly surprised. He originally thought that Ivan was a reformer who wanted to overthrow the old system, and the road ahead was very difficult, but now it seems that this may not be the case. Maybe it was the secret permission of the Minister of Magic Fudge and Dumbledore. It's just that the old Roger really can't figure it out. If this is the case, Ivan is more suitable for politics. He should spend 20 years step by step, and successfully become the next Minister of Magic with the support of the two bigwigs, and then carry out reforms. Correct. Chapter 527, Ivan, can you surrender? That is obviously greedy for my body. Or does it mean that the big guys actually have other plans? Old Roger thought secretly, and he became more grateful that he had been on this promising train, otherwise it would be him who was tied to the ground awaiting trial. Your Excellency Halls, our Parkinson family is willing to offer your forgiveness for a switch. Please also give us a chance. Knowing that the backstage of the little wizard in front of them was harder than they thought, Fiona Parkinson suddenly gave up the unrealistic idea of resistance, and instead struggled to rush to Ivan's feet, but the two werewolves stopped her tightly, not letting her pass. Parkinson. Ivan looked at the pudgy middle-aged witch in front of him, thinking about where he had heard of this surname. Who is Pansy Parkinson? Ivan asked suddenly. She is my daughter, Lord Halls. Fiona Parkinson looked excited. She noticed that Ivan seemed to know her daughter, and hurriedly got close. Do you know her? She is at Slytherin College, in 4th grade next year. What a coincidence. Ivan raised his eyebrows, and he didn't expect to catch the mother of the same grade student here. But that's right. There are only so many pure-blood wizards in the magic world. He has caught 6 at once, and it is normal to meet a few related people. Before, Doubt had introduced him one by one the pure blood wizard who was in charge of Knockoff Alley, but he didn't expect to go here at the time. After all, Pansy Parkinson was not an important person in the original time and space, and he had no contact with each other when he was at Hogwarts. Yvonne turned his gaze to the Tide pure blood wizards again. If he remembers correctly, there should be an acquaintance's father here. Hannah Abbott. Yvonne said while looking at several people. One of the middle-aged wizards suddenly stood up excitedly. Hannah is my daughter, do you know her too? But she was at Hufflepuff College, never. Abbott almost told the truth, but fortunately he quickly realized something and reluctantly turned the words around. No, I mean, she often mentioned you to me, saying that you are the best student ever at Hogwarts, her best friend of the opposite sex. Hearing this, Yvonne rolled his eyes. He and Hannah didn't know each other at all, and they hadn't seen each other a few times. Where's the best friend? He can remember Hannah Albert completely because Hannah was the first to sort out the hospital, and he was very impressed by the name that he could often see when he saw her colleagues in the previous life. When I first read the book, I didn't realize that this little witch is also pure blood. Yvonne called out two names one after another, which undoubtedly caused some misunderstandings. The pure-blooded wizards who were still struggling to surrender saw their two companions turn to each other, and immediately turned aside their faces, shouting one by one that their nieces or daughters are also going to school at Hogwarts, and said they all admired the most handsome and talented little wizard in the school, and all of them were all hints. Compared to survival and family continuity, what is morality? How much gold can this thing be worth? More importantly, the strength of the little wizard in front of them was obvious to all, and it was a bit abnormal. Generally speaking, no matter how hard a 13 or 4-year-old little wizard works hard, he only has 7 or 8 years to learn magic from the moment his magic power bursts, and his strength can never be improved to this level. Unless this strength is inherited. As pure-blood wizards, not Ebo and others know more than mixed blood and muggle species. It has been mentioned in many ancient magic books the blood of wizards is powerful. It's a pity that this doesn't seem to be reflected in them. Apart from their accumulated wealth and power, they only have some family inheritance magic. Other than that, they are no different from other wizards. Abo even doubted whether this statement was true or not. After all, when it comes to blood, no one has the nobility of pure-blooded wizards like them. But the facts are often like this, and the theory of blood inheritance power has been confirmed in the mixed Dumbledore family. Because Albus Dumbledore, the current principal of Hogwarts, is not the first wizard to have Phoenix help. According to some records, the ancestors of the Dumbledore family often have powerful wizards who can summon the Phoenix, and they have extraordinary talents in some specific magic. This has almost become a proof of the genius members of the family. Every pure-blood wizard who knows this is both jealous and envious. To some extent, this is more like what a pure-blood family should have. The appearance of Yvonne undoubtedly reminded them of this sentence again. Maybe this little wizard is a member of a special family. Abo and others are eager to sell their daughters and nieces for this reason. To put it more bluntly, it is their talent and blood that greedy Yvonne. It doesn't matter if the guess is wrong anyway, the married daughter will be changed to the husband's surname, even if the other party is not pure blood, it will not hinder the purity of the family's blood. These enthusiastic pure-blood wizards directly confused Yvonne, almost thinking that they were on a blind date show. Obviously you just beat you to death, but now you want to introduce your daughter and niece to yourself one by one. Is there any mistake? Yvonne didn't expect these people to be so shameless to survive. Funny, could he be this kind of person? Yvonne shook his head secretly. On the side, Macmillan is anxious like an ant on a hot pot. The existing female members of their Macmillan family are either too old or married, and there is no suitable object at all. But watching Abo and the others one after another, he couldn't help but express himself. Macmillan gritted his teeth and tentatively spoke. Your Excellency Halls, my nephew Ernie is also at Hogwarts, a little older than you, that's a great young man, if you don't mind. Go. Yvonne glared at Macmillan and interrupted his words. Macmillan's face turned pale, and he dared not speak immediately. Yvonne didn't bother to look at him either, his eyes turned to Abo, Parkinson and others, raised his hand to stop their subsequent words, and said indifferently. It seems that you have misunderstood something. I don't know Pansy and Hannah, let alone the witches in your mouth. I only happened to see them a few times. If you plan to beg for mercy by friendship, or forgive me. Got it. The meeting room suddenly became very quiet, and Abo opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he closed his mouth. However, they were dubious about Ivan's words. If they really didn't know him and didn't have any friendship, the other party didn't need to mention it deliberately, and they still called out the names of 2 people in a row, specifically asking who were their family members. Yvonne looked at these thoughtful pure-blood wizards with a headache. He hadn't expected such a situation before he came. Moreover, in order to ensure the purity of the blood, the pure-blood families often marry each other, and they often affect each other. It is no wonder that Not did not dare to kill him before. There should be other reasons besides knowing the executive director. If you kill them, there will definitely be a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ivan shook his head in disappointment. It seems that simple and violent methods cannot be used to solve the problem. Then Ivan stunned again, then his face became ugly. Why did he have such thoughts? Relying on killing to solve the problem? There was a cold sweat on Ivan's forehead. If it hadn't been for killing too many people this time, and now he needed to stop suddenly, the contrast was so obvious that he would not have noticed these subtle changes. Ivan frowned. If Chino and Horcrux were not counted, he remembered that the first person he killed was a dark wizard under Bach. He killed him instantly with snake eyes. Since he had witnessed the body of Asia at that time, he didn't feel any discomfort. After that, he repeatedly killed several dark wizards without hesitation. Even if it is supported by hatred, it is really weird. Is it the effect of snake eyes, or is it because of black magic? Ivan silently thought that every time he opened the eyes of the snake, he needed to mobilize his killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the more powerful, and killing is very convenient, he will die with a glance. The black magic that he learned may also have some influence, otherwise mainstream wizards would not keep it secret, not to mention that his black magic was taught to him by Tom Riddle when he was in the 2nd grade. Who knows what this guy is pregnant? Kind of form. Although knowing that he might be affected, Ivan has nothing to do. The only thing I can do is to temporarily stop the black magic research and use snake eyes less. Damn, I have to be a little more peaceful in the future and be a good person. Ba ba ba. I am a good person. Ivan's changing complexion immediately scared Parkinson, Foley, and others. They didn't know what Ivan was thinking, and they all felt that the little wizard in front of them was thinking about how to deal with them. So when Ivan's face turned gloomy, their hearts were also lifted up, until Ivan's expression returned to calm. They were relieved, but they were still a little uneasy. Walker, you take people to lock them up, pay attention, there may be animagus among them, don't let them run away. Ivan waved his hand and motioned to the werewolves to take these prisoners back. He couldn't think of how to treat these prisoners at all now, so he should shut up and think about it slowly. Yes, Sir Halls. Walker nodded, and then led a few wizards to drag them away regardless of the struggle of Nott and others. Before they left, these pure-blood wizards were still making their final efforts, and Ebo even threatened that their clan would become an affiliated family of the Halls family, but Ivan was unmoved. Who knows whether these people are true or false, he doesn't believe a word. First catch them and cross-examine them one by one before speaking. Old Roger looked at the colleagues who were taken away with a sorrowful expression on his face. But he also saw that Ivan did not intend to kill these people. Old Roger faintly worried that he would be squeezed out by Foley and the others who surrendered in the future. Thinking about it this way, Old Roger was a little guilty, but from another perspective, if the operation is good, this may not be his own opportunity. If he joins Ivan's camp alone, I am afraid he will not be taken seriously, plus Foley and others are different. Old Roger felt that he could pull up a group of people, so that he could become an indispensable figure in the camp, and his status would be greatly improved. When Ivan becomes Minister of Magic in the future, he can also get a good position. While the Old Roger was secretly planning, Ivan was arranging the rest of the work. You two tidy up this place, and the others will come with me. Ivan followed the two wizards to let them stay here, and then summoned the others who rushed over to arrest the remaining resistors in the basement chamber. Seeing that Ivan was about to leave, the Old Roger immediately ignored the plan, and suddenly became a little anxious. His injury has not yet been cured, and he wonders if Ivan has forgotten something. However, the Old Roger didn't dare to speak directly to question, so he had to try his best to remind me in a roundabout way, begging Ivan Z to heal the trauma of his waist, otherwise he would bleed and die. Wound? What wound? Ivan looked at Old Roger confusedly, and didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Could it be that he accidentally injured himself when he released the Shenfeng Shadowless curse yesterday? Ivan quickly thought of this, and it was indeed possible. After all, it was a spell blessed by enhanced magic texts, and his magic control ability was not enough to control it completely. For example, when he did it yesterday, he just wanted to intimidate the Old Roger, but he did not expect that the Old Roger's reaction was very quick, and finally he accidentally cut the opponent's wand out of control. Fortunately, the wand is not expensive, only a few gallons, and he does not intend to pay. If there is an accidental injury, it should be right at that time. Thinking of this www.mentalnovel.com, Ivan put his gaze on Old Roger's right waist. As he expected, Old Roger had a piece of gauze tied around his waist, and blood was oozing outward. No wonder when he met with Old Roger just now, he always felt that the other person's face was too pale. The only thing that makes Ivan strange is that the Old Roger doesn't seem to mind his accidental injury, on the contrary, he looks very grateful. I don't know if it was pretended. Despite the many questions in his heart, Ivan was still ready to apologize. Old Roger had just made merit, and he would not make the other party dissatisfied because of the so-called facial problems. However, Old Roger did not wait for Yvonne to speak, and continued with emotion. This time, thanks to the wound you left on my body, otherwise I'm afraid I will die if you don't come in. At first, I mistakenly thought that this wound was your punishment for my previous offense. I didn't understand until just now. This is clearly to prevent my identity from being exposed. Chapter 528, What? Did I think so? Yep. What? Did I think so? Yvonne looked dumbfounded and couldn't turn the corner for a while. He didn't expect that his accidental mistake would be misunderstood like this. Fortunately, his reaction was quick, and he swallowed the original apology abruptly. At this point, Yvonne would certainly not take the initiative to expose the truth. It was a thankless behavior, which would damage his image of being tall in the eyes of everyone, and would make old Roger feel unhappy. Therefore, Yvonne had to bite the bullet and follow the old Roger's words to continue speaking. Cough, very good, it seems that you understand my intention. Yvonne coughed lightly, spoke slowly and then continued to play with the spirit, pretending to be dissatisfied. But I thought you would be more clever, not to reveal your identity. Most of you don't need this backhand, and I didn't expect to be caught by them. I'm sorry, Sir Halls, I have been as careful as possible. It is true that Foley was too wicked and bought my domestic servant. I only became suspicious when I knew that I went out more frequently these days. Old Roger explained, very upset. Before, he was a little puzzled that Yvonne had such an arrangement. Why didn't he just say directly, if he didn't think of this at all, and even had resentment in his heart, wouldn't it be a waste of all this effort? Only now did the old Roger realize that it was the other party who thought he was too smart. And the facts proved that he was obviously unworthy. Thinking of this, old Roger was very ashamed. He only thought of the first and second meanings and secretly delighted in his heart, but he didn't realize that there was actually a third meaning. It seemed that he was not good enough. Far away. Faced with such a brain supplement master, Yvonne didn't dare to pretend to be too much, and hurriedly said a few words to comfort him, and even unscrupulously appreciated the wit of old Roger in the meeting room. Without prior notice, the old Roger was able to instantly realize the meaning of turning off the lights, and directly took action to set off the chaos. This performance made Yvonne very satisfied. After a verbal compliment, Yvonne took out his magic wand and cast an anti-curse to remove the scars on the waist and abdomen of the old Roger. Seeing this scar that had troubled him for a long time gradually healed, the old Roger was really relieved. In the past 2 days, he was really worried that he would bleed to death, so that he was not at ease when sleeping. Anyway, you did a good job this time. Do you have anything you want? Yvonne looked at the old Roger and asked casually. In terms of his experience in watching TV series for many years, the other party just surrendered and made meritorious services. It is always not good not to reward him. After speaking, Yvonne regretted it again, because he found that he didn't seem to have anything to reward him. Or send 100 gallons. Is that too little? Plus 100? Yvonne was entangled, and worried that the old Roger would say some conditions that he could not meet, and that would be embarrassing. I want to ask your Excellency Halls to forgive Foley and the others. Old Roger hesitated for a while and said. Are you sure? Yvonne was stunned, somewhat surprised. He remembered that when the old Roger betrayed the pure blood wizards before, he was simply very, and now he would actually come to intercede. Yvonne really couldn't understand what he was doing. Although we usually have some small conflicts, we are old friends for decades after all, so I want to try to persuade them to work for you together, and please give me this opportunity. Old Roger looked sad. Expression, said with emotion. Yvonne raised his eyebrows. He didn't believe that the old Roger was doing this thankless work for the so-called friendship. Because with his knees, you can think of Foley and others getting rid of the status of prisoners, most of them are looking for the old Roger, the betrayer, to settle accounts. However, the handling of these pure blood wizards caused him a headache, so if the old Roger could persuade these people to surrender, he wouldn't mind. The only question is whether the old Roger can do this, and whether the pure blood wizards are really willing to submit, instead of pretending to surrender and secretly stumbling. Do you know Reese not? Yvonne asked suddenly. Old Rosidon took a moment, and didn't quite understand why Yvonne said this suddenly, but he hurriedly replied. Of course I know that he is the nephew of the old Knot, who was taken away by your werewolf wizard in the first battle at the manor 2 days ago. Then how is his relationship with old Knot? Yvonne asked again. Old Knot has no sons. If not surprisingly, Reese Knot will be his successor after he dies. Old Roger explained to Yvonne. The Knot family are very few. Several brothers joined the Death Eaters in the last Wizarding War. They either died in the hands of Aurors or squatted in Azkaban. The only member of the existing direct line is Reese. And the old Knot too. Old Roger also vaguely reminded Yvonne that using Reese to intimidate old Knot might be a good way. Is that so? Yvonne nodded, indicating that he had understood, and then added. Reese Knot died 2 days ago. Dead? How did you die? Old Roger asked suspiciously at first, and quickly guessed something. He hurriedly changed his mouth to pretend to be abhorrent and shouted loudly. Good death! Reese not dared to offend your excellency, it is more than deadly. Ivan rolled his eyes, he really didn't know what to say to this flatterer. At the same time, Ivan also keenly noticed that the old Roger seemed very happy after learning about the death of Reese not, but his expression was not so pretentious. Is there any enmity between them? Ivan frowned, really couldn't understand. After guessing that Reese not died at the hands of Ivan, the old Roger was indeed very happy. Because Not has a lot of prestige in their small group, if this thing doesn't happen, it is not certain who will listen to Foley, Abo and others after surrendering. Old Roger didn't want to put so much effort into himself, but in the end the results were stolen by others. Now it's different. Once Reese Not died, the contradiction between the two sides was almost irreconcilable. Even if Old Not was willing to compromise, Ivan would always remember this in his heart. This means that his biggest obstacle no longer exists. How can Old Roger not be happy? Your Excellency Halls, Not is actually very easy to handle, we might as well. Old Roger cleared his throat and planned to give Ivan some advice, but before he could finish his words, Asia was in a hurry. A large group of people came in from outside the door. Ivan gave the old Roger a look and told him to talk later. Old Roger thought that Ivan didn't want Asia to know too much, so he nodded and closed his mouth. Xiao Xiang, that's it, even your relatives must be on guard, he understands. Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew too little now to make a judgment on the old Roger's proposal. Who knows if this old boy is cheating himself? It's better to delay for a while, and it's not too late to make a decision when he learns more from Daub or Asia. It looks like we were a little late, and the fight is over here. Aisha looked around, looked at the meeting room that had been restored after the fight, and said with a smile. Well, it's easier than I thought. Ivan spread his hands. Before coming, he thought it was a dragon lake and tiger den. It would take some twists and turns to be able to win with difficulty, but he didn't expect to get in all the way without encountering any obstacles. With that said, Ivan turned his head and looked at the old Roger again, and exclaimed in front of everyone. Of course, it was so smooth, thanks to Mr. Roger's help. Your Excellency Halls praised, I just did some small work in accordance with your instructions. Old Roger said very flatteringly. Old Roger understands from past experience that the fastest way to get promoted is often not a good job, but flattering and flattering. He knows this truth well, so he is determined to be a capable dogleg. Ivan didn't pay attention to him at all, looked at Asia strangely, and asked. Where's Doubt? He should have come in from the secret road, right? There shouldn't be many guards there. It hasn't been done yet. It's been done a long time ago, he is now guarding the prisoners outside. Aisha said. Ivan nodded, and then asked about casualties. A total of 4 people were slightly injured and 2 were seriously injured. One of the werewolves was caught in the trap and almost died. Fortunately, Daub rushed over in time to give him some temporary treatment. Asia explained, and then solemnly said. No one died. That's good. Ivan felt more relieved. He said so much before the war, and gave everyone a protective ring in order to reduce casualties as much as possible. This is not only to save that little pension, but more importantly, he does not want to see those who follow him die. When the funeral was held for Elfier, Mrs. Grint's eyes are still unforgettable. As for whether the enemy is alive or dead, Ivan can't control whether a close relative is sad for him. After all, the kindness to the enemy is often cruel to himself. Since eating this bowl of rice and earning a relatively high salary, we must be prepared for death. Roger, where is the vault in this underground secret room? Ivan quickly cleared up his emotions and asked expectantly. He felt that what was built here was like a small fortress, and it was located underground in the wizarding market. There should be a small vault, maybe there would be something good. Please also come with me, Sir Halls. Old Roger was not surprised by this, he stretched out his hand and said with a bow. Ivan nodded and walked in the direction pointed by the old Roger, and after a round of twists and turns, he arrived in a hidden small room. In the middle of the room hung a large landscape painting, which seemed to be firmly nailed to the wall. Old Roger walked up quickly, tapped the painting lightly with a magic wand, and read. A string of spells. The landscape painting opened with a click, and behind it was a hollow secret room, which looked square and square. Inside it was placed a lot of Jin Jialong, Yingxi K and Tong Nath, as well as some strange-looking magic items. The werewolf wizards who had never seen the world together with them were dazzled by the glittering golden light. Ivan was very dissatisfied when he saw this small vault, which is too little. He raised his wand and waved it in the air. The Jin Jialong, Yingxi K and Tong Nath in the vault all flew up, spinning in mid-air, and they were piled together in a regular arrangement. After a while, Ivan calculated the exact amount. 9,637 gallons, 8,413 silver sykes, and 32,004 bronze nats. All converted to Jin Jialong is just over 20,000, which is not in line with his expectations. The wizard market has been running in Knockoff Alley for hundreds of years, and it is impossible to have such a small amount of wealth. Yvonne looked at old Roger in surprise, waiting for his answer. It's not very safe here recently. Not and the others are worried about being breached. They have moved most of their wealth back. The rest is to ensure that the wizard market can operate normally. Old Roger replied to Yvonne for the first time. Doubt. Yvonne now understands, no wonder only this is left. How many Jin Jialong was there before then? Yvonne continued to ask, broodingly. About 50,000 gallons. Old Roger hesitated for a moment, and finally said truthfully. Usually at the end of each year, they will gather together to divide the benefits. This year, they fell blood mold and were targeted for no reason, and their income plummeted, so they were divided in advance. These were left to hire a large number of wizard guards to ensure the normal operation of the wizard market. Yvonne felt that his heart was bleeding, and 30,000 gallons disappeared all of a sudden. Normal wizards can't make so much money in their lifetime. After all, he does not intend to kill those pure-blood wizards, and he is not as embarrassed to force them to take out the money, otherwise these pure-blood wizards may be dissatisfied. It seems that the 30,000 gallons will not come back. On the side, the old Roger secretly watched Ivan's words and deeds, faintly feeling that the little wizard in front of him seemed to be a money fan. No, it is impossible. Old Roger shook his head www.mdlnovel.com and rejected this. He used 500 gallons to make Yvonne perform magic once and was regarded as an insult by the other party. How could such a little wizard be a greedy person? Now there is only one explanation, that is, the other party is short of money. And it's a hole that 20,000 Jin Jialong can't fill. There are not many places to use so much Jin Jialong. Are you preparing to expand the manpower a lot to deal with the Ministry of Magic? Old Roger can only make such a guess, but this does not prevent him from giving birth to some different thoughts. These pure-blood families are not short of money and are also very good at making investments. If you can spend tens of thousands of gallons in exchange for Ivan's favor and favor, it is not a loss. As long as this little wizard can take control of the magic world in the future, they can earn it back several times or even dozens of times. When the Dark Lord emerged, many pure-blood wizards who supported him played with this idea, and even bankrupted their families to make bets, and it was no longer a minority of them who lost their family members. Chapter 529, We have to use brain patching to defeat the brain patching. High risk often means high returns, and Roger knows this well. What's more, Ivan's strength, potential and wisdom are all in his eyes. This is a business that makes a profit without losing money. It is impossible to repeat the same mistakes. With these things, let's go back. Yvonne didn't know the old Roger's thoughts. After feeling distressed for the disappeared Jin Jialong, he ordered the wizards who came with him to empty out the money and belongings here and prepare to return to the Bojinbok shop. Before leaving, Yvonne deliberately left a few people here for them to stay here temporarily, and by the way repair the damaged walls of tables and chairs. This underground secret room is very large, with complete supporting facilities, and very secretive. It is very suitable as a backup base. By the time Yvonne returned to the Bojinbok shop with the wizards who had returned with loads of loads, the sky was already dark. Yvonne gave a speech outside the store in high spirits, commending those who fought bravely in the battle. Every wizard who participated in the battle was very happy, not only because they had just won a big victory, and no one died. More importantly, Yvonne generously gave them a bonus to celebrate this victory, and the wizards who were injured in the battle received additional subsidies. No matter how much Yvonne feels distressed about the cost, there will be no ambiguity about this. They risked death to win this victory and deserve the corresponding reward. After finishing his speech at Yvonne and disbanding the crowd gathered here, Fern walked up quickly and handed over a list and a thick book. Your Excellency Halls, this is the list of the prisoners in this battle, and we found a ledger from the financial room. Fern said. Yvonne nodded, took the two things, and glanced at the list before reading the ledger. While recording the names and general information of the captured persons, it also recorded the enemies killed in the battle. Excluding a few pure-blood wizards, there were a total of 29 guards in the wizard market and underground secret rooms. 11 of them died. The others were arrested or simply surrendered. Why have so many people been arrested? Seeing this, Yvonne turned his head to look at Fern, and asked strangely. Although he hopes to reduce the killings, he also understands that death in such a fierce battle is inevitable, and it shouldn't happen that most of the enemy's personnel are captured. Except for the law enforcement officers, the other guards were temporarily recruited by the wizard market with money and have no loyalty to the Knot family. When we went in, some guards didn't even think we could resist, so they dropped their wands and surrendered. Fern explained. The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched, and he said that he led a group of untrained wizards into the wizarding market so easily. No one died. It turned out that the enemy was even more useless. Your Excellency Halls, what do these prisoners do? They seem to want to take refuge in us. Fern asked hesitantly. Ivan hesitated, preparing to use the forgetting curse to wash away the memories of these people for a while, and then let them go. After all, he doesn't need so many manpower, and it's hard to get rid of them all, let alone stay in jail and eat plain rice. However, Ivan quickly rejected this idea. Most of the captured prisoners were dark wizards from Knockoff Alley. When the Knot family recruited people, they would not necessarily be screened like Asia. This means that among those people, there may be extremely vicious thugs, and if they are let out like this, they will disrupt the public order of Nocturne Alley, and they will need to be managed by themselves at that time. Be detained first, and send someone to see if they don't let people run away. I will cross-examine them one by one. I need to know all their details and use Verita serum if necessary. Ivan said to Fran. He decided to check. Those thugs didn't need to be alive anymore. Others would consider whether to let them go according to the situation. By the way, those pure blood wizards remember to find another place to imprison them, especially that Knot needs to be locked up alone, understand? Ivan suddenly remembered the old Rozier's proposal and added. Yes, Sir Halls. Furin bowed slightly. Close those prisoners, you called out again, I have something to ask him. Ivan waved his hand to indicate that Fern can leave. Fern nodded and nodded, after asking some precautions, he turned and left as instructed. Ivan put down the list, walked into the inner room of the Bojimbok shop, sat by the stove, checked the ledger of the wizard market, and after a cursory glance at it several times, he couldn't help but take a breath. A year of profit of 700,000 gallons. Ivan looked at the record on the ledger and wondered if there was an extra zero on it. Because no matter how you look at it, the wizarding market doesn't look like it can make so much money. Knockdown Alley is too poor to find so much oil. However, after Ivan took a closer look, he discovered that the real profit of the wizarding market is smuggling and buying and selling all kinds of contraband. The scope of business is the entire European magic world. No wonder you can make so much, it turned out to be doing these businesses. Ivan muttered to himself. He also found that this ledger was incomplete, and a lot of money was not directly written out of the source. It is likely that some of the more serious black income was not recorded. Even so, the things recorded in the ledger alone would be enough for Foley, Knot, and others to stay in Azkaban for a lifetime. Of course, under normal circumstances, even if the wizard market is checked by the aura of the Ministry of Magic, it doesn't matter. These pure-blood families still have a layer of white gloves that can be exonerated. They did not directly manage the wizarding market before, but used an agent to remotely control it behind the scenes. The ledger did not record anything that was unfavorable to them. In a sense, it was clean. Coupled with their influence and network in the magic world, it is impossible to squat in Azkaban. It is estimated that the agent will be pushed out to stand trial, and another sum of money will be exonerated. Ivan shook his head and sighed. It seems that no matter whether it is the Muggle world or the wizarding world, some things are always so similar. Those pure-blooded wizards who are superficial gentlemen may be doing some shameful deeds secretly, but you can't help them because they are the best at exploiting the loopholes of the law. No, my 500,000 gallons became 50,000. Ivan suddenly realized that the old Rozier might have lied to himself. The wizard market is so profitable, even if it only operates for half a year this year. More than 50,000 gallons. But when he turned to the last few pages of the account angrily, he was dumbfounded. The amount shown on the account was really only so much. In the first half of this year, due to the impact of this small war, they did not make a few big business at all, and the income of the wizard market naturally dropped sharply. Even the evil agent was killed by Asia. If it weren't for this, these pure-blood wizard families wouldn't have to end up personally. Fortunately, the general plate of the wizarding market is still there. As long as it is reorganized and continues to operate, it will not be long before the previous income can be restored. With 500,000 gallons a year, from today onwards he is considered a rich man in the magical world. Ivan was a little bit happy thinking about it. However, realizing that this is all grey income, Ivan hesitated a bit. He considered himself a good law-abiding wizard. Although sometimes forced to cross the line a little because of helplessness, this did not prevent him from being a good person. Ivan flipped through the ledger, and finally merged. He felt that it was necessary to carry out certain rectifications on the business of the wizard market, and stopped doing some dirty work that was too bad. As an alternative, he can use the wizard market to sell the alchemy items and potions he has produced to the whole of Europe. In that case, his income will not decrease, but may increase a lot. As for part of the smuggling work, he still has to do it. This may help him get some rare and magical creatures so that he can get blood. For example, 5 years ago, the wizard market bought a baby bird and snake, and finally sold it to an anonymous old witch. The specific price was not recorded on the book, and it would not be cheap if it wanted to. It is worth mentioning that the Dementors bought by the Dug Tetter were also obtained from the wizarding market. He can successfully train into the Guardian of the Gods, and I really want to thank the black market. Click. While Yvonne was thinking about it, the door of the box door was opened, but Doubt came in from the outside. "Little Yvonne, I just heard Fern say that you are looking for me," Doug said with a smile. Even though Ivan's current identity is different, he still wants to maintain this close relationship in private. "Well, I have something I want to ask." Yvonne threw the ledger aside and asked. "How much do you know about those wizard families?" Doubt was stunned for a moment, and then he explained to Yvonne in detail. He has a very wide network of contacts in the magic world. He has also investigated these wizard families because of conflicts with the wizard market, so he has a very detailed understanding. The first is the leader of the Knot family. Doubt suspects that they have a tendency to extreme pure-bloodism. Because several of the older Knot's brothers and sisters joined the Death Eaters camp more than 10 years ago, and they have a good relationship with another black family who admires pure blood. Not long after Voldemort's debut, the old Knot also funded Voldemort some funds. In the end, it is natural that there is no need to say more, it is completely a loss-making business, which directly caused the Knot family, which was originally very prestigious in the magic world, to suddenly weaken. After the death of Rhys Knot, only the old Knot was left among the direct members of the family. In short, the Knot family are the real managers behind the wizarding market, occupying at least half of the share, and the old Knot is also the most involved in daily operations. Doubt explained to Yvonne, and after talking about the Knot family, he then took out the details of the 3 pure-blood families of Foley, Rozier, and Roll. These families are not big or small. In addition to the wizarding market, they also have their own businesses. They have a certain influence in the magic world. They are relatively neutral families and rarely get involved in disputes. According to Dougert, they remain neutral and just want to stand on the side of the winner. The Parkinson family has a certain pure-blood tendency and relatively conservative. They usually bet on both sides. They once supported Voldemort's pure-blood policy, but did not contribute money, so Voldemort did not lose much when he fell. The Abbott family is slightly different. They are pure blood, but they are closer to Muggles. I heard that they have invested in the Muggle industry in London. Well, I heard that the Broken Cauldron bar is somewhat related to the Abbott family. Doubt shook everything he knew, then commented. It's a relatively law-abiding family. Are you sure? Yvonne tapped the ledger on the table with his hand. If this is the case, why should they become one of the founding families of the wizarding market, where they are doing grey and even illegal businesses? I mean, at least in recent generations, people have this tendency. Doubt shrugged. The wizarding market was established a long time ago, and the concept of the family may change with each generation. The Abbott family is more law-abiding, but they are not stupid. Why don't they make money when they are rich? Anyway, there are agents who will not dirty their hands. They just open one eye and close the other to get dividends every year. Hearing what Doug said, Yvonne suddenly became clear, and he no longer knew nothing about these 6 pure-blood wizard families. It's just that he still didn't understand what old Rozier wanted to do. Yvonne looked at Doubt and said suddenly. Rozier just wanted to plead with Foley and the others, begging me to let them go. Except for the old Knot. Rozier. Doubt raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, and then sneered. He must be thinking of pulling up a group of people to improve his status. Speaking of this, Doubt is also a little impatient. The resources and money owned by the 5 pure-blood families should not be underestimated. If Rozier really persuades them to join the camp and become the new leader, then the importance of this guy will soar, and the status may catch up with him, which is not good. Yvonne lightly tapped on the desktop www.mtlnovel.com, but he was secretly gratifying. He had realized the way to deal with brain patching, that is, using one brain patching to deal with another brain patching. As long as there are enough brain supplements, conflicts with each other, no collusion of intelligence with each other, and a smarter questioning, he will immediately know what these people are supplementing. It would not reappear the embarrassing scene of doing nothing before, but someone ran to him to claim credit, saying that the last arrangement had been done. He has experienced this kind of things a lot. No matter how good his acting skills are, one day he will wear help. Thinking like this, Yvonne was somewhat difficult to judge whether he wanted to agree to old Rozier's plea, so he looked at Doubt again and asked. Do you think old Rozier has this ability? Chapter 530, Contemplation. Listening to Ivan's words, Doubt was very disappointed. Since Yvonne asked this, it proved that he really wanted to surrender those pure-blood wizards, and it was basically inevitable for Rozier and others to form an alliance. At this point, it is hard for Doubt to express his objection clearly. Because this is not all bad. With the help of these pure-blood wizards, many things will be easier in the future, so Doubt said after thinking about it for a while. Rozier must have this ability. If you agree to his plea, he can use this as a bargaining chip in front of the pure-blood wizards to alleviate the previous conflicts. If he was smarter, it would not be impossible to persuade the captured pure-blood wizards to surrender and pull up a faction. As for he wants to get rid of the old Knot? That may be because Knot has a certain prestige among those pure-blood wizards, which will become an obstacle to him. Doubt talked freely and guessed Roger's thoughts 7 or 88. Having said that, Doubt hesitated for a moment, and then continued to make suggestions. No matter how Roger is a rebel after all, he may not be able to convince the crowd. You can put a nail in them so that these people will be under your control at any time. Yvonne nodded. As Doug said, some precautions are still needed. Especially Roger and those pure-blood wizards have just joined in, and they were enemies before. If they collude with each other and do something secretly, it won't be good. Yvonne, who has seen many tactical dramas in his previous life, is also very aware of the importance of checks and balances. However, Yvonne did not agree to Dougert's proposal on the spot, and instead asked Dougert's views on the old knot and how to deal with the old knot's problems. Yvonne let this guy leave after Doubt answered one by one. He needs someone to think about it. Although he didn't get an accurate answer from Yvonne, Doubt looked happy when he left. He knew very well that Yvonne should have approved his proposal, and his original urgency was immediately relieved. As long as the pure-blood wizards cannot truly unite, Roger's threat to his status will be greatly reduced. It's really hard for me. Yvonne muttered to himself with a headache when Doubt left the room. He has never been very interested in things like managing his subordinates and conspiracy struggles, and he is completely half-hearted, relying on a few words in the book to act. So that every time I sit on the main seat and arrange things, I am afraid of saying something wrong. If the system can quantify favorability and loyalty, let him know who is loyal and who is plotting bad luck. It doesn't help to let yourself know what everyone is thinking. Yvonne thought very greedily, and yelled a few words in his heart, but the system ignored his meaning. Fortunately, Yvonne soon realized another substitute, the magic that is comparable to mind-reading dementia. As long as you learn this, you can easily see through other people's thoughts and thoughts. In Ivan's eyes, it is simply a curse that the upper class must learn, and a cheat tool for managing complex interpersonal relationships. Of course, sensational mind is not without its weaknesses. Under normal circumstances, only the superficial thoughts of the other party can be read. If you dig deeper into the memory, it is easy to be noticed by the person involved. And there is a corresponding defense method, that is occlumency. Yvonne is deeply impressed by the fact that occlumency can not only lay a protective layer in the depths of the soul to resist the invasion of dementia, but also create some false memories to confuse the opponent. Relying on the superb occlusion technique, the original space-time Risnip jumped repeatedly in front of the two masters of the mind, and became a double-sided undercover agent. This proves that if a person is too superstitious about the intelligence obtained by the mind, then when he meets a master of occlumency, he will be miserable. However, there are not many wizards in the British magical world who can master these two kinds of magic, and it is likely that they need some talents. Otherwise, such a practical magic would not be available to so few people, so there is no need to worry about rollovers when dealing with ordinary wizards. Thinking of this, Yvonne left the Bojinbok store without hesitation and went straight to his library. Since the last time I moved all the books in the Bojinbok magic shop, the amount of books here has been comparable to that of some pure-blood family library. It took more than an hour before Yvonne picked up a few books about sensationalism from the vast pile of books, and then sat in the pile of books and read them one by one. It was like returning to the days of hard study. For 3 days in a row, besides eating and sleeping, and meeting with Roger on the way, Yvonne agreed to his request. The rest of the time was devoted to the study of sensation. This kind of magic to pry into the hearts of others is much more difficult than the practice of occlumency. There are a lot of high-end knowledge involved, and the relevant books are basically compiled by old antiques hundreds of years ago, and they are not professionally cut and refined like textbooks. As a result, there is a lot of nonsense, and it is very esoteric and difficult to understand. Maybe those old antiques think it is more high-end to put things in a more convoluted way? Yvonne really didn't understand it, but waited for the book Kathensing Mind, the Magic of Prying the Mind. In his hand. Close, and the system prompt sounds. Ding, after a period of careful reading, the proficiency of Sensation Mind increased slightly. Scenery has been upgraded to level 1, the current proficiency, 1200. Yvonne glanced at the extra spells in the magic bar. According to the usual practice, upgrading to 1 level meant that he could use this kind of magic initially, but the degree of mastery was not high. The ability to achieve this within 3 days is largely due to his superb occlumency level. These two magics have many similarities, both of which are related to memory and mind. The difference is that one is for yourself and the other is for others. However, it is not so easy for such a special magic to continue to improve. Just reading the book has little effect, and it takes a lot of practice. Yvonne eagerly put down the books in his hand, ready to try this magical effect. When he turned his head, he saw a thin mouse sneaking through the library. Squeak! This black-haired mouse was very keenly aware of Ivan's gaze, and its hair exploded, and it quickly turned around to try to escape. The mouse is coming. Yvonne slowly drew out his wand and tapped it in the air. The fleeing black mouse soon discovered that he was running and suddenly flying up, and then the surrounding scenes quickly moved backwards. It uttered a harsh scream, and its limbs were constantly scratching in mid-air, but it didn't help. After a while, a big face appeared in front of it. Ivan maintained the magical power and suspended the mouse in mid-air. In order to avoid being infected with germs, he did not touch it with his hands. He slowly rotated its body with magical power, maintaining the attitude of looking at him. Contemplation. Ivan stared at the mouse with his eyes and activated the magic, and slowly some messy emotions surfaced in Ivan's mind. Fear, nervousness, fear, loss. Although these Ivans can be analyzed from the mouse's curled and trembling body, this time is different, as if he truly felt the emotions of the other party. Legilimency. Legilimency. Ivan chanted the spell directly, increasing the intensity of the magic, and these emotions became clearer. Unfortunately, it was limited to this. He couldn't directly see what the mouse was thinking through his eyes, nor could he browse the other party's memory. Ivan didn't know if it was related to the person he chose, or because of his insufficient level. To confirm this, Ivan tried to wave his wand and shouted again. Legilimency. Legilimency. The moment Ivan chanted the spell again, the black mouse's eyes widened suddenly, his eyes became extremely dull, and some incoherent memory fragments appeared in Ivan's mind. No, he even felt like he had become the mouse, coming out of a dark, damp hole, hungry in his stomach, he crawled out to look for food. Ivan staggered suddenly and bumped into the cabinet behind. The magic was interrupted immediately, only some memories remained. Ivan pressed his forehead, a little strange. According to the book's record, the general sensational mind is to look at a memory from the perspective of a bystander, which has minimal impact on himself, not like himself. Is it because you are very talented? Ivan thinks so, that the mind-sensing mind possesses the ability to perceive emotions and detect memory. When the two are mixed together, they can obtain information from the perspective of the subjective in the scene of memory construction. But this is not a good thing. If the memory you explore is too frequent, it can easily affect your emotions. If you have poor willpower, you may not be able to tell which memory is yours. Ivan sighed, and the magic of dementia might be more difficult to control than he thought. What also made him disappointed was that from the test just now, when the level of sensation mind was not high, he had to use a magic wand and chant a spell if he wanted to explore the opponent's thoughts and memories. This is completely different from what he expected to be able to know what the other party is thinking at a glance. But it was also right. He remembered that in the original time and space, Voldemort and Dumbledore were the only two people who could really use the mind of the mind at will. A novice like him is far from able to do this. Ivan shook his head, and it seemed that he couldn't rely on it to judge what Roger and the others were thinking before the contemplation was achieved. He doesn't want to wave his magic wand and recite spells at them openly, right? That's stupid. No wizard would want his thoughts to be spied on, and all his secrets would be exposed to others. Even Voldemort's use of panic on his subordinates would not be noticed, lest the other party would be dissatisfied. The only thing Ivan was grateful for was that they captured a lot of prisoners when they captured the wizarding market. After torture, a few of them were extremely wicked people, just enough for him to practice his new magic. In the evening, in the basement of the Bookimbox store, old Roger, led by two werewolf wizards, walked deeper. In the past few days, in order to meet the needs, the basement here has been remodeled and turned into a temporary prison for more than 20 prisoners. And important pure-blood wizards such as Parkinson and Abbott are imprisoned in the deepest part of the basement. One of the werewolf wizards led old Roger to a converted storage room, and then opened the door lock, while the other werewolf wizard said to the old Roger. They're locked here, go in. Yet. Too hard work. Thanks to two friends who took care of me during this time. Old Roger smiled and said a few words, and then took out a small bag from his pocket, covered it with his sleeve, and continued speaking in a low voice. I want to talk to a few old friends alone. I don't know if it can be convenient, it will be fine in a while. We must listen. The werewolf wizard did not take it, but looked at him coldly, unmoved. They are living well now, and they are very grateful to Ivan, but they will not violate orders for some money. If Fern knew about the money they received, they would be severely punished, or kicked out. Old Roger's face twitched. He didn't expect these werewolf wizards to refuse him so stiffly. Didn't they mean that werewolves and poor ghosts are very greedy for money? Ah, you may have misunderstood what I mean. Your Excellency Halls asked me to persuade me to surrender. From now on, everyone will be your own. If you go in, it may affect my work. Old Roger consoled with all his heart, and did not dare to say two sharp words. After all, it hadn't been long since he had just returned, and there was no team under his hand, so he couldn't get tough. However, no matter what old Roger said, the two werewolf wizards didn't mean to let go, they were very determined. Roger www.mtlnovel.com You traitor still has the face to come to see us. Just when the old Roger was going to continue to persuade, a sharp female voice came out from the storage room. The soundproofing here is only average, and the voice of old Roger talking with the werewolf wizard outside the door can be heard clearly. Old Roger shrugged helplessly, and no longer persuaded the two werewolves, but opened the door of the storage room, walked in, and explained. Don't say that, Fiona, you know I'm here to help you. Under the gaze of the old Roger, Fiona and others were shackled to restrict magic. Although they did not seem to be tortured, they looked a little wilting. For those pure-blood wizards who are used to living a good life, it's not very pleasant to be a prisoner. Fiona Parkinson and Foley looked at old Roger with hatred. If it weren't for the others' betrayal, they wouldn't have fallen to this point. Chapter 531, His mighty power is simply unimaginable. Listening to old Roger's words, Abbott could not help but sneered. You look so disgusting. Come to help us? Are you here to help us go to hell? Roger, you despicable traitor. Foley was struggling with excitement, his eyes were red, and if his hands and feet were not bound, he would like to rush to tear the old Roger to pieces. I was really blind at the beginning, because we believe in you so much. Parkinson also said viciously. In the small storage room, various swearing sounds soon sounded, and the more swearing, the more unpleasant. Old Roger just smiled without any reaction, as if the person being reprimanded was not himself. It wasn't until these people got tired of cursing and slowly stopped, that old Roger put away the expression on his face, replaced it with a depressed look, and sighed. Oh, you really misunderstood me. Everyone is old friends for decades, and I really want to help you. In order to save your lives, for these 3 days, I have worked so hard to plead with your excellency halls to let you make a living. I didn't expect that you would look at me like this. Old Roger shook his head sighfully. The people of Abo were imprisoned here for 3 days, and they didn't wait until anyone came to see them. They had no hope of living, but now they are a little excited to hear what old Roger said. The only person who came to inform them was the old Roger, who was regarded as a traitor, which made Abo and the others really unhappy. In particular, the other party also appeared here as a savior, which made them feel even more awkward. If it hadn't been for this to whisper the news before, they wouldn't have been arrested even if they were lost. Now that the culprit has worked so hard to beg for them, he wants them to be grateful. What a joke. Because their lives are still in the hands of the other party, Abo and others looked at old Roger with such a sneer without words, but Fiona Parkinson couldn't bear it. This short and fat witch quickly sneered. Said. Don't be pretentious here, Roger. If you still care about a little friendship, you won't betray us, and now you come to surrender us, you are only trying to please your little master. I really didn't expect that you betrayed us just to take refuge in a 13-year-old kid. Are you planning to play with him? Foley also sneered and said. Old Roger's complexion suddenly changed, and a face was pulled down directly. He looked at the two of them, and said coldly. Fiona, Foley, I advise you to think through your head when you speak. The consequences of insulting your excellency halls are not something you can bear. Insult? Roger, you are really a good dog. You have maintained your new owner so quickly, but you're just a kid. What if I insulted him? Foley is very vicious speaking. However, before he could finish speaking, old Roger directly drew out his wand, pointed it at Foley, and cast a spell without hesitation. Heart-cutting bones. Ah! The pain that went deep into the bone marrow immediately interrupted Foley's words, and he fell to the ground with painful head, rolling hard, with a harsh scream in his mouth. Roger, what are you doing? Stop it. Do you want to kill Foley? Fiona, Abo and others never thought that the old Roger would suddenly attack him and panicked for a while. Old Roger ignored them and insisted on maintaining the magic for 30 seconds. Foley stopped his hand when he was about to pass out, then turned his head and apologized to the two werewolves behind him. I'm sorry, too, this friend of mine offended your excellency halls just now without a word, but I have already punished him. We will report everything that happens here. The werewolf wizard said indifferently. Old Roger shrugged helplessly, he could only hope that Yvonne would not care too much about this matter, otherwise Foley was afraid that he would suffer. When looking at Abo and the others, the old Roger changed his amiable appearance and spoke with disdain. It seems that you haven't figured out your identities. You don't want to kill you, just because of the kindness of your excellency halls. I advise you not to regard yourself as important. Foley, who was tortured by the drilling curse, curled up and fell to the ground. After a long while, the pure blood wizards didn't reply again, for fear that he would follow in his footsteps. More importantly, they are not stupid. You can see some clues from the old Roger interceding with the guards for Foley. The curse might not be punishment but it might be kidding. Thinking about it this way, Abo and others felt a chill in their hearts. Roger, that little wizard. I mean, what kind of person is your Lord Halls? You want to persuade us to surrender? You have to let us know. Fiona Parkinson asked suddenly. Tau. What should I say? Old Roger frowned, hesitated, and sighed. I can't see through, unfathomable. Can't see through. Abo looked at Roger unexpectedly. It is hard to imagine that he would make such an evaluation of a little wizard. Yes. I can't see through. Old Roger said with certainty. But I will tell you what I know, you can judge for yourself. Just 5 days ago, after the wizards we sent to capture Walker lost the news, Doubt suddenly found me and wanted to persuade me to submit to them. Then I realized that Asia was just a cover, the real opponent is someone else. Old Roger slowly explained in detail the experience of his first meeting with Ivan, including the temptation he did to find out Ivan's strength and did not conceal it. Old Roger knew that these people must be made to understand what they were facing before they could put down their arrogance as a pure-blood wizard and recognize reality. Therefore, in the process of telling the experience, they even exaggerated the scene slightly so that these people know that they are not greedy for life and fear of death www.mdlenovel.com but worship the other side's mighty power. When he heard that Old Roger talked about Ivan's release of Shenfeng Wuying, he cut everything in his field of vision into 2 pieces, including a dozen trees, an abandoned house, and hundreds of Jin Jialong. Abbot couldn't help but ask. That magic is really as powerful as you said. This is too exaggerated. Fiona Parkinson is also dubious. Old Roger nodded with emotion and confirmed. Yes. I saw Your Excellency Halls neatly cut an old abandoned house into 2. It is definitely the most powerful magic I have ever seen. Chapter 532, Is there any misunderstanding in this? Such a powerful magical Lord Halls can control it freely, and even cut off the wand I hold with precision. Such a powerful force is simply unimaginable. As the Old Roger added, he took a broken wand and dozens of Jin Jialong cut in half from the pocket of the wizard's robe and scattered them on the ground. These are the proof. Abbot stretched out his hand and picked up a section of the wand and looked at it carefully, and found that the cut of the wand was flat and a little scary. Even if it was cut with a high-speed sharp blade, it might not be possible to do so. Fiona Parkinson and others picked up a few Jin Jialong and checked them. Old Roger also specially used the restoration spell to demonstrate to them that once the Shenfeng Shadowless curse was hit, it would not be able to rely on normal means to heal and repair it. Seeing this, Abo's face changed, and he couldn't help being speechless. This is a new unforgivable curse. No, it has an anti-curse. Old Roger shook his head. Remember the wound I showed you before? Your Excellency Halls used the anti-curse to eliminate its influence. Everyone present fell silent for a while. The evidence provided by Old Roger undoubtedly proved the authenticity of his words. Ivan Halls may be far more powerful than they thought. If it weren't for such a 13th or 14th kid, it would be impossible to dominate so many wizards, and made Old Roger fear to such a degree. Old Roger saw that Abo and others no longer spoke to refute, so he continued to speak comfortingly while the iron was hot. So my old friends, I just made the right choice, not to betray you. Because we have no chance of victory from beginning to end. It's just that I know more, and I realized it first. That's all. Fiona Parkinson opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but she didn't know where to start. In the comparison of power, they had obviously lost a mess, and they had no advantage in the power they were proud of. After all, Ivan is closely related to the Minister of Magic and Albus Dumbledore, the strongest white wizard in England. In contrast, their relationship network is not on the table. Abo and others are also depressed. Old Roger laughed at this moment, reminding him. If you are willing to think about it from another angle, this may not be a bad thing, but it may be a chance. Your Excellency Hall's ambition is by no means limited to a small knockdown alley, but intends to encroach on the entire magic world. Think about it, my friends. If Hall succeeds in taking control of the magic world, how much benefit will we get? Maybe you and I will be the next executive director, council president, and presiding judge. Although we are also pure blood, we are not as good as those top pure blood families. Compared with those of mixed blood and Muggle species, there is not much advantage at all. Are you willing to watch your family weaken after a few generations? This is the best time. If we miss it, we won't have a chance to stand up again. The Old Roger impassionedly portrayed the bright future for Abe and the others. As a pure blood, he knew very well what his old friends wanted. The 4 pure blood wizards present hesitated after hearing this. As the Old Roger said, they are not the top pure blood family. It is embarrassing that the high is not good, but everyone wants to go further if there is a chance. It may not be as good as you said? Roger. What does it have to do with us even if the Lord Halls is in charge of the magical world? How much status can I have as a loser even if I surrender in the past? Fiona Parkinson questioned it. Abo and others are also aware of this problem. The biggest reliance of these pure blood families is nothing more than their own huge network of relationships, but the other party may not be able to see it. If they can't make enough achievements, even if the opponent succeeds in taking control of the magic world, they won't get much benefit. No, you are wrong, Fiona. Your Excellency Halls is lacking something you and I both have. Old Roger said mysteriously. You mean Jin Jialong? Foley, who had been silent on the ground, straightened up weakly and suddenly said. Yes. It's Jin Jialong. Old Roger nodded, whether it is hiring people or developing forces can't do without this. Your Excellency is just short of sufficient funds now, this is our opportunity. Hearing this, Fiona and others were a little moved, but Ebo hesitated. After all, this is a matter of life and death for the family. If you accidentally stand on the wrong team, it will be over. Old Roger naturally saw their concerns and said with a sneer. Don't you think you have a choice? Don't be mistaken, you need to take concrete actions to get the understanding of your Excellency halls. Otherwise, you will have only one end, and that is to be executed and discarded. In the corpses of Knockoff Alley. There are many rich and capable wizards in the magic world. There are countless people who can take your place at any time. Think about it. You only have one chance to choose. Old Roger did not speak in harmony, but presented the facts in front of everyone with almost cruel words. He looked around at the crowd, and after waiting for about 15 minutes, he slowly pulled out the newly purchased wand and pointed at the few people in front of him. I think these events are enough for you to think clearly, don't you? Tell me now, your decision. Old Roger asked word by word. Fiona and Abbott looked at each other, and after a second of silence, they said with a wry smile. You won, Roger, we surrender. The front is probably heaven, and the back must be hell. A normal person knows how to choose. That's right, my friends. I believe you will definitely be very grateful for today's choice in the past few years. Old Roger laughed and put down his wand, walked forward and hugged Fiona, Ebo and Roll before finally walking towards Foley. Although Foley was worried about what Old Roger had just tortured him, he understood the current situation and had to abandon his previous suspicions and hug the Old Roger to show his friendship. By the way, Roger, where's Not? How is he? Foley hesitated for a while after letting go of the Old Roger, and asked strangely. They haven't seen Not's shadow in the past few days in detention, and Foley doubted whether Not is dead. He is still alive and can't die for the time being, but it's no different from being dead. To blame, he can only blame his nephew for offending your Excellency halls indefinitely. Old Roger said with a sneer. He did not hide it, and directly told the inside story he had heard from other wizards these days, and said that Reese Not became an animagus in the form of a brown bear in the conference room. He had bad intentions and was finally killed. Ivan, who had become a giant, was pinched in his hands. According to their description, the giant Halls turned into is probably 40 feet tall. It is as easy as squeezing an ant for him to squeeze residential Not to death. However, the benevolent Lord Halls didn't let Reese Not experience the sensation of crushing bones all over his body. Instead, he used an unknown magic, and a snap of his fingers instantly deprived Reese Not's life. Old Roger added. When Fiona heard this, they were secretly shocked, but they couldn't believe it. Not to mention the weird magic of killing with a finger, it's strange enough to transform a little wizard into a giant more than 10 meters high. The only related magic they can think of is animagus transfiguration, but animagus's inability to transform magical creatures is a well-known consensus in the entire magical world. Nothing is impossible. Remember how those law enforcement officers reported to us 2 years ago? Old Roger reminded. You mean that special patron saint in the form of a unicorn? But isn't that Doug's magic? Abbott frowned. Doubt? Hey, he's just a guise. If he could have such magic, do you think he would use it in the previous battle? 2 years ago, Lord Hall secretly saved his life. Old Roger curled his lips and explained. 2 years ago? How old was he then? Fiona said in a speechless voice. Judging from Ivan's immature face, it is likely that he is the same age as his own daughter, which means that Ivan was only 11 years old 2 years ago, and he has mastered such a powerful magic, it is hard to imagine. More importantly, a little wizard is superb but not arrogant, and cleverly hides himself in the dark, leaving Doubt and Asia to be responsible for attracting attention. It is only now that his strength has increased to a level comparable to that of the Dark Lord. Formally came to the bright side, it can be seen that the other party's picture is very big. Fiona finally understood why the Old Roger would use unfathomable to describe a 13 or 4-year-old wizard. Now it seems that this evaluation is not exaggerated. Foley and Roar also thought of this incident. When they received the news, they didn't believe it. Generally speaking, the patron saints of wizards are ordinary creatures. Now it can be seen that their law enforcement officers did not deceive themselves. Since Ivan's patron saint can be a unicorn, it doesn't seem to be completely impossible to become a giant. Foley and Roll could only sigh that the abilities of this little wizard surpassed their imagination. I hope you haven't forgotten who the other person with a special patron saint is. Old Roger said in a deep voice. Albus Dumbledore. This name popped up in everyone's minds. Many people in the magic world knew that the principal of Hogwarts had a phoenix pet, and even the patron saint was in the form of a phoenix. Is it possible that Halls is also a special magic family? But why is it not famous in the British magic world? A few people in Abo can't understand, they can only attribute it to the Halls family is not a native British magic family, and the conditions for blood inheritance are harsh, until such a talented little wizard began to emerge. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible, and unanimously believed that Yvonne Halls had such a powerful magic talent, he must also be a pure blood wizard. In that case, everyone will be their own. Old Roger did not participate in their discussion. He turned to look at the two werewolf wizards, begging them to unlock the magic shackles of Abo and others. This time, the werewolves did not refuse, but after lifting the restrictions on several pure blood wizards, they did not leave and did not intend to return the wand. Let's go, let's see Lord Halls. Old Roger spoke to several people, and then led them out of the dark basement to the room where Yvonne was. Two werewolf wizards followed them all the time, monitoring their every move. After entering, "Don't talk nonsense, otherwise I won't be able to save you," Old Roger reminded very seriously. "Don't worry, we know the severity." Abo and the others nodded solemnly, but they were a little uneasy at the thought that they would meet with the unfathomable little wizard of the Dark Lord and the unfathomable city. After knocking on the door, the Old Roger took a deep breath and slowly opened the door of the room and walked in with Abo and Foley. The whole room looked very big, the curtains around it were half drawn, and the light looked a little dim, all illuminated by the burning fire in the room. At this time, Yvonne was sitting on the sofa on the right side of the room, flipping through a book, and several wizards were lying down in front of him. Although it seems that these wizards have not been tortured, they seem to be a little sluggish. They don't even have the strength to speak or move. You can imagine how cruel they were tortured. "Your Excellency Halls." Old Roger's voice was faintly trembling. He didn't expect that he was so unlucky that he would have been delayed for another day if he knew it. The little wizard in front of him slowly closed the book and glanced at them. The black eyes seemed to have magical powers, and Abo and others suddenly felt that their thoughts had been seen through, and their hearts were overwhelmed, and they quickly lowered their heads. Dare to look at Yvonne. Perhaps it was because the emotions were too strong, and in that moment, Yvonne had vaguely read their escaping emotions. Panic, fear, nervousness, all kinds of strong emotions surfaced in Ivan's mind. www.mtlnovel.com. After practicing with those condemned prisoners for an afternoon, Yvonne had already raised the level of panic mind to 2 levels. If the other party's mood swings are obvious enough, he can know the other party's current mood by looking at each other. But what made Yvonne feel a little depressed was that he had experimented several times, and the wizards who stared at him would become very nervous and fearful, and for a time he wondered if there was something wrong with his mind. Is he so scary? Why, it seems that everyone is afraid of themselves. Thinking of this, Yvonne frowned. Is there any misunderstanding in it? He really wants to rely on strength as a deterrent to make up for his age defects, but this does not mean that he will engage in a terror reign like Voldemort, and he can be kind and friendly with his subordinates. Chapter 533, Yvonne, is there such a good thing to give money? Despite this thought, Yvonne also understands that trying to make these people think about themselves is not something they can do in a day or two. Only after getting along for a long time, they will gradually realize that they are actually a peaceful and friendly person. Little wizard. The Old Roger, Foley, Abo, and others on the side are carefully watching Ivan's expression. When they saw the little wizard frowning in dissatisfaction, everyone's hearts shook, and they really didn't understand where they angered each other, or did they come at the wrong time. But all came, and now he couldn't go back. Old Roger had to gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency Halls, I have brought them here according to your previous instructions." Old Roger said, and winked at Foley and Abbot behind him. "Your Excellency Halls, please forgive me for my dullness and ignorance. In order to make up for my previous mistakes, our Parkinson family is willing to offer 30,000 gallons in exchange for your understanding. Your Excellency Halls, everything is the not cheating on me. We didn't mean to offend you. Our Abbot family is also willing to donate 30,000 gallons. Under the sign of the Old Roger, these pure blood wizards loudly denounced their previous dullness and ignorance, and said that they have changed their past and are willing to surrender, only begging Yvonne to accept the tribute to give them a chance to redeem their sins. Seeing Foley and others who were constantly condemning themselves and planning to spend tens of thousands of gallons to redeem their sins, Yvonne always felt a little weird. After all, strictly speaking, it seems to be my first hand. Yvonne was embarrassed to look at the pure blood wizards, waved his hand, and said kindly, "Let him go over the past, my friends. The little contradictions of the past are nothing but dust on the table. We don't need to take it to heart, don't we? As for Gongchen, it is not necessary, I have seen your sincerity." While comforting them, Yvonne also directly rejected the so-called tribute. Although he could get more than 100,000 gold gallons by nodding, Yvonne still refused this temptation without hesitation. He knew that nothing was for nothing. I had clearly agreed to the Old Roger's request and forgave their lives, but the 6 big families are still willing to donate 30,000 tributes to each, which is obviously a plot. You must know that 180,000 gold gallons is not a small sum. If you really accept it, it is equivalent to owing a favor to yourself. However, what went beyond Ivan's expectation was that when he clearly refused, the faces of the old Rozier and others showed a look of sincerity and fear. Your Excellency Halls, these tributes are just a little bit of our heart. I hope you will give us a chance to redeem our sins. Fiona Parkinson said very excitedly. Foley, Abbott and Roar also cautiously spoke out, as if Yvonne would not accept the money, and their hearts would be uneasy. Yvonne was speechless in his heart, and he was really puzzled. It was the first time that he had encountered a situation in which someone forced a large sum of money into himself. After Fiona and others insisted repeatedly, Yvonne couldn't help but reluctantly agreed. Because he found that if he didn't accept it, it would make them feel grieved. Of course, in return, Yvonne allowed them to retain a certain share of the wizarding market, and most of these hundreds of thousands of Jin Jialong will also be invested in the operation of the black market. Thank you for your magnanimity. Abo said gratefully. Although Yvonne only returned part of the previously deprived share, Abo and others were very grateful, and even a little ecstatic. Originally, they were only expecting to exchange some Jin Jialong for Ivan's goodwill, and by the way to reflect their own value, but they did not expect that Yvonne would be willing to return part of the wizarding market share. From now on, they will be in the same interest group, and the wizarding market will become a bridge between each other. However, before they were happy, Yvonne turned his voice and spoke. Since everyone is one's own right now, there are some things that might be clarified. For those friends who are willing to support me, I will give him honor, money and everything he wants. As for those who sneak in with bad intentions, Yvonne slowly said, watching the trembling pure-blood wizards with his black eyes. I don't think you would want to know their consequences. Would you? The relaxed hearts of Foley, Abo and others suddenly rose up, kneeling in fear and bowing to the ground. Your Excellency Halls, our Parkinson family is truly willing to surrender. Our Abbott's family has nothing to do with each other. Several pure-blood wizards shouted in unison, expressing their heartfelt excitement. Really? Time will tell. Yvonne said non-committal, slowly placing the book he was holding on the wooden table next to him. Although he hadn't noticed hatred or other emotions when he read his emotions with the mind just now, it didn't mean that he could completely trust these people. According to the statement in this book, some proper tapping is necessary to make these people understand what awe is. Foley, Abo and others dared not reply on the ground, but the only old Rozier standing still glanced sharply at the book Yvonne was holding. The cover read From Little Clerk to Minister of Magic, How the Wizard Goes to the Peak of Power. Old Rozier's pupils dilated suddenly. Sure enough, just as he thought, the little wizard in front of him was really seeking the post of Minister of Magic. The old Rozier didn't dare to look more, quickly lowered his head, maintaining his original humble appearance. Yvonne didn't notice the old Rozier's small movements, he looked around at the crowd, and once again used his mind. Since the mood fluctuations of the Abo people are more intense this time, Yvonne can clearly perceive their emotions without having to look at each other. After confirming that his words were indeed effective, Yvonne nodded with satisfaction, and then helped the pure-blood wizards kneeling on the ground according to Huero's statement in the book, and stated that he was willing to believe in their sincerity. And the punishment is only for those shameful betrayers. This afternoon, in addition to constantly practicing the techniques of contemplation, he spent the rest of the time watching management books, so that he would not be too passive when facing these people. The effect seems to be good now, but the reaction of these people is a little overdone. Chapter 534, Rectify Knockdown Alley. Is it because I did something wrong? Yvonne couldn't help falling into contemplation. For the old Rozier and others, this period of time is suffering. From stepping into this small room, their emotions are like riding a roller coaster up and down, and they are under tremendous pressure at every moment. They are simply living like a year, and no one wants to stay here for even a second. But it was precisely this pressure that made Foley and Abbott even unable to speak, and did not dare to interrupt Ivan's contemplation. It took several minutes before the old Rozier mustered up the courage to speak and broke the calm, and said softly. Your Excellency Halls, if there is nothing else to order, please allow us to prepare the tribute now. Hey? Go. Yvonne finally recovered his mind. He nodded and nodded, waving his hand to indicate that they can leave. The pure-blood wizards who received the order tremblingly withdrew from the room. Click. The moment the door was closed, Foley, Ebo and others outside the door all heaved a sigh of relief, with cold sweat on their foreheads, as if they had just experienced a battle of life and death. Rozier, why didn't you tell us that Lord Halls's character is so weird? Foley looked at old Rozier somewhat complaining. After the contact just now, in Foley's opinion, the little wizard can only be described as moody, and his behavior is extremely domineering. After seeing each other for a while, Foley faintly faced the feeling of the Dark Lord. Humph, I have reminded you a long time ago, you must be careful when meeting your Excellency Halls. Old Rozier lowered his voice, reminding him, and then turned his head to see Foley. Also. Foley. Show me a little bit next time, don't let me know that you are arguing about your Lord Halls. On the other side, Yvonne, who watched the old Rozier and others leave, also breathed a sigh of relief. His tight heart immediately relaxed, and his body fell heavily and leaned against the sofa behind, rubbing comfortably on it. It's a rub. After relaxing for a while, Ivan straightened up again. The conversation with the old Rozier and others just now made him exhausted. But it won't work if you don't do this. These pure blood wizards are very slippery one by one. If you don't calm them, they may make small actions in private. As for the nail that Doubt said, he already had some ideas. For example, Foley was a good candidate. He and Rozier didn't seem to be able to deal with it, and it was easy to provoke their previous conflicts. While Ivan was thinking about it, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding, the mission, Become the King of Turnover Alley, Second Ring, is complete. Mission, Unified Knockdown Alley, Second Ring Road. Task progress, 100%, completed. Task reward, Red Courageous Faithful Curse, whether to receive it. Task description. Finally finished. Ivan was stunned, then muttered to himself. As early as 3 days ago, when I captured the wizarding market, the progress of this task increased to 95%, and for unknown reasons, it would increase a little every once in a while, until now it finally reached its full value. Thinking of this, Ivan was very moved. When I received this task last year, I had no plans to do it at all, but unexpectedly, this time I went home and completed it by mistake. Receive the reward. Ivan said silently in his heart. The next moment, a lot of knowledge poured into Ivan's mind, his figure swayed, his eyes closed, leaning on the sofa and slowly sorting out. About half a minute later, Ivan opened his eyes again. As he had predicted before, the Curse of Courageous Faith is an extremely special magic, both powerful and tasteless. The strength lies in the successful casting of this spell to create a safe shelter. As long as the secretaries do not die or betray, even wizards like Voldemort and Dumbledore will not be able to find that place. But the Courageous Loyalty Curse is more tasteless for Ivan now, because now he has unified Turnover Alley, there is no need to hide. If he got it 2 years earlier, maybe he would be happier. After all, they were in a bad situation in Knockturn Alley. Ivan shook his head secretly, and it was a pity that he suddenly thought that the magic world would be in danger in the future, because according to the prophecy the Dark Lord would come out to stir the situation in the near future. At that time, there might be places where you need to use this spell. Even if this prediction is inaccurate, Voldemort will not return for a while, and the Ministry of Magic will become a second threat. Ivan knew very well that the trouble he had caused in Turnover Alley would not be concealed for long. There is no official force to intervene now, and it is entirely because the Ministry of Magic is being overwhelmed by the Dementor riots and the escape of Peter Pettigrew, and it doesn't even care about the mess that happened in Knockturn Alley. But once the Ministry of Magic takes time out, it will inevitably notice the changes here. As long as one investigates, it is impossible to hide many things. Ivan thinks that he has no special ideas, so he is satisfied with this 1/3 of acre, but he is afraid that the Ministry of Magic will think more. For the mighty and invincible Voldemort, Fudge may only retreat and retreat, but against a small knockdown alley, it is very possible to strike hard. Thinking of this, Ivan couldn't help but be wary. Regardless of the fact that friendship is only possible, but I have to guard against it, Ivan immediately decided to install hidden doors on all the recovered protective rings this year, so that he can protect himself when the situation deteriorates in the future. The Courageous Faithfulness Curse happens to be the final hole card. With this powerful protection spell, at least you don't have to worry too much about safety. Go went to the library to read books, and waited until his strength surpassed Voldemort before he came out. Ivan made a secret decision in his heart, when another system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! A new mission has been generated. Hey, there are tasks? The third ring. Ivan was very puzzled and opened the task of the system www.mtlnovel.com and found that it was exactly the same as he had expected. Become the King of Knockdown Alley. Mission objective, rectify the Knockdown Alley, Third Ring Road. Task progress, 39%. Mission reward, Mark of Magic. Legendary value, 3, achievement of the King of Knockturn Alley. Mission description, after careful planning, you successfully dominated the entire Knockdown Alley and drove the enemies who dared to question and block you into the abyss, but ignorant fools are always inexhaustible, and not everyone is willing to accept you the reign. Note, only power and fear can make the ignorant fool recognize reality and show your supreme power. Everyone will worship under your feet. Chapter 535, Magic Mark and Falsified Memory. After taking a glance at the newly activated mission, Yifan couldn't help sighing that the system's nonsense skill was getting higher and higher, and the description of the mission made him want to hit someone even more. Fortunately, with more such tasks, Ivan gradually developed a habit of only analyzing the difficulty and rewards of the tasks. As for the others, just ignore it as if you didn't see it. Compared with the previous task, the task reward for rectifying Knockdown Alley is undoubtedly richer, and the 3 legendary points make Ivan very greedy. If you can get him, you can do another blood fusion. For the other bonus magic mark shown above, Ivan didn't know much about it, and could only guess that it might be something similar to the Dark Devil mark. Although it is not clear whether it is used, Ivan thinks it is good to learn this kind of knowledge. Maybe you can find a way to eliminate the magic mark. After all, Doubt had been a Death Eater before, and he left a mark of the Dark Demon on his wrist. When Voldemort is really resurrected, this mark will become a time bomb. If he has the ability, he should eliminate it as soon as possible. It's safer. But how to complete the task made Ivan difficult again. From the mission objectives and mission description in the system bar, it can be seen that the focus this time is to let the wizards of Knockdown Alley recognize his rule. You can think of it with your toes, this is obviously not an easy job. There are probably more than 300 wizards in Napped Alley. A small part of them live in the neighborhood, and most of the others are scattered in the suburbs or in ruined ruins. The composition of the personnel is also very complicated. There are poor wizards who can't get along in the magical world, and those who have committed crimes and come here to hide from the limelight. The biggest feature is that the folk style is sturdy and no longer disciplined. Even the Ministry of Magic doesn't pay much attention to it, and the difficulty of management is evident. The only way Ivan could think of was to let people call the door one by one, force each other to surrender, and then drive out all the troublemakers. But the impact of this is too great. Even if it is really implemented, these people will at best surrender on the surface, and maybe they will secretly smash them in secret, who knows if it counts as completing the task. As for the prompts in the task notes, Ivan is also really rare to complain. He knows exactly how many caddies he has. Where is the supreme power? Even if you count the blessings of the enhanced magic text, his magic is still far from Dumbledore. It is almost impossible to subdue everyone with strength alone. So after thinking about it for a long time, Ivan still plans to use gentle measures, such as setting up a law enforcement team to turn Knockoff Alley into a civilized neighborhood with simple folk customs and untouched roads. In that case, most people should recognize their control of Knockturn Alley, and then expel all the troublemakers during this period, and they should be able to achieve certain results in a few years. Although this method takes a long time, Ivan will not think of a better method for a while. Bang! Just as Ivan was thinking about it, a muffled noise suddenly resounded in the wide room. Ivan turned his head and looked over and found that a condemned prisoner who had fainted had awakened. The sound just now was the sound of the opponent's body hitting the corner of the table. Ah! I almost forgot you. Ivan patted his forehead, said embarrassedly, and walked towards the man. Devil! Devil! Seeing Ivan approaching, the dark wizard yelled in horror, his bound body moved backwards weakly. Shut up! Ivan's face darkened, and a forbidden curse on his backhand made the guy shut his mouth. Seeing that you are so energetic, you should have rested, then let's continue. You. The black wizard shook his head frantically, his mouth wide open, but he couldn't speak at all. When the little wizard in front of him pointed his wand at him, his heart was cold, and he even faintly regretted that he had agreed to the other party's request. Being continuously contemplated for a short period of time, it felt as if someone had stuffed a stick into his brain and was madly agitated. In contrast, he was even more willing to suffer a piercing curse, which might feel better. Desperate mind. Ivan waved his magic wand and once again entered the other's memory. The pupils of the dark wizard suddenly dilated, his body tightened, frantically trying to expel Ivan's magic from his brain. Ivan increased the intensity of magic without any mercy. Each of these death row prisoners were scumbags, either carrying several lives on their backs or committing various bad crimes repeatedly. For example, the black wizard in front of him is a wizarding supremacist who hates muggles extremely and even takes pleasure in torturing muggles. Before he was wanted by the Ministry of Magic, he had already brutally killed more than a dozen muggles. When looking at the memory, Ivan almost couldn't help being angry, so of course he would not be merciful. He completely treated these wizards as experimental mice, constantly testing the limits of the mind consciousness. Even combined with the related knowledge of forgetting spell and occlumency, trying to modify the memory of a wizard. After playing for more than 10 minutes, Ivan stopped the magic exhaustedly. The black wizard's body seemed to be convulsed, and it took a long time to limp on the ground like a dead fish. Do you remember who you are? Ivan tried to ask, then waved his wand to unlock the forbidden spell. I am your undercover agent in the wizard market. The dark wizard was silent for a while, seeming to be thinking of something, and said blankly. No, it's not right. But after a while, the Kung Fu black wizard's face became more and more wrong, he muttered to himself, and finally looked at the little wizard in front of him in horror and screamed. What did you do to me? You devil! You promised to let me go. No, you read www.yuyuganshu.com, I just promised that you would forgive your life if you obediently cooperate with me in practicing magic, that's all. Ivan waved his hand and explained. He has always been a person who keeps his promises, and he needs to stop killing recently, so even if these dark wizards are stigmatizing, Ivan at best will wash away all their memories and send him a hard labor to atone for his past actions. Of course, the premise is that they can survive the magic experiments of the past few days without breaking down and committing suicide or becoming fools. Forget it, I will explain so much to you what to do, anyway, you will forget everything after a while. I will explain it again tomorrow. Ivan shook his head funny. Hearing these words, the Black Wizard suddenly realized something, and there was a chill behind him, because he found that he could not remember what happened in the last 3 days. Chapter 536, Control Not. Is it possible? The Black Wizard suddenly thought of a possibility, a heart fell to the bottom, and just about to shout, a white light hit him. Obliviate! Obliviate! Ivan looked at the Dark Wizard who had passed out in a coma, and was disappointed to put down his wand. After several days of experimentation, he found that it is very difficult to completely modify the memory of a wizard. Even if it is used in conjunction with the forgetting spell, the effect is not so satisfactory. Because the implanted memory is false after all, no matter how hard he weaves the memory, the other party will quickly perceive the sense of violation after he wakes up. I'm afraid it will only be possible to wait for these two magics to reach a higher level. It's a pity that he doesn't have much time to experiment, and in 3 days he will have to go to an appointment to go to the residence of Knockoff Alley, and if everything goes well, he may stay there until school starts. There was a knock on the door outside. Come in. Ivan was not surprised, and said casually. 3 wizards in golden and red wizard robes opened the door cautiously and walked in. Like the old Rozier and the others, they felt a great pressure covering their hearts as soon as they entered the door. Especially seeing those black wizards who are lying on the ground like dead dogs, not knowing how to live or die, I feel even more terrified. Like before, take these people down. Ivan glanced at them briefly and waved. Yes. Your Excellency. The wizards nodded quickly, and tremblingly pulled the black wizards out of the ground. Ivan keenly sensed the fear in their hearts and shook his head secretly in his heart. Sure enough, these new wizards still have too little contact with them. If they take a little longer, they might realize that he is actually a very kind person. Ivan sighed, and had to put aside the long-term thing of changing his mind and wait until next year when he comes back to make plans. As for now, he has the last thing to do, and that is to control Not. This guy is the head of the pureblood family. If he goes missing for a long time, he might be investigated. So Not can't die yet, and Ivan still needs him to temporarily stabilize the Ministry of Magic, cooperate with him to create the appearance that Knockoff Alley is still chaotic, and delay the time as much as possible. Before Ivan was on those dark wizards, he experimented with the mind-trapping mind and the oblivion curse on whether they could tamper with the memory. It's a pity that this experiment failed. Modifying a person's memory is not so easy. Fortunately, there is no way to make up for it. Washing off part of Not's memory, coupled with the Imperious curse can achieve the same effect. The only trouble is that some people need to be sent to monitor, lest Not break free of control. Thinking of this, Ivan got up and walked outside the door. 1 day passed in a flash. The process of controlling Not with the Imperious curse was very easy. Considering the level of his Imperious curse was not high, Ivan did not do it personally, but let Doubt perform the magic. I am only responsible for washing Not's memory with the forgetting curse, and implanting some new memories as insurance. In this way, even if the Imperious curse is broken by someone, Not's memory will be disordered for a long time, and the situation will be confused. In addition to the daily practice of magic, Ivan also asked Fran to form a new group of law enforcers, consisting of 7 werewolf wizards, who were responsible for patrolling the streets and fighting against those illegal activities. In the wizarding market, another guard was arranged, and with the cooperation of the old Rozier and others, it was okay to fool the Ministry of Magic. The main purpose is to make the officials mistakenly believe that the previous struggles were all personal grievances, gang fires, and no threat to the Ministry of Magic's rule. In the evening, Ivan called all the wizards together again, and he still had some things to explain before leaving. One of the most important is to find something to do for these wizards during the time I am away. After conquering the wizarding market, they had no enemies in Knockoff Alley. This means that these wizards no longer need to spare their lives to fight, and they can also get high wages. This is something Ivan absolutely cannot accept. He wouldn't allow these people to be so idle and get paid for nothing. So Ivan is going to make them all move and receive high-intensity training in the next year, from a group of skirmishers to real fighters. Especially after having a rough understanding of the strength of these wizards, Ivan has strengthened this belief, because their magic level can only be described as terrible. In addition to the captives who had just surrendered, only half of the 50 wizards were able to successfully cast the Iron Armor curse, and only 9 of them could be killed by Avidiso. Standing on the stage, Ivan looked disappointedly at the wizards underneath. Under their attention, he blessed himself with a powerful curse and spoke slowly. I have to say that you guys really disappointed me. As an adult wizard, some people can't even use the Iron Armor curse freely. You must know that such a basic curse can be mastered by even some newly enrolled little devil heads. Listening to Ivan's words, the wizards in the audience lowered their heads in shame or fear, and a few wanted to refute them, because the iron armor curse was not a basic curse, but rather a difficult high-level magic. Even the aurors of the Ministry of Magic are not everyone, and it is absolutely impossible that a young wizard who has just entered school can learn it. But before they could say it, they swallowed their rebuttal words abruptly, because there was a living example in front of them, and no one would doubt whether Ivan could master the iron armor curse when he first entered school. Seeing that no one refuted, Ivan immediately ordered these wizards to split into groups to practice the battle. Unlike the duel club hosted by Hogwarts, Ivan's rule is that the wizards in the battle can use all magic except the death curse. There is only one goal, and that is to defeat the enemy in front of you. Anyway, there is doubt here, as long as he doesn't use the death curse or intentionally kills, he can be rescued even if he suffers a serious injury. As a reward, the person who wins the most duels each month can join the law enforcement team, and the salary will be increased to 60 gallons in January. After Ivan announced the news in a high-profile manner, the wizards who had suffered from a face became excited, and 60 gallons were considered a high salary in the entire British magical world. For these poor wizards living in Knockoff Alley, joining the law enforcement team can undoubtedly greatly improve their lives. They used to do this kind of hard work in order to be able to feed themselves. Now they feel that they can have it. More pursuit. Chapter 537, Training Course. Reducto. Bone to pieces. Stupefy. Fainted. Prodigo. Armor bodyguard. Knockdown Alley, in the underground secret room of the wizard market, dozens of wizards are engaged in one-on-one battles on the wide training ground. Various spells fly everywhere, and from time to time, several defeated wizards fall to the ground and wailing or simply become unconscious. This is so busy that Doubt, who is in charge of the treatment on the field, is the only wizard who is proficient in healing magic. He can only fight the fire without stopping for a moment. Of course, Ivan on the side was not idle, walking alone on the training ground, pointing out the mistakes made by the wizards in battle and some problems when casting spells from time to time. Although he is not old, relying on these 3 years of legendary experience and hard study, he is much higher than the average adult wizard in terms of curse attainments. The most adept at transfiguration curse is even capable of being qualified for the position of Professor Hogwarts, pointing out that these average wizards are still fine. Ivan walked to the center of the training ground and happened to see Grace was fighting a tall and thin wizard, and knocked out his opponent in just a few rounds. Ivan, who had watched the entire battle, walked towards the two slowly. After being cursed, the tall and thin wizard bumped into the wall behind in embarrassment, clutching his chest and climbing up from the ground with difficulty. But when he stood up again, he was shocked to see that Ivan was already standing in front of him, and he was immediately taken aback and stammered. "Ha! Your Excellency Halls." The wizard lowered his head, his expression was a little nervous, he was obviously worried that he would be punished for being too bad. Ivan stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, swept away the dust, and said with a smile. "Relax. It's normal to lose in a battle. The important thing is to learn from the practice and avoid the same dilemma in a real battle." "Do you know where you lost?" Ivan asked. "It's because my strength is too weak, and the magic I master can't break the protection of the iron armor curse." The tall and thin wizard hesitated for a while, and replied very frustrated. He believes that the biggest reason for the loss is that Grace has mastered the iron armor curse, but he hasn't, so he widened the gap. In the duel of ordinary wizards, wizards who can bless themselves with iron armor curses can often have the advantage. After all, this protective curse can resist most of the magic and bounce it back. So when he was in the fight just now, he fought so hard that he couldn't see the possibility of victory at all. Ivan shook his head, reminding him. "No, it has nothing to do with whether you have mastered powerful magic, it is simply that your mind is too solid. As long as you use it well, some seemingly innocent little magic can also play a big role." The tall and thin wizard nodded and looked like he had been taught, but he didn't agree with him in his heart. Facing the iron armor curse, there were only 2 ways he could think of to crack it. Either use high-strength magic, such as the blasting curse to instantly break through the protective upper limit of the iron armor curse to destroy it, or use the killing curse to defeat the enemy with one blow. As for the other magics, they are not very good, and they will bounce back and hurt themselves. The little emotions in the wizard's heart could not be concealed from Ivan, who had already practiced dementia, but he didn't mean to refute but smiled and turned his head and spoke to Grace on the other side. "Grace, since you have defeated your opponent, how about we play a game?" "Ah? This?" Grace's face turned pale suddenly, thinking of the little wizard in front of him who turned into a giant and slapped Reese Nate in her hand, and then killed him with her fingers. "I was about to cry for a while. Can I admit defeat?" "Lord Halls?" Grace asked weakly. "You have to have a little confidence in yourself, Grace. Let's do this. In the next battle, I will only use some of the most basic spells." Ivan shook his head speechlessly, comfortingly said. Grace shrank her head and had no guts to refuse, so she had to complain a few words in her heart. Even the magic that is so difficult to learn, the Iron Armor Curse, is a basic spell in Ivan's impression, so she has no hope of Ivan's promise. Protego. Armor Bodyguard. Despite beating the drum secretly in her heart, Grace still cheered up and quickly blessed herself with an Iron Armor Curse. If you think about it in a good place, this matchup is also an opportunity. If you perform well, you might be able to break into the law enforcement team. The salary of 60 gallons a month makes Grace very greedy. After joining the law enforcement team, she doesn't have to be so restrained. Maybe she will be able to own her own house outside of Knockdown Alley in a few years. House. The conversation between Yvonne and Grace was not obscured, and everyone on the training ground could hear it clearly. The wizards who hadn't finished the battle stopped tacitly and turned their eyes to the two of them curiously. They wanted to see this asymmetrical battle more than they could practice at any time. Some wizards who had just surrendered secretly guessed how long Grace could last under Ivan's hands. Are you ready? Yvonne asked casually. Grace held the wand firmly in her right hand and nodded very nervously, but she did not dare to take the initiative to attack. She only hoped that she could resist a few more rounds and show her strength. On the other side, Yvonne also didn't have the idea of doing it immediately, but turned his gaze to the onlookers, especially the tall and thin wizard who stopped for a while, and said. The Iron Armor Curse is a very practical protective magic that can erect an invisible magic barrier around it to protect the caster in all directions. But its protection is limited, and it can only bounce a specified magic beam. We can crack it against this. While explaining to everyone www.mdlnovel.com, Yvonne quickly raised his wand and pointed it at Grace. There are many obstacles. Grace has been staring at Yvonne nervously. Seeing him raise the wand, she suddenly seemed to be stimulated, and quickly built a strong wall in front of her. Under this double protection, Grace felt that even some high-level spells could be resisted. However, to her expectations, Ivan's wand did not shoot out the spell beam. Instead, the violent wind sound came from behind her. At the same time, Ivan's voice sounded. Chairs are flying. The square chair placed not far behind Grace was summoned when Yvonne raised his wand, and flew at high speed like an arrow from a string. Chapter 538, Casting Like Clouds and Flowing Water. When Yvonne uttered the last word, the chair slammed into the magic barrier constructed by the Iron Armor Curse at an astonishing speed. The Iron Armor Curse was not very good at physical protection. After being hit hard, it lasted for less than half a second before it slammed into pieces. Grace, who had just reacted, couldn't avoid it at all, and was hit in the back. Although she didn't lose her combat effectiveness, she rolled on the ground a few times in embarrassment. You are so nervous, Grace. You put all your attention on me, and didn't notice the possible risks around me. This is a big taboo in the battle. Yvonne did not hesitate to generalize. Grace pointed out her mistake in the battle. When watching her fight with the wizard before, Yvonne had already seen that Grace's spell level was good, but she lacked combat experience. If you switch to Sirius, it is absolutely impossible to make such a low-level mistake. But this is not a fault of Grace alone, but most wizards in the magical world lack combat experience. To put it bluntly, as the only school in England, Hogwarts' main task is to teach students how to use magic to facilitate their lives. At most, they learn how to crack black magic and deal with dark creatures in the defense against the dark arts class. As for the battle between wizards, it is rarely involved in the classroom. This is why when Lockhart held the duel club, almost all the little wizards from the school came to participate. Because there are not many opportunities for pair training at all. Although Grace and the others stayed in Knockdown Alley and experienced some battles to some extent, they were born in the wild after all, and their fighting skills were basically crafted in battle. Maybe it's still enough in normal times. If you deal with some powerful wizards, it will be easy to be caught. Thinking of this, Yvonne shook his head secretly. This may be what the Ministry of Magic wanted to see. The weaker the combat power of civilian wizards, the better they can manage. It's just that Yvonne didn't want his subordinates to do the same, so he swept his gaze to the onlookers and explained. As I said earlier, the Iron Armor Curse is actually not difficult to deal with. It can only bounce off specific types of spells. If it is replaced by a physical attack of the magic trend, it will be difficult to perform its due effect. So if the time to release the curse is well grasped, even a flying curse can defeat the enemy. I believe no one even knows the flying curse. Yvonne added. Listening to Ivan's words, the wizards who were watching laughed. The flying curse was one of the most basic spells. It was not difficult to learn, and those minor wizards could use it freely. However, using the impact effect of the flying curse to drive the object to crack the Iron Armor Curse is indeed a very novel idea, and few people usually think of using this magic in battle. While Yvonne was explaining, Grace had risen from the ground, her face glowing red. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to perform well in front of Yvonne, but she didn't expect that she would be easily defeated by a flying curse. This made Grace very reconciled. It was just a momentary error, and her strength was not shown at all. But soon Grace remembered that she didn't seem to surrender, that is to say, the battle was still going on. She looked at Yvonne, who was still explaining in front of her. She gritted her teeth and waved her heart fiercely and quickly. Magic wand. Expel your miss. Accept your weapon. A crimson light beam flashed in the air. When Yvonne heard the sound, he turned his head and waved his magic wand lightly. The crimson light beam that was close at hand disappeared and became invisible, and finally looked at Grace. The young witch was afraid that the wand was almost unsteady. She made a sneak attack just now, but she was dizzy for a while, anxiously trying to get back around. Now that she calmed down, she realized that what she had done was very good. Serious offense. Ivan's reaction was beyond Grace's expectation. Instead of hesitating, he even praised it. Grace, did a good job. Since one party hasn't surrendered, the battle is naturally not over, as long as it can win the sneak attack is a good choice. Of course, Yvonne will not blame Grace for the sudden attack. Any method is allowed in the battle, and the enemy will not greet you when attacking. Go ahead. Yvonne said. Grace slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After adjusting her state, she again blessed herself with an iron armor curse, and then took the lead in launching an attack. Yvonne fulfilled his previous promise and didn't use any unconventional magic throughout the entire process. Even if he counterattacked, he used some basic spells. But this does not mean that Grace can deal with it easily, because Yvonne combines many small magics together, and the power that bursts out is not much weaker than those high-level spells. With gestures, she can also use the magic she has cast and counteract it back. Grace feels that her ability to support up to now is entirely the result of the other party's deliberate retention of hands, because the iron armor curse on her body has been broken several times, and every time Yvonne waited until she re-blessed her protection magic before continuing to attack. What made Grace even more desperate was that when Yvonne was fighting against her, she was still doing various explanations, explaining the characteristics of each curse and the way to deal with it, completely absent-minded. The mood swings made Grace even more frantic, and soon a flaw was revealed. Diffindo. Torn apart, Yvonne seized the opportunity keenly and quickly waved his wand. A magical beam instantly hit Grace www.mtlnovel.com but was resisted by her iron curse. However, before the spell was bounced back, another crimson light beam came one after another, instantly piercing the protective limit of the iron armor curse, and hitting Grace directly. Grace felt her body hit by a bull, and was directly knocked out. The magic wand in her hand came out and fell into Ivan's hand in a whirlpool. The wizards watching Yvonne clapped enthusiastically when they saw Ivan's victory. Although Yvonne did not use those powerful and suffocating magics in the battle, the cooperation and application of some basic magic really opened their eyes. The stance of flowing clouds and flowing water when casting spells is even more artistic. Everyone knows that to do this is not as easy as Yvonne has shown, that requires a very powerful magic control ability. Chapter 539, Maybe it's because of my outstanding talents. Just when a group of wizards were flattering around Yvonne, the defeated Grace found that her body was by a thick snake, and she couldn't move at all. The hideous snake head was as thick as a thigh, and a pair of icy eyes stared at him steadily. Snake letters spit out from time to time in his mouth, making a hissing noise, and he might bite him at any time. Ah, snake! I surrender, I give up. Grace yelled frantically when she was frightened for a while. Grace's scream suddenly broke the harmonious atmosphere on the court, and many people turned their eyes. Yvonne waved his magic wand casually, and the giant python that bound Grace suddenly dispersed into a cloud of smoke, and finally turned into a table leg. After Grace got rid of the shackles, she was still a little afraid, and she threw the table leg that was pressing on her body to one side as quickly as possible. At this time, Grace noticed that everyone in the room was looking at her. Some wizards even smirked and laughed. Grace's expression became very frustrated. She felt that her appearance today was too bad. Yvonne didn't think so. He slowly stepped forward and pulled Grace up, who was sitting on the ground, stretched out his hand to wipe some dust off Grace's shoulder, and said, "You did a good job just now. If you can get rid of your impatience, calm down during the battle, and think more, I want to be a law enforcement officer." "It's okay." "Really? You're Lord Halls?" Grace froze in place, asking in a pleasant surprise. "That's it. The premise is that you have to work hard to get rid of these problems and get enough victories in this month's duel field," Yvonne said with a smile. Although he has always regarded the iron armor curse as a basic spell, he also understands that this spell is still somewhat difficult for ordinary wizards. It is not easy for Grace to master it at this age and use it freely. In the previous duels, Grace grew up very quickly. If he experienced several such battles, Yvonne estimated that he would never be able to defeat the opponent so easily. "Yes. Your Excellency Halls." Grace bowed respectfully and bowed to Yvonne, looking very excited. Ivan's gentle words made Grace a little flattered. She had heard many rumors about Yvonne before. She thought that this little wizard must be moody and very uncomfortable. Now it seems that it is not as scary as they say. Ivan felt the change in Grace's mood and nodded secretly. It seemed that his efforts were still very effective. It won't be long before these wizards can change themselves. It's a pity that I don't have much time to stay in Knockoff Alley. In the evening, after finishing today's practice, Ivan found Asia and told him about his plans to leave Knockout Alley these days. Leaving? Where are you going here? Asia frowned, and asked suspiciously. Go and see Mr. Nick LeMay. He sent me a letter saying that he wants to meet me during the summer vacation. Ivan took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Asia. No. You can take a look. Nick LeMay. Asia took the envelope in surprise, always feeling that the name seemed to have been heard before, and then said in astonishment. Is that the maker of the Philosopher's Stone? As an alchemist, Asia is no stranger to this master in the field of alchemy. When she first studied alchemy, she regarded Nick LeMay as her role model. It's just that the age of the master alchemist in the magic world is too old, and there is no intersection with them. It is not easy to talk to him, so when Ivan just said the name, Asia didn't even think about it. That's Nick LeMay. Ivan nodded, confirming Asia's guess. But, why would he send you a letter? Asia was both excited and a little confused, opening the envelope and found that there was not much content inside. It was just a simple invitation letter, without mentioning the specific reason. Maybe it's because of my outstanding talent. Maybe it's Nick LeMay who wants to find an apprentice to inherit the mantle. After all, there are not many geniuses like me. Ivan shrugged, not wanting to break his time. It was only half-truth and half-truth to explain the converter. Listening to Ivan's narcissistic words, Asia couldn't help but stretched out her hand, smiled and flicked on Ivan's forehead, but did not refute, but asked instead. Then when are you going to meet your new teacher? Do you want your mother to accompany you? Asia said with a chuckle. No, let me go by myself. Just the day after tomorrow. Ivan shook his head hurriedly. He is not a real child, and it would be too shameful to be accompanied by his parents. More importantly, he didn't tell Aisha that this meeting with Nick LeMay was caused by Dumbledore. If you want to enter Nick's safe house this time, you probably need the old professor to bring it. If Aisha followed along, Ivan was very worried that he would fight. Asia didn't force it either, she just said that she just wanted to tease Ivan. But when he learned that Ivan was leaving the day after tomorrow, Asia was a little bit unwilling when he was surprised. It was only a week after Ivan returned to Knockturn Alley. During this period, so many things happened and the mother and son really spent very little time together. But Asia was very clear about the priorities, and her alchemy level was limited. During last summer vacation, Asia found that she had nothing to teach Ivan anymore, and this would only delay his talent. At this stage, only the master alchemist can guide Ivan the way forward. So no matter how reluctant to give up www.mtlnovel.com, Aisha still agreed, and even began to think about what kind of gifts should be prepared for visiting Nick LeMay. Ivan suddenly thought of something and said. Mom, during my absence, you remember to watch the wizards for me, let everyone stay in Knockdown Alley, and train them every day according to the method I gave them. It's best not to give them time to spare. Time. With the precedent this time, Ivan was very worried that the brain fixers would do something while he was away. He didn't want to find that when he came back from the summer vacation next year, Doubt and the others had already brought people to level the ministry. Although this possibility is very small, it is impossible to defeat the Auror Legion with the more than 50 wizards, but Ivan thinks it is necessary to stifle this possibility in the cradle. Chapter 540, Fortunately, I am not the one who has been fined the longest. Ivan was urged for a while. Asia was listening so quietly, and when Ivan finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and rubbed his hair, and said with a smile. I will pay attention to help you watch them, don't worry about it here, you just need to study by yourself. However, I was a little curious about the training method Ivan gave. She can understand the battle exercises that she conducts every evening. This is to improve the strength of the wizards, but it is a bit of a mystery to let everyone practice running and standing with weights during the day. These two are to train their discipline and obedience. Ivan said. Ivan didn't know how the Ministry of Magic trained the Aurors, so he could only proceed from two directions to improve the personal strength and obedience of Fern and others. Especially those wizards from Turnover Alley, who are used to being idle at ordinary times, so they don't need to be trained. When they really need to fight, there may be someone who refuses to obey his orders. Muggles do this when they train the army. If you have time, you can go to the Muggle bookstore to buy some related books. Although they are not wizards, they have some training skills that can be used. Ivan explained. Asia nodded thoughtfully. Like Ivan, she was involved in the training of wizards for the first time. She really had no experience. It would be nice to buy a few books to improve her knowledge. After explaining the training, Ivan reminded Aisha to be wary of those pure-blood wizards who had just surrendered, and don't forget to send someone to stare at Not. Even some inconspicuous little things Ivan repeatedly mentioned. Understood, I will do these things even if you don't tell them. Ixia squeezed Ivan's cheek helplessly, and said amusedly. If nothing else, don't you go to bed? Don't see how late it is now. Don't you have to show me your training method tomorrow? Only then did Ivan feel more relieved, and yawned back to his small room. In the early morning of the next day, after Ivan got up to wash, he called Fran to ask him to issue assembly instructions and start a new round of special training. Perhaps it was because yesterday's battle practice lasted very late. Today, 3 wizards in a row failed to arrive on time, including Joseph, who arrived the latest last time. When Ivan's gaze swept over, the late wizards and others tremblingly wanted to explain, but before they had time to speak, they were interrupted by Ivan's words. I think I should have said very clearly before, there is no reason. Ivan's eagle-like eyes made the 3 wizards feel like falling into an ice cellar. They looked pale and thought about the punishment they might suffer, and their bodies trembled from time to time. Heartbroken? Or other black magic? However, Ivan's so-called punishment measures are not the same as they thought. The rules are very simple. Be 1 minute late and stand in the army for 1 hour. This is it. Joseph was surprised at the ease of punishment. Don't you just stand for a while? It doesn't seem to be too difficult. The slowest among them is only 2 minutes late, which means standing for 2 hours at most. Fran, you are responsible for supervising them. If someone moves during this period, add another half an hour. Ivan noticed the expressions of Joseph and the others, turned his head to look at Fran, and said with a sneer. Yes, Lord Halls. Fran nodded and looked at Joseph pityingly. Standing army posture Ivan had already demonstrated to him before. During the rest yesterday, Fran also tried it secretly himself, so he knew very well how difficult it is to keep it still for a few hours. Pity belongs to pity. Fran didn't dare to neglect the slightest, and immediately took Joseph and the others out of the crowd, and then regulated their posture. Put your hands, stand at attention, close your waist, yes, that's it. Joseph, don't you have eyes? See how they do it. Under Fran's reprimand and correction, Joseph and the 3 wizards quickly stood aside in a standard military posture. From now on you'd better not let me see you move. Fran warned. Several hapless wizards wanted to nod their heads but did not dare to move, for fear that Fran would find an excuse to increase the duration. Joseph was the most relaxed, because this time he was only more than a minute late. In other words, just standing for more than an hour is enough. However, with the passage of time, the relaxed expression on Joseph's face gradually disappeared, and his complexion became more and more ugly. He felt that he had been standing for a long time, his legs were sore, and he was about to lose his feet. More importantly, it's summer now, even if it's not noon, it's amazingly hot. Joseph felt that his back was wet with sweat, and some beads of sweat slipped from his forehead from time to time and seep into his clothes. Itchy and uncomfortable. Joseph wanted to reach out and scratch, and wipe the sweat from his forehead, but he still remembered Fran's warning and did not dare to move at all. He just turned his attention to Fran's body, wanting to know how long it has been up. Fran didn't speak at all, standing in place like a wood, staring at them. The next minute and second were like torture, and the worst thing was that Joseph didn't know how long it would take to end. In this entanglement, a drop of sweat dripped from the protective eyebrows into his eyes. Joseph couldn't help blinking his eyes quickly, and his body shook slightly under the influence. Joseph's face changed, and he cried secretly, stabilizing his figure as quickly as possible, hoping that Fran didn't see it. It's a pity that his reaction was a little late, and Fran's ruthless voice came over. Add half an hour. Now there are 50 minutes left. Hearing this, Joseph's mind was dumbfounded, and he almost fell to the ground, very upset in his heart. If it hadn't been for this extra time the penalty would be over in another 20 minutes, but now he has to wait another full 50 minutes. After standing for so long, Joseph felt that he was about to endure to the limit. And as time goes by, his state gets worse, which means he may make more mistakes, which is undoubtedly an infinite loop. He finally realized the horror of this kind of punishment. In contrast, Joseph was even more willing to suffer a heart-piercing curse. At least it would come more joyously. The only thing that made Joseph feel fortunate was that he was not the only one who was punished. The 2 wizards who stood together soon followed in their own footsteps. The hapless one violated the rules 3 times in a row. Thinking about this, Joseph felt a little better in his heart, because he was not the one who was punished the longest. Chapter 541 British Special Wizard. Just as Joseph and the others were being punished, Ivan was taking the remaining wizards for long-distance training. But the performance of these wizards disappointed Ivan. Perhaps it was because of the convenience of magic, all of them were very vacant, and more than an hour of long-distance running would be enough for them to toss. Throughout the whole process, except for Walker and other werewolves who still had some physical strength, the remaining wizards were tired and unable to stand up. Gosh, why do we practice long-distance running and standing in teams? We are wizards. I can reach the end with just one apparition, even the fastest muggle can't catch up with me. The wizards in the special training were very dissatisfied, but due to Ivan's deterrence, they only dared to whisper in private, and turned off when Ivan's gaze came over. Keep running. Those who are left behind, stand in the military posture for an hour after the end. Ivan yelled loudly, not accustomed to their will. Everyone rushed upon hearing the words and hurriedly accelerated their pace. Although most people think it's not a big deal to stand for an hour, they have been running for so long and their physical strength has been almost overdrawn. Everyone wants to have a good rest after going back. Some people even envied the 3 wizards who had been punished before. They were running so hard, but the 3 of them only had to stand in place. The comparison was very easy. Especially Joseph was only more than a minute late, and when they returned, this guy might have been hiding under the shade of the tree. However, when they ran all the way back to where they were all dumbfounded. Because the situation was different from what they had imagined, Joseph and the others were still standing there, their whole bodies soaked in sweat, and their complexions were uglier than the others. Ivan was not surprised at all. The first time he stood in the military posture was in the summer. It was almost impossible to not move at all. As long as Furin's standard was high enough, it would be fine to find them stand all day. Furin, how long do they have to stand? Ivan asked. Joseph has 2 hours or so, and the remaining 2 have to stand for 4 or 5 hours. Furin shrugged and replied. Hearing this, on a hot day, the wizards present felt a chill in their hearts. They remembered that Joseph was only punished for standing in the army for an hour before leaving. Why now they came back after running for more than an hour, the time has not decreased at all, but also increased so much. Everyone looked at each other, and soon realized that the so-called standing still for an hour was probably not as easy as they thought, otherwise it would be impossible for Joseph and others to know that they would be punished and deliberately violated the rules. Seeing Joseph and the others gritted their teeth and persisted, they finally understood the horror of this punishment. This is terrible. Ivan also noticed the change in the attitude of these wizards, and was very satisfied. The punishment must be awe-inspiring, and this time it should leave a deep impression on them. Thinking of this, Ivan took his eyes back from Joseph and the others, turned his head but saw some wizards sneaking up with his eyes sharply, and sat down, seemingly planning to take a break. Don't sit down, whoever allows you to rest, stand up. Ivan sternly drank the behavior immediately. Under Ivan's reprimand, the several wizards who had sneaked into the slippery were bounced off the ground for fear of being punished, but they were complaining that Ivan was too inhumane, and they were not allowed to rest for a while. How could Ivan couldn't guess their thoughts, and immediately shook his head and began to explain. Remember that after strenuous exercise, it is best not to sit down and rest immediately. When people are engaged in strenuous exercise, cardiovascular function activities are strengthened, and blood flow speeds up. At this time, you can relax instantly. Not only is there no benefit, but also it may cause some bad effects on the body. Ivan talked endlessly about what he had learned in physical education in his previous life. After practicing occlumency, contemplation, and other magic, his memory has undoubtedly increased a lot, even if it was a few years ago, his memory is still fresh. It's a pity that these wizards in the magical world have too low a level of education to understand these biological knowledge at all, and they all showed expressions of understanding and incomprehension. Although it vaguely felt that Ivan's long talk made sense, they still wanted to lie down on the grass and take a rest. For these scumbags, Ivan was very helpless, and had to force them to do some relaxing exercises against their tired bodies. If possible, Ivan also wants to get along with them kindly, but it turns out that sometimes you have to use tough methods. No way, this is all forced out. Ivan murmured silently in his heart, but on the surface he was calm. After doing relaxation exercises, after resting for half an hour, he continued to let them practice standing military posture. It continued to toss until noon, and seeing the wizards in front of them finally had a somewhat military posture, Ivan declared that today's training is over with unfinished talent. The wizards present all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the words. If the time is longer, they will not be able to hold on. Joseph and the others, who were still struggling to stand, were finally liberated, but were not happy at all, because Ivan only allowed them to postpone the time of the penalty station and wait until tomorrow to make it up. Ivan watched the wizards disappear in place one by one using apparition, and finally stopped Frin, telling him to remember to relax the standard of movement tomorrow, and don't make it too difficult for Joseph. Frin was stunned first, and then he understood Ivan's plan. The meaning of punitive measures is to have a deterrent effect. They are not really meant to torture people. If they really follow this standard, the 3 wizards may stand for a lifetime. Frin nodded and nodded, saying that he had it in his heart, and by the way, he asked about the law enforcement intensity on weekdays, and then he turned and left. Mom, what do you think? When the people disperse, Ivan turned his head and looked at Aisha who was standing aside, asking him for his opinion. Yes, this training looks very effective. Aisha closed the book in her hand and said with emotion. After watching it all morning, Aisha had a general understanding of the training process, and the final effect was also very significant. These wizards had already looked like a small group before they left. Ivan smiled. Modern military training is a treasure summed up by various countries over thousands of years. Of course it is useful. Ivan was about to spread knowledge to Asia, but unexpectedly noticed that Asia was holding a book in her hand. After glancing at the cover of the book, Ivan's face suddenly twitched, because it read the Royal Special Forces Training Manual. This book is? Ivan couldn't help but asked. Didn't you suggest that I look for some Muggle books? So I went to a bookstore in London this morning. Asia said with a smile. Then, Asia took out other books from the wizard robes that cast the extended curse to show Ivan, all related to the training of the Marine Corps and Special Forces. Although Muggles do not know magic, they still have insights on some things. For example, the lurking skills taught above are very helpful in tracking an assassination. If combined with compound decoction and phantom spell, I am afraid that there will be few individuals can see through. Asia gave an explanation excitedly, and gave some other examples, which was obviously very interesting. Ivan looked at Asia's eager look, and couldn't help but wondered if it was the right thing to let Asia buy some Muggle books. Looking at this posture, Asia seems to be planning to apply some of the methods of training special forces to the next training. And his original intention was only to want Asia to learn about the relevant knowledge of military training. Ivan never expected that Asia would buy this kind of books to read. Ah, a wizard is not a Muggle after all, in fact, there is no need to train so demanding. Ivan coughed lightly, and cautiously suggested. He just wanted those wizards to be more obedient and stay honestly in Knockdown Alley to improve their strength, instead of getting some wizards proficient in assassination, survival, and special operations to come out. That would be terrifying. I know, it's used to train Muggle soldiers, some methods are not suitable for wizards. Asia nodded. Ivan was relieved a lot, but then he heard Asia add. So I will train them in a more suitable way. No, I think, forget it. Ivan opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him, but seeing the excitement of Asia, he quickly closed his mouth. He thought it would be better not to touch this mold. Can't provoke. Can't provoke. Ivan mourned for the wizards for a second, and he would leave Knockdown Alley tomorrow, and he couldn't care about their life and death. Only wish them good luck. In the afternoon, after lunch, Ivan went back to his small room to pack his luggage. There are not many things. He only intends to bring a few clothes and some alchemy works, but Asia doesn't think so. You have to bring a few more clothes, as well as quilts and pillows. Do you want to bring a magic tent? I don't know your habit of not being able to live there. While asking, Asia packed all kinds of possible things into the small suitcase. Ivan is one of the first too big, he has cast an extension spell, which can be used as a small storage box, and now it is just filled with Asia. By the way, there is no address on that letter, how are you going to find that master alchemist? Aisha asked. Just go to the Broken Cauldron bar and wait, someone will pick me up at that time. Ivan said vaguely. It's so close? Then I'll just send you off. Asia suddenly felt bright. Even though Ivan said that she was going to see an alchemist like Nick LeMay, she was always a little worried. No. I'll just go by myself. Ivan shook his head quickly. Asia looked at Ivan suspiciously. After a while, her face became ugly. She vaguely guessed something, and she reached out and knocked Ivan on the head with dissatisfaction. Chapter 542, Alchemy Hut. The next day, after breakfast, Ivan took the packed suitcases, and after bidding farewell to the still reluctant Aisha, he went to the Broken Cauldron bar in Diagon Alley alone. As an important meeting point between the British magical world and the real world, it is always noisy and unusual at all times. When Ivan pushed the door to enter, he happened to hear a few wizards sitting not far away, talking about the chaos in the Knockdown Alley during this time. One of them was angrily drunk and complained that they were not even sleeping well recently. I hope that the dark wizards are all dead. Ivan frowned, but didn't mean to be angry, but secretly warned in his heart. It seemed that the explosion and fire of the battle a few days ago had a greater impact than he had expected, and it attracted the attention of many people. This was not a good sign. Fortunately, Ivan soon breathed a sigh of relief, because he found out that there were only a few people in the Broken Cauldron bar who cared about the Black Wizards in Knockout Alley. The most discussed by most wizards was the upcoming Quidditch World Cup in the near future. Obviously this world event is more eye-catching than the few black wizards who died in Knockoff Alley. After Ivan stepped into the bar, a drunk wizard suddenly patted the table, stood up, and said triumphantly. Ha! I bet the Bulgarian team, they have won 4 games in a row, and they will win this time. I squeezed a whole 500 jinjialong, this time I will definitely make a lot of money. Who said that? Crumb of the Irish team is the best seeker in the world. He will definitely catch the snitch. Bulgaria will lose this time. The wizard on the opposite side also yelled loudly and badly, saying the Bulgarian team. The wizard flushed with anger, and the two groups almost didn't pinch it on the spot. Tom, the owner of the Broken Cauldron bar, watched this scene happily. Not only did he not say anything to dissuade him, but he added fuel to the fire and asked whether he wanted to come to a wine competition. Whoever wins has the final say. Amid the noise, Ivan shook his head secretly. Although he has lived in the magic world for so many years, he still can't understand why these wizards would have such a high enthusiasm for a game in the sky. That's good, fewer people are thinking about paying attention to Knockoff Alley. Ivan thought to himself, pulling his suitcase to find a place to sit and wait, but when he crossed the noisy front desk and walked into the bar, he found that Dumbledore had already been waiting here. After not seeing him for many days, Dumbledore was still the same, dressed in a grey, with a long beard hanging down to his chest, stained with some wine stains. The injury on his right hand didn't seem to cause much trouble to his life. He switched to a toast to drink with his left hand. At this moment, he was chatting happily with two elderly wizards, just like Ivan had imagined a depressed look. It doesn't matter to the children. If you change someone, I'm afraid you won't think that the strongest white wizard in the magical world in front of him has been dead soon. Sorry, Professor Dumbledore, it looks like I'm a bit late. Ivan strode over and greeted him. Dumbledore put down his wine glass, turned his head, smiled at the corner of his mouth when he saw Ivan, looked at the magic clock hung on the wall, and spoke. It's not too late for you, Halls. I was there a while early. And as usual, if you travel far, I should personally visit your house and explain the situation to your mother. But I think you are different from ordinary little wizards. You can handle these things by yourself, so please allow me to be lazy again. After all, your mother's Asia may have some opinions about me. Dumbledore said jokingly, but there was not much smile on his face. Ivan rolled his eyes, and he felt that it was more than just some opinions. At the same time, Dumbledore's words also aroused Ivan's curiosity, and he hesitated for a while before asking aloud. Professor, is there any conflict between you and my mother? Contradictory? You can say the same, you know that there are things in this world that are always difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. Dumbledore said vaguely, he didn't seem to want to talk about it, and before Ivan continued to ask, he changed the subject and continued. Since you have arrived, we better set off now. If everything goes well, you may have to stay there for a while. Of course, if you feel bored, you don't have to stay there all summer, maybe you can catch up with this year's Quidditch World Cup. Sirius wrote to me a few days ago and told me a lot. In fact, it was about the World Cup. He paid a lot of money to book some first-class tickets. It is the best position and intends to invite you all to go. While talking, Dumbledore took out a ticket from the sleeve of the wizard's robe and handed it to Ivan. Ivan didn't expect that after Sirius had cleared his charge, he would be so free, and he actually planned to go to see the Quidditch Cup. Of course, it may also be because of Regulus's affairs that caused Sirius to be in a bad mood recently and want to relax. As for this ticket, Ivan thought about it and didn't accept it, so he shook his head and refused. Professor. Actually, I have no interest in the Quidditch World Cup. I would rather read a few more books at that time. If you have time to write back, remember to thank him for his kindness. Between studying alchemy and watching a football game, Ivan decisively chose the former because he really doesn't catch a cold with this kind of flying sport. The only advantage of going to the scene is to be able to set up a game to catch Barty Crouch Jr. in advance. But it was useless to catch a Death Eater. On the contrary, he would stun the snake, making Voldemort hiding in the dark more cautious, and even redesigning his resurrection plan. In this case, things will be completely out of his control. It is better to proceed as usual, destroy the remaining Horcrux secretly, and then take people to surround Voldemort and give him a surprise. Not to mention that he has lived in the magical world for 3 full years. Under the butterfly effect, it is not certain whether the Death Eaters' riot at the World Cup venue will happen. Dumbledore didn't know what Ivan was thinking, so he was a little surprised. If he remembers correctly, Ivan's Quidditch level is very high, and he won 2 consecutive Quidditch Cups for Gryffindor. He thought Ivan would pay attention to this World Cup. On the side, the bald wizard who also heard these words suddenly stood up in surprise, his drunk face was red, he looked at Ivan and screamed in shock. Oh! God, someone here says that they are not interested in the Quidditch World Cup. You must be joking, right? The wizards in the Broken Cauldron bar also turned their heads one after another, showing expressions of surprise. If you think so, then treat it like I'm joking. Ivan shrugged helplessly, and had no plans to argue with an alcoholic, and followed Dumbledore to leave the Cauldron bar. British wizards like Quidditch, Halls. Dumbledore explained when he was out the door. Especially during this period, there are often some irrational ball lunatics in the Broken Cauldron bar. If you don't want to cause trouble, at least you have to show that you are interested in Quidditch. Ivan remembered the football madman in England in his previous life, and understood a little bit, so he asked curiously. What about you? Do you like playing Quidditch too? Dumbledore smiled, without answering, he looked up to the sky, and a golden red phoenix was flying towards them. The time is just right, take me, and I will take you there. Dumbledore raised his left arm and said. Ivan nodded and did so, grabbing Dumbledore's forearm. The fox in the sky has gotten closer and closer, and golden flames burst up all over his body, looking like a big fireball hitting this way. Ivan forcibly stopped the thought of avoiding, and wanted to harm himself with Dumbledore's strength, and it didn't have to be so troublesome. The next moment, the fireball hit him, and Ivan felt that his body was ignited by the flame, but the difference was that there was no feeling of being burned, and it was very warm on his body. Ivan didn't panic, because when they went to the Ministry of Magic before, they used the same method to teleport. What Ivan didn't expect was that when the flames covered his whole body, Dumbledore suddenly spoke. Remember, where we are going this time is. What is it? Ivan's mind was dumbfounded, and then the sky turned around. Dumbledore's voice became smaller and smaller, and he couldn't hear the follow-up words at all. When Ivan walked out of the fire, he found that the surrounding area changed. It looked very desolate, with only mud and sand on the ground. Ivan didn't have time to look more, and turned his head to look at Dumbledore very anxiously. Professor, can you repeat the place you just let me remember? It's already in your head, isn't it? Dumbledore said earnestly. Think about it. Ivan was confused and didn't understand what Dumbledore was talking about, but then he realized that there was an extra coordinate in his mind, not knowing what it was. These are the coordinates, very important. You can try to apparate yourself next time, but it's better not to be too frequent. Dumbledore said in a deep voice. Only then did Ivan understand. He who has learned some contract magic knows very well that recording the location in this way is more convenient and confidential. Let's go. Dumbledore patted Ivan on the shoulder, glanced around, determined the direction, and finally walked towards the open grass. Ivan hurriedly followed, and after not taking a few steps, he felt that he was hitting an obstacle, as if he was in a mire. Every step was very difficult. Dumbledore in front of him had disappeared in front of him, and Ivan was in a dilemma for a moment, so he had to bite the bullet and squeeze forward. Taking a few steps forward with great effort, the desolate scene ahead seemed to have been erased by mysterious power, and a vast courtyard appeared in front of him out of thin air. In the center of the courtyard stood a weird house, as if it were alive, with a few eye-like windows staring at him. Can alchemy be able to activate an entire house? Ivan couldn't help being a little curious. If the enemy came in, would this house stand up and beat people like Transformers? It shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Ivan murmured silently in his mind, then looked at Dumbledore and asked. Professor, something seemed to be blocking me when I came in just now, is it the protection mechanism here? Yes, Nick hid this house and set up some institutions. The specific location of the entrance will change every once in a while. Dumbledore replied. Ivan frowned. How could he confirm where the entrance was when he came by himself? Pay attention to the movement of magic power. As long as you cast a spell, you will definitely leave some traces, especially this kind of continuous magic. Dumbledore saw Ivan's doubts and explained. There was an expression of embarrassment on Ivan's face. He could not perceive the so-called traces of spell casting. When he cracked Voldemort's mechanism last time, he still pretended to rely on his understanding of the original plot. Don't worry too much, you will understand one day. Dumbledore also realized that with Ivan's current strength, this might not be possible, so he comforted. The two of them just walked along the blue stone path in the courtyard towards the central house. Ivan looked around curiously, and was very interested in the home of the Master Alchemy. Alchemy creatures running in groups from the side of the road from time to time, huge door panels with strange looks and snoring, everything was so magical. It's like a fairyland in a fairy tale. Ivan even saw some muggle things, but it was obviously magical. I heard Sirius say that you destroyed a Horcrux in the old house of the Black family. Dumbledore asked suddenly on the way. When he was at the Broke Cauldron bar just now, he wanted to ask, but because there were so many people there, it was not suitable for discussing this kind of thing. Yes. That's right. 2 years ago I touched the diary and almost died in the secret room, so I was very impressed. When I found the locket, I noticed something was wrong. Ivan had known before that Sirius would definitely report the Horcrux incident to Dumbledore www.mdlenovel.com. Of course, he had a draft for a long time, and he quickly explained what happened. In short, that's it. After we destroyed the Horcruxes, we went to the cave where the fake Horcruxes were placed and brought Regulus, who had become a corpse, and buried them in the cemetery of the Black family. Ivan finally made a summary, and there was almost no concealment during the whole process. Even when he released a fierce fire curse in the cave, he finally said what he lost control of. Because Ivan knew that even if he didn't say that Dumbledore would definitely have learned from Lupin and Sirius, it would add suspicion. Dumbledore listened quietly, seeing that Ivan's tone was relaxed, as if he had destroyed a Horcrux. It would not be a big deal to go to the cave where Voldemort placed the Horcrux, and he couldn't help but smile. For a moment. A few months ago, Snape's ridiculous words came out of his mind again. Chapter 543, Meet Nick LeMay. As Yvonne spoke, he took out the locket he was carrying and handed it to Dumbledore. Although it had been damaged, he took it with him, considering that it might be repaired. This is Slytherin's relic. Dumbledore stretched out his hand and took a few glances. After noticing the large serpentine mark on the locket, he raised his eyebrows and confirmed. Should be. I once went into Slytherin's secret room and saw this symbol, remember it more clearly. Yvonne replied half-truth. That's why you tried to open it in snake language? Dumbledore asked. Sirius' letter covered everything, including Ivan's use of snake language to open the locket. Yes. Snake language was taught to me by Tom. He told me that this thing can open Slytherin's secret room. I think since the locket might be a Slytherin thing, then snake language should work. Fan opened his mouth to explain, and then continued without waiting for Dumbledore to ask. In addition, Tom told me that you can speak snake language too. Dumbledore's words were stagnant, and his face became a little weird. He remembered that he had never shown this ability outside in these years. Few people in the magical world knew this information, and it was unlikely to betray him. How did Tom know the news? Dumbledore frowned involuntarily, but he did not suspect that Yvonne was deceiving himself, because compared to Tom, Yvonne had no reason to know that he could speak snakes. Professor. Just as Dumbledore was thinking, a voice interrupted his contemplation. Dumbledore turned his head and saw Yvonne staring at the locket in his hand, as if worried that he would take it away. Dumbledore shook his head amused, and returned the Slytherin locket. Although he saw that Yvonne still had a lot of things to hide from himself, he didn't mean to go into it. The important thing is that Voldemort's Horcrux is missing one more. As he had guessed before, Tom is a very nostalgic person. Compared to ordinary objects, he prefers to use commemorative objects as the carrier of Horcruxes, and the hidden places are very elegant. For example, Ravenclaw's crown is hidden in the storage room of the House of Requests, which is not only hidden, but also contains a large number of abandoned magic items. Putting the Horcrux there is like burying a special piece of sand in the desert. If the Horcrux diary hadn't taken the crown out by itself, I'm afraid he would not have a clue until now. For another example, he asked about the specific location of the cave and determined that it was the place where Tom used to toss and intimidate children of the same age when he was young. Thinking of this, Dumbledore looked at Yvonne with some emotion. If he hadn't determined that Harry was the last carrier of the Horcrux, he couldn't help but suspect that Yvonne was the child in the prophecy. Excellent talent, powerful power, destroying Voldemort's Horcrux 3 times in a row, but the date of birth and some details are completely out of alignment. Yvonne looked very well behaved under Dumbledore's gaze, but he put the Slytherin locket into his pocket for the first time, lest Dumbledore worry about it. After the last time the crown was taken away by the old professor, it has not returned yet. Regarding this matter, Yvonne has always been brooding about this. These things are the relics of the 4 giants of the founding school. If they can be repaired, they may be of great use. Just chatting all the way to the front of the cabin, when Yvonne wondered whether to knock on the door panel at the entrance automatically opened to the sides. There is an extra square passage in front of it, with jagged spikes on both sides, like the big mouth of a giant beast, and they are stepping into the belly of this giant beast. Dumbledore stepped directly in, and Yvonne hurriedly followed. After the two entered, the open entrance was automatically closed again. Entering it, Yvonne found that the interior of the hut was very large, and it should have been a space widened by the extension curse, and even in the summer, there was even a slight air conditioning passing through it from time to time. Yvonne looked around, and soon saw a blue flame burning in the fireplace not far away, and the air conditioning came out of this. This is the magical air conditioner? Yvonne was surprised. At the same time, he also found that there were many Muggle appliances in this small room, especially the large TV on the cabinet. It was too conspicuous and difficult to ignore. If it weren't for the simple decoration style, he almost thought it was a Muggle's house. Just as Yvonne looked around like a curious baby, an old voice rang. Albus, are you here? Yvonne turned to look around and saw an old man walking out from behind the curtain. He has white hair and a loose robe, and his face is full of traces of time, and he is pale with no trace of blood. However, compared to his fragile body, Nicole LeMay's mental state is quite good. It seems that more than 600 years of tempering has not become a burden to compromise his wisdom, but instead made him more sober. Is this little Yvonne? After greeted Dumbledore, Nicole LeMay turned his attention to Yvonne. Mr. LeMay, hello, Yvonne bowed respectfully. N. Nicole LeMay smiled and nodded, very satisfied with Ivan's respectful attitude. He had learned a lot about Yvonne from Dumbledore as early as half a year ago. I thought that such a talented and ambitious little wizard would probably be arrogant and uncontrollable, but this time I really met Knockoff Alley and discovered that Yvonne was different from what he had imagined. At least on the surface, he is very kind and humble, and looks handsome, which made him feel good for a while. Let's all come in and talk, you guys came later than I thought. Nick LeMay pointed his finger and led them into the living room of the house. After Yvonne and the others sat down, a lot of noisy creatures, only about a few centimeters high, suddenly climbed up the table, hopped and ran to the central plate, pushing the teacup on it to the point. In front of people. Immediately afterwards, these little guys brought the big teapot over again. Yvonne looked at them with interest, wanting to see how these little alchemy creatures poured tea for him. Afterwards, Yvonne saw these little guys as if they were stacking cubes, combining themselves. Some made up the feet and some made up the heads, and finally became a creature that was several times larger than the original. They struggled to hold the handle of the teapot and poured the hot tea into Ivan's teacup. I don't know if it's because I didn't grasp it firmly, the alchemy creature in the shape of a radish head on its head suddenly got out of touch with the body and accidentally fell into a cup full of hot tea. It was scalded frantically and swayed its small hand, and his mouth issued the voice of Olala. Tea was spilled everywhere. Yvonne didn't expect this kind of thing to happen at all. For a while, he seemed a little at a loss, wondering if he should fish out the alchemy creatures that fell in the bowl. Hey, it seems that these little guys need to be improved a little bit. Nick LeMay also noticed the abnormality here. He smiled and picked up Ivan's cup and poured the tea inside. On the side of the strange-looking green plants, the little alchemy creature clung to the corner of the teacup all the way so that he wouldn't fall out of the air. There was a scream in his mouth, and Nick patted the bottom of the teacup with his hand, which shook it down. At this time, Ivan's eyes were on the green plant next to him. When he saw Nick pouring tea with his own eyes, the other party seemed to move quickly and avoided directly, so that all the tea was spilled into the loose soil below. A small moving tree? Magical plants like Mandela grass? Yvonne thought so. He didn't know much about this kind of herbal medicine. He fixed his eyes on the small tree, but the latter was just like a normal plant, motionless. Just when Yvonne wondered if he was looking away, the weird-looking green plant suddenly shook a few times, patted the branches, and pulled out his roots from the soil. Yelled frantically. Too hot, too hot. Seeing this funny scene, Yvonne couldn't help laughing. It seemed that the hot tea had penetrated into the soft soil and burned to the roots of the tree. Naturally, this guy couldn't pretend to be dead anymore. Yvonne found it very interesting. He came here for only a short while, but he felt as magical as he had entered the magical world for the first time. After this delay, Nick LeMay had changed the cup and put the tea in front of Yvonne again. Thank you, Mr. LeMay. Actually, I could come by myself. Yvonne said embarrassedly. Yvonne always felt a little uncomfortable to let an old wizard who was more than 600 years old, as if a gust of wind could blow down, serve tea to himself. It's okay to move more when you are old. Nick LeMay said with a smile, then turned his head to look at the alchemy creature on the table, and said with emotion. Furthermore, these alchemy creations have no real-life flexibility after all. Perhaps after hearing Nick's words, those little guys were downcast one by one, as if they had been hit by something. Seeing their unexpected cuteness, Yvonne couldn't help asking about the source of these alchemy creatures. You know, when people are old, it is always inconvenient to do some things, so I made these little things to help me with some chores. Nick LeMay explained. Yvonne understood this, but then I remembered that Nick LeMay should have a wife who lived the same long life. He would also read in the book that they spent the 665th birthday together in the first grade. Yvonne looked around, but for some reason he didn't see Nick's wife. Nick and Dumbledore on the other side had already talked about other things, and Yvonne settled down and listened openly. Dumbledore didn't care about Ivan's existence either. His expression became a little dignified for the first time since entering the door. He looked at Nick LeMay and asked. Does the thing I asked you to fix last time have a clue? Forget it. Nick nodded, then complained again. Why do you always trouble me every time you come to see me? Trouble? You really think so? I thought you would be very interested in it. Dumbledore replied calmly, holding up the teacup with his left hand intact, taking a sip of his tea. In a sense, it is indeed a trouble. I haven't slept well for a long time to study it. I think you should be able to understand how important sleep is for an old man. Nick said jokingly. But I can't think that the stories in a book of English fairy tales are actually true. When I was young, I also pursued some legends. Of course, it was in France, but without exception, they are all fake. Nick added. This is normal, isn't it? The legend is that you will never know its authenticity until it is verified. Dumbledore said noncommittently, placing the teacup on the table casually. For many wizards, your existence is also a legend. How long will it take you to fix it? Dumbledore's eyes under his half-moon glasses stared at Nick tightly. About 2 to 3 years. Nick replied hesitantly. It takes so long. Dumbledore frowned deeply. In my opinion, its damage level should be very low. I can even use it normally and see some people who want to see it. Because the thing was not damaged at all, it was just affected. You know. Nick was about to say something when he saw Yvonne sitting on the side listening. After thinking about it, Nick took some words back, and then continued to speak vaguely. In short, when you destroy it, it has a certain impact, and it is not easy to completely eliminate this impact. The repair materials are not easy to find. Even so, 2 or 3 years is too long. I can only wait for half a year at most. Dumbledore shook his head. He can't last so long, I'm afraid he won't wait for that time. However, some things are obviously not solved in a hurry. www.mdlnovel.com. Seeing Nick with a black face and not wanting to pay attention to himself at all, Dumbledore had to compromise and said in a very uncertain tone. Well, maybe this time can be extended a little longer, 1 year or 1.5 years. 2 years. This is my limit, otherwise you can take it back and find a way by yourself. Nick replied angrily. The two quickly started arguing over the issue of time. Yvonne, who was next to him, was confused, and could only guess from the conversation that Dumbledore seemed to want Nick LeMay to fix something very important. At first, Yvonne thought it was a time converter, but after hearing it, he denied this speculation. And didn't the thing have been fixed long ago? Then it can only be. Thinking of their previous conversation, Yvonne vaguely guessed something, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Chapter 544, The Nature of Magic. I think you already know it, don't you? To confirm this conjecture, Yvonne turned his attention to Dumbledore's right hand. It's a pity that Dumbledore's right hand has been kept in his sleeve, and he can't see if the other party is wearing that ring. However, Yvonne has never been very interested in the Resurrection Stone, nor has he paid much attention to it. The function of that thing is to let people see the soul of the dead. According to the original book, this soul is still false, just showing you the appearance of the other person in your memory. It is the most useless one of the 3 holy artifacts of death. While Yvonne was thinking to himself, the argument between Dumbledore and Nick continued. Albus, you should be aware that I have wasted a lot of time. The expression on Nick LeMay's face is very ugly. According to the previous plan, I should have gone, to accompany her. You missed it anyway, didn't you? It doesn't matter if it's a while later. Dumbledore said very strongly. You should know that this is not my business alone, nor is it just a matter of the British magical world. Yet, I hope you know what you are doing. Nick rolled his eyes irritably. Do you really think everything will be what you think? Albus, no one can control the whole situation, not even a. Perhaps, but I think this is the best opportunity. Dumbledore replied noncommittal. He was unwilling to have a fearless argument with Nick on this aspect, and soon changed the subject, asking Nick to fix the Deathly Hallows as soon as possible. Nick didn't mean to give in at all. To repair such a legendary item, even if he tried his best, it would take at least 2 years. 2 years? Dumbledore looked disappointed, which meant he might not be able to explore the secret alive. In that case, I'm afraid we have to prepare for the worst. Dumbledore's face became extremely tired, and he muttered to himself. Unable to get the promise he wanted, Dumbledore slowly got up to leave and turned to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Nick not to forget the previous agreement. If the situation is unfavorable, he can make his own choice. Nick nodded and nodded, watching Dumbledore walk out of the cabin and disappear into a golden flame. There was silence for a long while, and Nick stood still, not knowing what he was thinking. On the side, Yvonne didn't dare to disturb him. He could only silently ponder in his mind what the so-called best chance and worst plan were. He felt that Dumbledore and Nick didn't just talk about the Resurrection Stone. Sorry, Halls, I was a little distracted just now. After a while, Nick returned to his senses and looked at Yvonne with apologetic expression. It's okay, Mr. LeMay. Yvonne shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. Immediately afterwards, Yvonne was very curious to ask about the content of their argument just now, wanting to dig out some inside information. You know, when people are old, they can't help but worry about some unscrupulous things. Nick explained with a smile, obviously without revealing his plans. Yvonne curled his lips, not believing a word. But at the beginning, Yvonne didn't have much hope. If this matter could be told to himself, Dumbledore and Nick would not deliberately play the front and avoid the point when arguing. Yvonne could only guess from the information he had learned that this matter might have something to do with Voldemort. In the original time and space, Dumbledore used the old magic wand and his own death to dig a big hole for Voldemort. The former is the cause of Voldemort's death, and the latter is also a very important driving force. It is precisely after the loss of this enemy that has been feared that Voldemort has changed from a conspirator lurking in the dark to a reckless man who only knows Avada. Before that, Voldemort's IQ was still okay. Not only can he take Harry away from Dumbledore's nose in the Triwizard Tournament, but even after the real resurrection, he did not immediately swear to the magical world of his return in a high-profile manner. Instead, he decisively hid it to accumulate strength. Provoked the contradiction between Fudge and Dumbledore. But all this changed completely after Dumbledore's death, and Voldemort, who felt himself invincible in the world, became more and more arrogant. Coupled with the successive destruction of Horcruxes, Voldemort's spirit was hit one after another in a short period of time, and he followed Trelawney's predictions, and finally fell into Harry's hands. This is exactly the answer to that sentence: if you want to destroy people, you must first make people crazy. It's just that the situation now is different from that then, and Yvonne doesn't know whether Dumbledore will still use the same method. It stands to reason that the old professor may not be able to survive that time. Thinking of things in his heart, Yvonne was calm on the surface, pretending to be disappointed that he could not get the news. Nick uttered a few words of comfort, and then changed the subject, testing with interest to learn Ivan's alchemy level. He has always heard that Ivan's alchemy talent is very high, but he doesn't know the specific situation. Of course he has to figure it out himself. Facing Nick LeMay's school test, Yvonne naturally answered fluently, speaking out the magic sequence he had mastered as well as his usual learning progress and methods. Although his alchemy has reached the 6th level, according to the classification of the system, it is already at the level of teaching people, but because there has been no strong enough guide, so many things have been deliberated by reading books, not at all. Know if it's right. Now that there is a chance, Yvonne will certainly not let go of the opportunity to confirm this knowledge. After Nick LeMay asked for a while, he also changed his previously undisciplined attitude. Because he realized that Ivan's alchemy level was far beyond his expectations, and it was even close to the upper limit that most alchemists could reach through painstaking research. This discovery made Nick LeMay very surprised. According to the information he received, Ivan's potion level is also very high, and his strength is far superior to his peers. Is there really that kind of almighty genius in this world? Nick looked at Ivan's immature face with emotion in his heart, but he patiently solved the problem Yvonne encountered in alchemy. Yvonne devoted himself to this question and answer. Almost every once in a while, the system prompt in his mind would sound once, but Yvonne completely ignored it, just like a sponge. Absorb knowledge. Until a few hours later, Ivan's mouth was dry, and he subconsciously picked up the teacup on the side and found that it was empty inside, and he stopped unfinishedly. At the same time, the last system prompt sounded. Ding! After a period of study, your alchemy level has improved, the current level 6, 1395/16000. Yvonne took a glance and found that his alchemy proficiency had improved by more than 1,000 points in these few hours. You must know that since he absorbed box alchemy knowledge last year and raised the level of alchemy to level 6, his proficiency has grown slowly like a tortoise, sometimes after reading a thick alchemy book. Give 1 or 2 points of proficiency. Compared to the proficiency limit of that long scalp-numbing proficiency, Yvonne feels that learning by himself may not be able to improve to level 7 for several years. Because of this, Ivan's gaze at Nick became eager, and his eyes were full of desire for knowledge, as if he was using the other party as a new learning accelerator. Nick on the other side is also very satisfied with Ivan's overwhelming thirst for knowledge. After the school examination just now, he has got a rough idea of Ivan's foundation. This little wizard belongs to the actual combat faction. He has a strong ability to make alchemy items by hand. To say that the shortcomings are not without, that is, the theoretical knowledge is not solid enough. At the same time, Nick also curiously asked who Ivan's alchemy was learned from. With Ivan's current level of alchemy, he is already considered a first-rate alchemist in England. Who can teach such a monster? I don't have a real alchemy instructor. These are taught to me by my mother, Aisha. Yvonne explained, completely ignoring the contributions of Bach and Tom. Is that so? Nick LeMay thought for a while. He hadn't heard of the name Aisha at all, and it seemed that he was not a very famous alchemist. But this is normal. During the school examinations, he noticed that Ivan's learning was very messy, not as if he had received orthodox alchemy education, but it also confirmed Ivan's alchemy skills. Talent. Yaluzi can learn this level, can he not be talented? Nick LeMay raised his awareness of Yvonne in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but ask. I don't know what you think of alchemy. Or what do you think of alchemy? I think that is the ancient wizard's way to understand the world, and it has the power to turn decay into magic. Yvonne said, carefully looking at Nick's expression, and seeing that Nick's face did not change. Be bold, and continued. When I was at Hogwarts, I talked to a lot of wizards from Muggle families, and I heard them talk about a lot of things from the outside world. It feels like alchemy is a bit like Muggle procedures. Sorting the magic texts in a specific way can release specific magic, which is a bit similar to typing code and running a program. It's just that the computer is not popular yet, so Yvonne was worried that Nick could not understand it, so he snapped an explanation to Nick. Nick LeMay said with a smile after listening to Ivan's words. This is quite a novel idea. Then, do you think it's right? Yvonne hurriedly asked. It can be said to be right, or it can be wrong. Nick LeMay put away the smile on his face and replaced it with a serious expression, because in essence, alchemy is still using the power of magic. To understand alchemy, you must first understand what magic is. Nick LeMay added. Facing this profound question, Yvonne was completely stunned. He couldn't help but recall the embarrassing scene when he became an owl and was making trouble in front of Ravenclaw. The difference is that the bronze eagle at the door asks about the nature of magic, not the nature of magic. Yvonne looked at Nick LeMay very resentfully. Is it really okay to embarrass a little wizard with such a question? Noting Ivan's resentful expression, Nick LeMay gradually couldn't restrain the seriousness on his face, and couldn't help but laugh. From the moment I entered the door, although Yvonne showed a lot of expressions, how could Nick LeMay fail to see that Ivan's heart is almost not fluctuating, not arrogant or impetuous, and he does not look like a 14-year-old at all. Little wizard. Only now can I see the appearance of some children. Yvonne frowned in dissatisfaction, looking very unhappy. Nick LeMay did not continue to laugh, and after a pause, he then asked. Do you remember the 3 steps of casting a spell? Use the magic wand to guide the magic in the body, plus gestures and spells. Yvonne didn't care about the episode just now, but replied seriously. In your opinion, which of these 3 steps is more important? Nick LeMay asked. Yvonne hesitated for a moment, a little difficult to choose. For the average spellcaster, these 3 steps are indispensable. But for those powerful wizards, none of these 3 items seem to be indispensable. After all, they can be cast without a rod or without a spell. Nick LeMay did not eagerly ask Yvonne for the answer, but took out a simple wand from his robe and gently waved it with a wonderful gesture. His movements were very slow, as if deliberately wanted to let Yvonne saw clearly. Cleaned up, Nick LeMay chanted the spell as he waved his wand. A gust of magical wind blew over and rolled up the cup on the table. Like the cup surrounded by many invisible brushes, a few teacups became as clean as new in a few moments, and then slowly stacked on top of the plate. Yvonne looked at him silently, but couldn't understand the meaning of Nick LeMay's move. Did he just want to clean it up? Before Yvonne could figure it out, Nick LeMay waved his magic wand again, which was exactly the same magic again. The wind of magic started sweeping the whole room, sweeping away the dust, and setting the seat upright. The alchemy creatures underneath panicked one by one, clutching the corner of the table or against the teacup, for fear that they would be swept out of the house as rubbish. Ivan's expression suddenly changed, because he discovered that this time Nick LeMay was not in English, but in French. Even the gestures for casting spells have slightly changed. Yvonne stood up in surprise. www.mtlnovel.com. His eyes were shining, staring at the legendary alchemist in front of him, wanting to ask for the answer. Nick didn't look at Yvonne, he stretched out his left hand and placed it on a plate. Without the use of a wand or a spell, the plate was suddenly twisted and stretched like a fluid, quickly plastic. A few seconds later a pigeon with white feathers appeared in the center of the table. The snow-white dove wandered around with smart eyes, waving its wings and landing on Nick's arm. Nick came to the window in 2 steps, his arm shook and sent the pigeon out of the house. He watched it spread its wings and flew high, then turned his head to look at Yvonne, and said. There are wizards in every country in the world. The spells and gestures they use are in fact not uniform, but magic can still prevail. I think you already know the mystery, don't you? Chapter 545, The Essence of Magic and the Ultimate Creation of Alchemy. Because wands, spells, and gestures are not important, these are just methods to assist in spell casting. The important thing is magic, or... Yvonne muttered to himself. After the demonstration by Nick LeMay just now, he has understood what the other party's words mean. It is only after years of materialistic education that he stuck his conclusions on his lips, and he can't say it for a long time. Magic is the heart. It is the embodiment of a wizard's thoughts and will. Nick LeMay looked at the pigeons flying into the sky and answered for him. Use the spirit to influence the material world. Yvonne listened to this answer. Although he had thought of this just now, it was still somewhat difficult to accept. Such idealistic remarks would be laughed at and criticized if he spoke upright in his previous life. But Yvonne also knows that he is now a wizard, and this is the magic world. There is a lot of evidence to prove this. Mental affects material. Nick repeated this sentence, which was very interesting. It was a bit like a muggle argument, but it was very appropriate. Ha! You can say that. Magic is magical because it can make people want everything done. Nick walked back to the wooden table slowly, looked at Yvonne, and said with emotion. It took a long time for Yvonne to let out a sigh of relief. This is incredible. He felt like he had entered the wizarding world for the first time, and the mystery of magic was slowly unfolding in front of him. At the same time, Nick LeMay's words also solved a problem that has always plagued him, that is, why the little wizard subconsciously displays all kinds of magical abilities when the magic power erupts. Now Yvonne understands it, because the active magical power when it erupts will manifest all the thoughts in the little wizard's mind, and this huge force is not a little wizard can control, so it may get out of control and cause some damage. This point, Yvonne, who has experienced the explosion of magic power many times, is very clear. The sudden increase of magic power is not at all dictated and it is difficult to use it. Only in the protection mode can he easily control his own magic power, and achieve almost arbitrary spells within a specific range. Thinking of this, Yvonne asked curiously. Mr. LeMay, since wizards can cast spells without any assistance, what's the use of learning spells and gestures? Is it for us to control our magic more? The 3 steps of casting spells, almost a compulsory course for every wizard, obviously play an important role. Combined with what Nick said just now, Yvonne believes that it is very likely that most wizards cannot control their magic power freely, so some steps are needed as a guide. Yvonne said all his guesses, but Nick shook his head and said with a smile that it was not accurate enough. The entire magical world has painstakingly studied, summarized, and popularized the casting steps for every wizard for thousands of years. It is not just that, but each has its own use. The magic wand is responsible for guiding the magic to reduce the difficulty of casting, and the gestures and spells can make the magic effect more accurate. Without these steps to cast spells, most wizards in the magic world would probably not be able to use their power. Free cast spells. Although it is simple to say, I am afraid that there is not a single wizard who can really do this. Nick sighed quietly. Even if you and Professor Dumbledore can't do it. Yvonne was a little surprised. In his opinion, Nick LeMay and Dumbledore are already very close to this state. Even if they don't use a magic wand, they don't read it. Spells can also be used to cast magic easily. Of course we can't, we are still far away. Nick LeMay admits this very frankly, if someone can completely control the magic, then it will be a god. God? Yvonne curled his lips, thinking that Nick LeMay was a bit too exaggerated, but then I thought about it, if someone can do what they want, isn't it a god? Mr. LeMay, what about alchemy? You haven't told me what alchemy is. Yvonne quickly remembered the focus of this conversation, and hurriedly asked. Alchemy is the same as magic, and its roots are ultimately a way of using magic. Nick began to explain. In the ancient times, spellcasters found that it was very difficult to directly control magic power, which was impossible for most people, so they tried to use magic power through various external factors. The 3 most mainstream schools are magic that relies on wands, spells, and gestures to control magic power for precise output, potions that extract essence from magic materials to make magic potions, and alchemy that uses magic texts to arrange and transform magic. However, after thousands of years of development, the 3 major factions are not completely separated, and there are many integrations between them. For example, the fusion process of some advanced potions requires the use of magic wands, and some magic can also enchant items to achieve an effect similar to alchemy. These 3 factions have their own strengths, and they are all using magic to achieve their own goals. Nick LeMay concluded. Hearing this, Yvonne was immediately plunged into a huge shock. His understanding of magic, potions, and alchemy has never been as thorough as he is today. Yvonne looked at the old man over 600 years old in front of him, convinced by the knowledge and wisdom of the other person, and was very grateful. He had never seen this kind of secret knowledge in a book. If it hadn't been for Nick LeMay to explain it for him, he would only be half guessing and not knowing how many detours he would take in the future. If Yvonne had no clue as to how to raise level 6 magic to level 7 before, then now he has some ideas. Sir, you just told me about the ultimate form of magic, what about alchemy? Yvonne couldn't help but curiosity, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com couldn't help asking. The endpoints of the 3 major factions are actually the same. The difference lies in the means leading to the endpoint. Nick LeMay explained. After a pause, Nick LeMay appeared hesitant again. He wasn't sure if it would be a good thing to tell Yvonne now. However, he quickly realized that even if he didn't say it, this clever little wizard would guess it after a while, so he shook his head and spoke word by word. Alchemy naturally has a way to the end, that is, alchemy creation, magic stone. The sorcerer's stone. Yvonne looked at Nick LeMay with a surprised expression, and couldn't believe it. He had obtained the philosopher's stone with his own hands, but was later taken by Dumbledore when he was in a coma. Yvonne couldn't help feeling a bit ridiculous, and even more distressed. He didn't expect the end of alchemy to be so close to him. Chapter 546, Room Not Allowed to be Opened. Turning stones into gold, transforming substances, and making potions that can make people immortal. Just these kinds of well-known effects are enough to prove the magic of the philosopher's stone, and it is worthy of the name of the ultimate creation. Yvonne thought very resentfully, if he hadn't fainted in the first place, there might be a slight possibility to keep it. After all, Nick and Dumbledore are going to destroy the philosopher's stone, so why not keep it to yourself? But then, Yvonne faintly noticed something was wrong. According to Nick LeMay's description, the ultimate form of a wizard is comparable to a god, and this is probably the same with the extreme use of alchemy. In this case, Nick LeMay, who made the final creation of alchemy, had no reason to worry about Voldemort's threat, let alone destroy the philosopher's stone. Yvonne looked at Nick LeMay in confusion and asked. Sir, you once made a philosopher's stone, so have you reached the end of alchemy? Of course not. Nick shook his head. It's true that the Philosopher's Stone is the final creation of alchemy, but it is still a magical aggregate at all. It is not so easy to use its power. Having said that, Nick paused, did not continue, but reminded Ivan that it was too early to understand the Sorcerer's Stone with his current level of alchemy. Ivan shrugged helplessly. The method of making the Philosopher's Stone is in his mind. He only needs to upgrade his alchemy by one level to reach the minimum requirement for making the Philosopher's Stone. That's why he feels so much about it. Interest. However, Ivan also knew that there might be a huge gap between the 6th level magic and the 7th level magic, and it is not so easy to improve. Thank you very much, Mr. LeMay. Ivan bowed deeply to Nick LeMay. He has nothing to do with this 600-year-old man, but the other party is willing to pass on these secret knowledge to himself, and Ivan naturally remembers this kindness. This knowledge shouldn't be hidden. Proper dissemination and communication can make us progress, right? Nick LeMay smiled gently. In the discussion with Ivan just now, he was not without it. Gains, such as Ivan's remarks on spirit and matter, are very interesting. Then can I have the honor to follow you to learn about alchemy and become your disciple? Ivan asked nervously. It's not that easy, my acceptance criteria have always been very high. Nick LeMay said with a serious smile on his face. Ivan was also somewhat disappointed when he was surprised. Dumbledore brought himself here specially. Nick LeMay explained so many magical mysteries to him. He thought that the alchemist had decided to take himself as its mere apprentice. Fortunately, Nick LeMay quickly turned to add another sentence, saying that Ivan can live here for a while, read a book, and if you don't understand anything, you can also ask him. Ivan then figured out that Nick LeMay was not unwilling to accept himself as a disciple. He probably planned to observe for a while, otherwise he would not allow himself to live here, and he was willing to help himself answer alchemy questions. Dang dang. Just as Ivan thought this way, a series of crisp bells suddenly rang. Ivan turned his head and looked over, and found that the sound was coming from the old clock hung on the wall, and the time pointer on it had already pointed to 12 o'clock. Has it been so long? Ivan was a little surprised. It was still early in the morning when he came, and he talked for a while before unconsciously a few hours passed by. It's all about this point. Let's have lunch first, and I'll take you to get familiar with it after eating. Nick LeMay also glanced at the clock, then stretched out his wand and clicked on the table. Several cups and potted plants slowly floated up under the control of magic, and piled on the side. In the center of the empty space, some plates filled with food were out of thin air. Due to Nick LeMay's old age, lunch is very simple, with light food such as polenta and bread slices. Ivan didn't care too much either. He was used to eating greasy things like steak and cured bacon at Hogwarts. After a quick lunch, and after a short rest, Nick LeMay took Ivan to visit the alchemy hut. The whole house is divided into upper and lower floors. The upper floor is the accommodation area, and the lower floor is the living area. Although there is only Nick LeMay living here, the supporting facilities in the house are very complete, and there are 2 studios for making magical objects. The cleaning and handling of debris is the responsibility of the alchemy creatures that have been crafted. Your room is here. Nick LeMay led Ivan all the way to the 2nd floor and opened the door on the right side. Ivan followed Nick LeMay and walked in. Inside was a small room of about 20 square meters. It should have been a long time without anyone living, but the cabinets and beds were very clean, which seemed to be attributed to the alchemy creatures. The study is downstairs. If you want to read a book, you can go there. You can also use the studio next to it. Nick LeMay patiently explained the location of various places to Ivan, and then solemnly reminded Ivan. Do not open the door on the opposite side of the 2nd floor. I'll pay attention, teacher. Ivan nodded. Although he was very interested in the room that Nick LeMay said he couldn't open, he knew that he had just arrived, so he should follow the orders not to offend. I haven't accepted you as a disciple yet, let's forget the title of teacher. Nick LeMay waved his hand and said softly. But you just told me so much precious knowledge free of charge. For me, you are my mentor. Ivan looked at Nick LeMay with a serious expression. www.mtlnovel.com just follow you. Listening to Ivan's words, Nick LeMay didn't refute, but just faintly replied, believing this statement. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Nick's dissatisfaction would be aroused if he changed his mouth rashly. Fortunately, things were pretty good. After telling Ivan some precautions, Nick LeMay didn't stay here much. He spoke to let Ivan familiarize himself with the new environment. After a good rest in the afternoon, he turned and left the room. Ivan looked around at his residence for the next few months, opened the suitcase he had brought and began to organize things. It was so busy until the evening. When I was about to go to bed, Ivan looked out the window and felt as if he had forgotten something. Strange, what is it? Ivan frowned, and quickly searched for the memory of the most recent period of time with occlumency, and found that there seemed to be nothing to do. Forget it, no matter. Since there is no impression, it shouldn't be a very important thing. Chapter 547, Nick LeMay's Library. The next day, early in the morning, Ivan woke up from the bed with a yawn, turned his head and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and when he saw that it was past 8, he felt that he was putting on his shoes and socks and was ready to go out. When passing by the window, Ivan couldn't help but stop. The scene outside the window looked very different from yesterday. In the distance, there is no longer a wasteland but a towering tall buildings. From where he is now standing, he can still see pedestrians passing through the wide streets and cars that are speeding from time to time. The weird thing is that everything is like a mirage, silent, only the sight can be seen. This is Paris. Ivan confirmed this from the text on the shop signs, and muttered to himself very surprised. But this shouldn't be. Obviously yesterday, there was still a wasteland in the distance. Ivan frowned, vaguely guessing that it might be some kind of magical effect, so he didn't bother to pull the curtain in, then turned and left. After going downstairs to wash, Ivan came to the living room again, and Nick LeMay had already sat there early, sipping a cup of morning tea slowly. "Good morning, teacher." Ivan walked to the chair by the dining table and said hello. "Well, did you get used to sleeping last night?" Nick LeMay put down his teacup gently, and asked with a smile. "Very used." Ivan nodded and nodded. Although Nick LeMay was a wizard from centuries ago, this house is not outdated at all. Both the living room and the bed look modern, and he doesn't recognize it. The bed naturally sleeps peacefully. But Ivan was very curious about what he saw outside the window, so he couldn't help but inquire. "You can see the city because it is very close to the city of Paris." Nick LeMay didn't mean to hide it, but explained it to Ivan. In order to avoid unnecessary interruptions, he used magic to hide an area, forming an independent space, usually isolated from the inside and outside, and no outside scenes can be seen. Only the person who has the coordinates has caused the magic wave to move in and out through the phantom shift, which will affect the protection and can see the outside world in a short time. "Did any guests come just now?" Ivan asked. Nick LeMay shook his head and explained that he went out to purchase some supplies. This mansion can't be self-sufficient yet. He needs to go out every once in a while, and by the way, see what new things the Muggles have made. Ivan then understands, and at the same time keenly aware that Nick LeMay seems to be very interested in Muggle creations. There is even a TV and a refrigerator in the living room. "This morning, you can read some books in the library. The books on the third row of bookshelves should be of some help to you. If you have any questions, I will answer your questions in the afternoon." Nick LeMay arranged today's affairs for Ivan. Before, he learned from Dumbledore that Ivan is a very self-disciplined child, so he did not strictly demand what Ivan must do when, but only gave some suggestions. Ivan nodded in response, then turned to the refrigerator, TV, and microwave in the living room, and asked tentatively. "Teacher, I see a lot of Muggle stuff here, can they work properly?" When I first entered the door, Ivan wanted to ask. It was a bit strange to find a bunch of Muggle products in the home of a several hundred-year-old alchemist. "I have made some enchantments and improvements to them so that they can operate normally even without electricity. If you are tired from reading, you can watch TV, but you must pay attention to control your time." Nick LeMay mistakenly thought that Ivan was a childish mind and was curious. These Muggle products reminded with a smile. Ivan curled his lips. He was not very interested in French dramas in the past 9 years, but it was beyond his expectation that Nick LeMay could enchant such electrical appliances. Although Ivan has long known that some Muggle technology can be transformed through alchemy and turned into magic items, such as Hagrid's flying motorcycle and the magic car of the Weasley family are similar products. But TV is different. He is curious how exactly Nick LeMay solved the signal reception problem? And can make such a magic TV, then why is it not popular in the magic world? For wizards who lack entertainment, they should not be able to resist this temptation. "Teacher, since many Muggle electrical appliances are convenient for our lives, why not popularize it?" Ivan said the question in his heart, which is something he has never understood. It is not so easy to transform such an alchemy item. The ordinary wizard family simply can't afford it. Nick LeMay shook his head, gave an explanation, and then continued. In addition, the European magic world is generally conservative, and has a certain prejudice against these Muggle creations. It is believed that the introduction of a large number of Muggle equipment will impact the normal order of the magic world. Don't look at the growing number of half-blood wizards and Muggle-born wizards nowadays. www.mtnovel.com. The magic world has gradually changed in subtle ways, and many wizards' daily life and dressing habits are gradually moving closer to Muggles. But there are still some people in the magical world who still follow the ancient etiquette and living habits, and are extremely repulsive of Muggle items, and even adopt a hostile attitude. These people are mostly pure-blooded wizards, forming a huge conservative force. On the one hand, it stems from the discrimination of wizards against Muggles, and on the other hand, it is to prevent new ideas and new things from shaking their status. After listening to Nick LeMay's explanation, Ivan has some understanding of the current state of the magic world. Simply put, it is a collision between new ideas and old ideas, and this contradiction is likely to change over time, getting bigger and bigger. As for the management of Muggle items in the magical world, Ivan has also heard about it. For example, the United Kingdom established a special Muggle item prohibition department to prevent wizards from illegally modifying Muggle technology items. It is worth mentioning that the leader of this department is Ron's father, Arthur Weasley. And for his own convenience, Arthur also specially left a loophole when writing a law prohibiting the abuse of Muggle items. In order to improve travel, wizards can use magic to transform Muggle transportation. After breakfast, Nick LeMay took Ivan to the library on the first floor. The space here is a bit smaller than the Blake's underground library, but the books are placed closer together. A cursory sweep over the overlapping bookshelves make Ivan a little dizzy. There is also a high platform in front of the library. There are a lot of incomprehensible magic texts burned around. I don't know what it is used for. Chapter 548, Modern Alchemy Addendum. This is a device for organizing and searching books. You only need to put a magic wand on the table and say the name or type of the book, and the magic will be activated to select those books. Nick LeMay pointed to the high platform. Introduced. So convenient? Ivan was very surprised, and felt that this magic high platform was a bit like a Muggle search engine. When he was at the Black House before, he was still worried about the collection of books that were too difficult to find. He didn't expect that Nick LeMay had solved this problem. At this time, Nick LeMay drew out the magic wand, put it on the table of the high platform, demonstrated it to Ivan, and slowly muttered. Type, Advanced Alchemy. With the sound of Nick LeMay's voice, a bookshelf on the right front suddenly vibrated. After a while, Ivan saw hundreds of books being pulled from the shelf and flying towards this side. Finally, they were neatly divided into 5 groups and quickly landed on the high platform with a muffled noise. Modern Alchemy Appendix, Advanced Enchanting Magic, Study and Application of Runic. Ivan glanced around and found that most of these books hadn't been read by himself. He picked up the Modern Alchemy Appendix curiously and flipped through it. The pages were very new, and the author on the cover read impressively Nick LeMay. Teacher, are these books the result of your research? Ivan looked at Nick LeMay, no wonder he could not find it elsewhere. It seems that this should be written by Nick LeMay over the years, so it was not rumored. Most of it. Nick LeMay nodded, confirming Ivan's guess, and then waved his wand again and said, Return. Except for the Modern Alchemy Appendix in Ivan's hand, the rest of the books slowly floated up and flew back to their original positions. Choose the books you want, and put the rest back like this. But remember that this magic is only effective if you place the books on a high platform. Nick LeMay turned his head and introduced Ivan the usefulness and disadvantages of the magic high platform. Ivan listened very carefully, and asked about the meaning of the runes burned on the magic platform from time to time. Such a useful search engine, he was going to install one in his home. After teaching Ivan to use the high-level search function, Nick LeMay didn't stay anymore, and after a few orders, he left. Ivan, who was left alone, didn't care too much, because he knew very well that Nick LeMay was probably studying the Resurrection Stone. How attractive is a Deathly Hallows to the alchemist? It's not necessary to say much about nature. It's pretty good that Nick LeMay can take some out every day to answer questions for himself. Ivan is very self-aware. He and Nick LeMay are not yet a formal mentor-student relationship, and the other party has no obligation to teach themselves. Thinking like this, Ivan moved a chair, sat beside a bookshelf, and slowly opened the Modern Alchemy Appendix in his hand, flipping through the pages. In the next few days, Ivan continued to live in this alchemy hut, eating www.ndlenovel.com, communicating and sleeping at 4 o'clock. Although there is almost no room for activities on weekdays, Ivan feels very fulfilling and comfortable. There is no need to pretend to be in front of a group of brain patching, and there is no need to intrigue with the group of dark wizards. Compared with the previous life, it is simply not too perfect. Especially after getting acquainted with the new environment, the place where Ivan changed his previous constraints. www.ndlenovel.com gradually moved from the library to the living room. Finally sat comfortably by the fire, sipping iced lemon juice, slowly turning the pages of the book, feeling the coolness from the blue fire. In the summer, Ivan felt that few wizards in the entire magical world could receive his treatment. But when it comes to worrying things, it is not without it, that is, the alchemy books in the library are very difficult to understand. Even with Ivan's current level of alchemy, it is very difficult to study. If he hadn't deliberately left a large number of student registration points before, he could use the experience card to increase the learning speed when it was critical. After a few days, I am afraid that even a book cannot be thoroughly studied. Until the afternoon a week later, Ivan finally turned to the last page and completed the knowledge on the alchemy manuscript placed on the table, and then slowly closed the Modern Alchemy Appendix in his hand. Ivan put down the book, and subconsciously wanted to pick up the cup on the side and take a cold drink, but when he held the cup to his mouth, he suddenly realized that it was empty. Woo caw. Pour me another cold drink. Ivan put the glass aside and said. Hearing that, a group of small alchemy creatures immediately gathered around, like ants moving house. They moved a jar full of lemon juice very laboriously, and then several more grouped together to dump the jar together. Come down and fill the cup slowly. Good job. Ivan smiled and praised, and took a sip from the cup. Ice-cold lemon juice poured in from the mouth, flowed down the throat into the stomach, and then gradually spread. A chill suddenly rushed into my mind, and Ivan's involuntary spirit was lifted. www.mentalnovel.com. Look tired, drinking some cold drinks is simply not good. I was praised by Ivan. www.mentalnovel.com. The little alchemy creatures seemed very happy, yelling "Olala" indiscriminately, and eagerly moved the jar back to the dark blue stove. Obviously, this cold drink was roasted over a fire. In the first few days, Ivan was also very puzzled by this weird magic stove, but after reading the alchemy books for such a day, he finally managed to figure out the principle of this stove. To put it bluntly, Nick May used some kind of alchemy magic text to reverse the temperature of the flame, and it became like this. However, the conversion efficiency is obviously not ideal. He has tried to get closer, and the temperature of the flame is about a few degrees below zero. Even so, the function of this kind of alchemy array is enough to surprise Ivan. After all, he also learned some physics in high school, so it is really difficult to understand how to reverse the temperature. However, most magic is difficult to analyze with existing theories. For example, Peter, a small dwarf of more than 200 caddies, can be transformed into a mouse weighing a few caddies by animagus transfiguration, which has a weight gap of several dozen times, and the excess mass disappears inexplicably, or it was directly condensed into the rat's body by the magic power and unreasonable. Well. Ideal. I think it's cold, I think it's hot. Ivan tried another method to explain the problem. He stretched out his wand and clicked on the cup. After a while, he wanted to see if he could turn a cold drink into a hot drink. However, the cup exploded without giving any face, and the cold lemonade splashed all around, spilling Ivan's face. Chapter 549, Crescent Moon Pendant. Sure enough. Ivan wiped the water stains on his face, looked at the shards of glass on the table, and sighed in disappointment. It's easy to say that what I want to do is easy, but when I was actually experimenting, Ivan found that it was impossible to do it. Because there is no assistance of spells and gestures, the magic in the body cannot understand his commands, and will not obey his commands. Ivan shook his head, and had to give up this thought for a while, and instead waved his magic wand to start cleaning up the mess. Repair as before. Under the action of magic, the glass fragments broken into more than a dozen pieces vibrated and regrouped, just like time reversing, and put together an intact glass. Even the scattered lemon juice was collected again. Of course, Ivan was not interested in drinking this glass of lemon juice anymore. He turned around and poured it into the trash can. Those small alchemy creatures that looked like a turnip head were taken aback by the sudden bursting of the cup, panicking everywhere. Until Ivan repaired the cup, the alchemy creatures stopped. Seeing that the cup was empty, they worked tirelessly. Started the handling work. Ivan watched these little guys busy, and didn't mean to help. Observing the actions of these alchemy creatures was his rare entertainment in the alchemy hut. And if they really help, not only will they not be grateful, but they will also become very frustrated, because doing these chores is the meaning of their existence. Ivan is also very curious about the high intelligence displayed by these little turnip heads. He has not seen similar alchemy creatures. The alchemy puddings made by George and Fred are similar things. But generally speaking, the IQ of magical creations is not high. They only have some simple judgments, their expressions are dull, and they are far less clever. Ivan couldn't help but reached out and grabbed one of the radish heads, curiously grasping it, ignoring the struggle of this little thing, and looked around. Finally found that the appearance of this thing was silvery white, it looked smooth and clean, and there was no magic text on it. It may belong to the category of enchanting magic, but it does not rule out that it is an alchemy method that he does not know. I have to say that after entering this alchemy hut, Ivan gradually realized how ignorant he was. The more I study those high-end alchemy books, the more Ivan understands how shallow his knowledge is. A few days ago, he still felt complacent about his 6th level alchemy. Now it seems that his alchemy at that time was just getting started, and now he has begun to really come into contact with the mystery of alchemy. Ivan silently sighed in his heart, and his movements didn't stop, and he began to sort out the messy alchemy notes on the table. Nick LeMay's Modern Alchemy Appendix covers a wide range of topics. It is not so much a guidebook, but rather a categorized summary of many alchemy theories, like a general outline. The one that interests Ivan the most is a special enchantment magic. Strong and pure emotions can often explode unimaginable power. A clever wizard can store this power in a specific device through magic guidance, and make it into an extremely powerful magic item. Ivan looked at one on the piece of parchment, staring at the content recorded on it, muttered to himself softly. He has seen this kind of emotional power twice, one is the protective spell on Harry, and the other is the crescent moon pendant that Asia gave him. Thinking of this, Ivan reached into his clothes and grabbed a silver chain. There is a crescent-shaped pendant hanging from the end of the chain, but it looks a little dim under the sunlight. Several deep cracks are clearly visible on the pendant, and you can vaguely see him engraved on it when you turn over the back. Name: Magic item, Crescent Moon Pendant. Magic, low. Description: this is a magical item made with a lot of precious metals that can withstand a deadly attack for the bearer. It has been damaged. Note: it contains more than just magic power. It's not just the power of magic, but also love. Ivan held the pendant in his hand and whispered in a low voice. Combined with what is said in the Modern Alchemy Appendix, Asia used a certain method to guide this emotion into this alchemy item, in order to activate the protective magic text above, so that it can be strong enough to resist death. Sexual harm. We must know that lethal spells are not so easy to resist, and it seems that there is no restriction on the type, which means that even if Voldemort uses Avada on himself in the system's judgment, there is a high probability that he will be safe. Thing. As for the different magic rating, Ivan felt normal after thinking about it. It is not easy for a disposable item to get such a rating. If it can be used multiple times, the evaluation will increase by at least one more level. At the same time, Ivan also carefully noticed that some changes have taken place in the notes of the pendant moon pendant, which is different from the last time when I checked it. The sentence "your level of alchemy is not enough to repair it" has disappeared without a trace. www.mtlnovel.com. This means that I have the ability to repair it. But, how should I fix this thing? Ivan turned the pendant over with a headache, staring at the cracked lines. There is nothing wrong with using his current knowledge to heal these cracks, but the key is that the core inside, that is, the emotional power, has long been dissipated, and even if it is repaired, it can no longer play the role of resisting death magic. Although the Modern Alchemy Appendix mentioned emotional magic, it didn't give any guidance, so Ivan had no idea how to fix it. Forget it, I'll just ask Nick LeMay directly. Ivan thought so, and after sorting out the scattered notes on the table, after checking the time, he got up and walked towards the studio where Nick LeMay was. Ivan knocked on the door lightly, and after a response sounded inside the door, he opened the door and walked in. At this time, Nick LeMay is sitting at the front table, staring at a drawing on the table in a daze. His face looks a little tired, but his spirit is very excited. Ivan is not surprised, because he was in the same state when he stayed up late to play games in his previous life. He was familiar with the feeling of being physically tired but still wanting to fight another game in spirit. This also worries Ivan a little. Nick LeMay is so old and so exhausting, he doesn't know whether he can eat it or not. Hearing the sound of Ivan pushing the door in, Nick LeMay seemed to be aware of it, slowly raised his head, and turned his gaze to Ivan. Chapter 550, Ivan, this is due to official damage. Do you have to fix it for me? Hals, did you encounter something you didn't understand while reading? Nick LeMay put down his work and asked. Yes, teacher. I have read this Modern Alchemy Appendix to the end, but I still don't understand the alchemy theory explained in it. Ivan nodded, and did not rush to ask about emotional magic, but took out the alchemy notes he had compiled and handed it to Nick LeMay. You finished reading so soon? Nick LeMay reached out and took the notes, looking very surprised. You must know that this appendix to modern alchemy was compiled by him for 7 years. It is a summary of the various alchemy doctrines, and the alchemy knowledge contained in it is complicated and profound. According to Nick LeMay, Ivan is already very good to finish reading this book this summer and have a general understanding of these alchemy subjects. Forget it, you're finished. Ivan scratched his head and said uncertainly. Nick LeMay slowly flipped through the alchemy notes that Ivan handed over in doubt. In the last 3 days, his research has reached a critical point. During this period of time, he has inevitably neglected to give instructions to Ivan. Therefore, his understanding of Ivan's learning progress is still 3 days ago before he reads Ivan. Surprised after finishing the Modern Alchemy Appendix. Very good, faster than I thought. Nick LeMay spent a few minutes, and after going through the notes, he gave Ivan a surprised look. Judging from these notes alone, Ivan's learning progress has exceeded his expectations. It seems that Ivan has worked hard in the past few days. Nick LeMay has taught many apprentices for hundreds of years, and many of them are talented wizards, but in terms of learning ability alone, none of them can compare to the other. It is no wonder that Ivan was able to achieve such achievements in multiple subjects at a young age. Nick LeMay looked at Ivan's immature face, and felt very emotional. In front of this little wizard, the other so-called geniuses would be eclipsed. It's all thanks to you for answering my doubts. Ivan replied very humbly, which also contained a bit of sincerity. Although he can use the Swiba experience card to improve his thinking speed and obtain an extraordinary learning speed, this state is not omnipotent. Questions arising from lack of knowledge cannot be solved even in the experience card mode. At this time, the role of an alchemist who is willing to answer questions for him is revealed, and a few words from the other party can clear the obstacles ahead for him. Nick LeMay smiled and shook his head, not taking Ivan's compliment seriously. In fact, since coming to this alchemy hut, Ivan has been in a semi-self-study state, and he can only find time occasionally to give pointers or two. Can have such a fast learning progress, most of which is the result of Ivan's own hard work. Thinking of this, Nick LeMay couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, so he settled and took a few pages to explain the alchemy knowledge to Ivan. Ivan also explained the problems he encountered in the learning process one by one. After more than an hour of question and answer, Ivan suddenly asked, "Teacher, I saw this modern alchemy appendix saying that smart wizards can increase the power of magic through guidance and use strong emotions, and even incorporate will into it to make extremely powerful alchemical items." "Yes. But it is not easy to do this." Nick LeMay nodded and then wondered why Ivan suddenly asked about this. "Do you have a way to repair such an alchemy prop?" Ivan hurriedly asked. "Oh? I have to let me see it." Nick LeMay showed some interest. An alchemy item that incorporates the will of the producer is quite rare. Ivan hesitated for a moment, then took the meniscus pendant hanging on his neck and put it on the table. "Is that this?" Nick LeMay looked at the silver-white crescent-shaped pendant on the table with interest, swiped it gently with his thin, wrinkled index finger, and muttered something in his mouth. The surface of the meniscus pendant suddenly glowed with a faint luster. The main material is mithril, and some dragon scale fragments and black stone powder are mixed in order to increase the hardness. In addition, there are some more special things. Nick LeMay murmured now. He could feel some emotions remaining in the pendant of the crescent moon. Love, shelter, prey. Combined with the time it was made from the wear and tear of the material, Nick LeMay quickly came to a conclusion and understood how this thing was made. "It's really smart. I can actually think of using the emotions gathered in that special period to increase the effect of magic, no wonder," Nick LeMay exclaimed. From his perspective, the alchemy level of the maker of this pendant is not high, and it is logically impossible to pin his emotions on this alchemy item. But the other party did this in a tricky way. Of course, the difficulty of this trick is not low at all, and only the other party can do it. www.mtlnovel.com. Nick LeMay flipped the pendant and saw the name engraved on it, confirming the guess in his heart. He turned to look at Ivan. "Hals, did your mother give you this pendant? It seems that she once saved your life." Nick LeMay has already seen the effect of this pendant and understands what damage means. "Right." Ivan shrugged helplessly, and did not hide the fact that he was forced to fight Voldemort 3 years ago to protect the Sorcerer's Stone. During the fight, a lot of black mist gushed out of Voldemort's body. He wanted to corrode my body. The crescent moon pendant protected me and kept me awake. Speaking of this, Ivan is also a little afraid. At first, he just wanted to make soy sauce and use the plot to kill Voldemort in order to complete the task, but he didn't want Harry, who was the absolute main force, to be so ineffective. He fainted as soon as he started the fight, and finally became dangerous. If it hadn't been for the shelter of this crescent moon pendant to gain some time, coupled with the sudden awakening of blood magic, my corpse would have been cold. He has made such a great achievement, but the stingy Dumbledore is only willing to add a little college points to him as compensation. Ivan was full of resentment and emphasized that this precious crescent moon pendant was damaged in the battle to protect the Philosopher's Stone. It should be regarded as damaged by official duties. As the owner of the Philosopher's Stone, do you have to fix it for me? Ivan looked at Nick LeMay eagerly. Although he didn't say it clearly, the meaning couldn't be more obvious.